Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. This is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's pick a card reading, we are going to be looking at how to become your best self. Now, it's important to note that this is a realistic reading in the sense that I'm not going to tell you how to become a completely different person by tomorrow, because that is not becoming your best self. That is becoming someone else that you believe is better than you. So just know that this reading is going to be centered around what you are already doing that is contributing to you being your best self and what is holding you back from doing that. So it's important to remember that you're not comparing yourself to anyone but yourself, and that your best self is something that fluctuates, and it's something that we maintain by doing the things that make us feel the best. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. So we have 4 different piles for you guys to choose from. Starting with pile 1, we have the 8th house tarot, as well as this piece of rose quartz. And then for pile 2, we have the Modern Witch Tarot, as well as this piece of Aqua Aura Quartz. And then for pile 3, we have the Sasuraibito Tarot and this piece of Smoky Quartz. And then finally for pile 4, we have the Midcentruian Tarot and this Citrine Dodecahedron. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to, just to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It's absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. In this case, there's not going to be an energy check, but I'm going to start by looking at what you're already doing to contribute to your best self. So if what I'm describing doesn't sound like what you're doing, then that's likely not your pile, and I would try a different one. If none of the piles resonate and you can't seem to find a message, I would listen to the one that you feel most drawn to, because it might be that there's advice there that could help you. I don't know, you might be on your own if there's no messages there for you, but I'm rooting for you, and I hope that I can contribute to helping you become your best self today. So once you have picked your pile or piles, you can go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section, where I will have all the timestamps listed below. And once you have picked your pile or piles, I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the rose quartz and the 8th house tarot, this is going to be your reading on how you can become your best self. So if you didn't see the intro, you might want to look at that just in case. I just talked a little bit about what being your best self kind of means. But other than that, we're going to start by looking at what you're already doing that is helping you become your best self. So that will also help you know whether this reading is meant for you or not, because if you are doing the things that I'm talking about and that resonates, then you found your pile. But if not, I would try a different one. And then after we look at what you're already doing right, we will look at what you can do to improve and what action you can take to become an even better version of yourself. So let's go ahead and start and see here, Spirit, what is pile 1 already doing that is contributing to their best self? All right, we have the 7 of Pentacles. We have the Page of Swords. We have the 7 of Wands. And we have the King of Pentacles. Okay. So I'm just going to use these really quick to clarify each of these cards, and then we will get going. I might have to clarify that King of Pentacles if I don't get better insight, but we'll see. Okay. Spirit, can you clarify the 7 of Pentacles, please? All right, we have Destiny. Can you clarify the Page of Swords? We have Impasse. Can we clarify the Seven of Wands? I love this already. Oh, pile 1, I am so proud of you. And finally, we have acceptance. Okay, so this is actually very clear and quite interesting because we have 2 sacral chakra cards, 1 root chakra card, and 1 crown chakra card. Some of you listen to Chakra Khan. That's something you think of. Anyway, let's go ahead and start with this 7 of Pentacles clarified by the Destiny card. I think one of the biggest things that you have done that has really helped contribute to your best self is realizing that Rome wasn't built in a day, and that you're a masterpiece in creation, and that you can't rush that process. I definitely feel like you are the type of person who really struggles at times to feel like at peace just with where they're at. I mean, most people do. It's a hard thing to do, and it takes a lot of time and energy. But I think what you're realizing is that the universe has you covered. The earth holds you in her hands, and not only that, the universe does as well, and they're both conspiring in your favor. Whether you consciously realize that or not, I think that you've realized that it's going to take time for things in your life to unfold. And I think one thing you've realized as well is you don't want to wish your life away while waiting for the rest of your life to unfold. You know what I mean? So I think one thing you've realized that's really helping contribute to your best self is the understanding that you have to be patient with your growth. And not only that, you have to be patient with where you're at in life and recognize that, you know, we all have different timelines, life cycles, things like that, and that you're on your own unique path. And I think one thing that you're realizing is you might have been putting a lot of pressure on yourself, like you need to achieve this by this age, or you need to reach this point by that age, or maybe you just had this assumption that by the time you reached XYZ age, you would just have everything figured out. And either you've reached XYZ age or you realize that that is an unrealistic expectation to hold upon yourself. Because I think you're realizing that this process of you becoming your best self is not just a solitary thing. You know, there's other factors involved, obviously, because you're not a piece of dust floating in space with nothing around it. Like, you know, you're a person who interacts with their environment, telling you obvious things. But I think that you're realizing, like, there's so much more to your life path and so much more to yourself than just who you are right now. And defining yourself based on who you were and where you're at right now is not very fair, because you have wonderful qualities and attributes that you've always had that maybe you don't necessarily recognize, because maybe you've been putting a lot of emphasis into my best self equals well off financially, or my best self equals rich for some of you. My best self equals being in this position of power. And I think maybe what you're realizing is that your best self is something that you can cultivate any day, any time, but that you have to be patient with yourself when it comes to the changes that you do make, because obviously changes take time. Like, isn't there that saying that it takes 21 days to build a habit? So I think you're realizing that nothing is ever going to be perfect the way you exactly want it to be. And so I think that you are learning how to let go of this idea of perfection and instead just let whatever is going to happen. And as a result, I think that not only are you feeling more confident in yourself and in the universe, but I think you're starting to get excited for what's to come. I really like this energy, because I feel like this is the acknowledgement that you need to hear, that the seeds that you're planting now will bring you a lot of benefit in the future. So I want to talk about this Page of Swords now with this impasse card. One of the best things, like I really, these two energies, I'm just like, yes, pile 1, yes, this is good, healthy human shit. All right, well, not like healthy shit in a figurative sense, not in a literal sense. I don't want to know about I don't want to know about your number 2. So anyway, with the Page of Swords here in this impasse, impasse talks about blockages. And this is actually like my favorite card in this deck because I really like the story behind it. Obviously, you can see this big old guy standing in front of this trail. And the story is that there's these 2 hikers that are trying to go down this trail. And this giant man won't get out of their way. And they're like, okay, well, I guess we're going to have to go a different route. And what they don't realize is that this big old guy was saving them from an avalanche and saved their lives. So I think one thing that you're realizing is that you have to you're reassessing how you think about blockages and delays. And I think that that's actually really important to this as well, because it is quite possible that there are manifestations that you're working on cultivating that you feel are just like part of your destiny, which I think is kind of confirmation of that. But I think that it may be possible that one of the things holding you back in your past is that when things didn't go as you planned or as you expected them to, you might have found yourself getting really frustrated, getting really upset, maybe shutting down, maybe getting defensive. And I think that you are realizing that when you get in those states where something makes you feel defensive or makes you shut down or makes you frustrated, that's an opportunity to look within and see what those feelings are telling you and how you can address them. And so I think one thing that you've been doing a lot is learning how to I keep wanting to say repaint, but that's not the right word. You're reassessing, I guess, how you respond to blockages and delays, because I think that you're realizing that I think you've started to realize the value in exploring them. I think you've already started exploring, just like you're in the process of studying yourself and learning your wounds, your triggers, learning what fulfills you, what doesn't, what uplifts you, what drains you. And I think one of the biggest things that you're doing right now that you should be really proud of is the fact that you're doing this. Like the fact that you are studying yourself, you're learning yourself, because that is not something that many people do. Most people look to others in the outside world to tell them who they are. And I think that you're realizing that you're not going to get the answers that you want in your external world when it comes to feeling at peace with where you're at in life and forward movement. Because I think a lot of because let's be honest, Pile One, you're a hard worker. Like, you know, you do a lot. You know that you know, when push comes to shove, like you're a good friend, you're a good person. Like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit the table. Like, your energy is so hard to channel. This is so funny. I stopped when I was saying you're a good person because I personally don't believe that we should define ourselves by like good and bad people, because we all do good and bad things. But I think that you have integrity. I think that's the thing I want to say. You have integrity. And I think you're finally starting to recognize that you have to extend that integrity to yourself. And I think instead of beating yourself up for having very normal and understandable responses to different experiences in life, you're learning that there are other ways to respond to frustrations. There are other ways to look at these wounds and these triggers and all this data that our body is giving us and that our emotions are giving us and that our mind is giving us. I think that you are recognizing that your forward movement is kind of dependent on you learning to accept that these blockages are just going to happen. Like with that impasse card, I think you're realizing that you can't anticipate them and you can't control them. And at first you may have been very like annoyed and upset and frustrated with this energy. Like, it's very, like, you might have felt like you were being punished, or you might have felt like the universe was just being cruel to you on purpose. But I think what you're realizing, or what you did realize now, is that, oh, no, these blockages were the universe trying to get me to pay attention to things that were happening inside of me internally. And I'm only going to be able to address them once I start, putting light to what's there. And we really only see our shadows when we put light on them, right? So you're starting to awaken to what's holding you back from being your best self, and that's really awesome. So let's talk about this Seven of Wands. I love that you have 2 sevens. So 7-7 or 777 could be a synchronicity that you happen to see. 7 is an incredibly spiritual number. And I like that we have, the first chakra and the 7th chakra here. So I definitely think that you are reaching a stage of evolution where you're starting to integrate the deeper spiritual wisdom behind everyday things and recognizing why that wisdom is there in the first place. One thing that, actually, I gotta be honest, this is the best thing that you're doing, and that is you're not giving up. And we got clap, because that is so important. It is so important to not give up. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. And I think you recognize that. I think there's a part of you that's starting to get... well, here's what I feel. I feel like you may have had this very rigid perspective of yourself, or this rigid idea of who you had to be, how you had to show up in the world, and how your evolution was going to happen. And I think the universe showed you very quickly, once you started to get out in the real world, that life's not going to happen that way, but it's actually going to turn out better than you thought. And I think what you're realizing is persevering is worth it, and not giving up is worth it. And I think that you've realized, I deserve to keep fighting for what I want, and I deserve to keep following my passions, and I deserve to defend my passions as well. What I really love about this dog showing up in the 7 of Wands card is that, dogs are usually very representative of loyalty. And I think one thing that you've been doing is honoring the things that truly matter to you, whether they're people, whether they're activities, whether they're career paths, whatever it may be. I feel like you are kind of keeping your passions under lock and key, in the sense of you're not letting anyone shit all over them. And not only that, I feel like you are in a state now where you recognize that you need to be able to defend yourself, and that you don't have to take other people's shit in order to be nice, in order to keep the peace. I think one thing that you're realizing is that part of being your best self is not allowing negative energy, or just people who don't have your best interests, or that people that are not supportive of what makes you truly happy, getting that energy out, because they're not going to contribute to your best self. They're going to contribute to a self that makes them more comfortable, and that takes you further away from the truth of who you are. And I think, when it comes to our own growth and our own progress, we're gonna have good days and bad days. We're gonna have highs and lows. We're gonna have times where, we're gonna fall off the wagon, and we're gonna, go back, regress back into old habits and things like that. And I'm sure you've experienced that, but I think what you're realizing is, I can always keep going. Tomorrow's a new day. I can always start fresh. And you don't even need to wait till tomorrow. Any changes you want to make, you can literally make in the moment. One of those common things that people do is you know what? Diet starts tomorrow. And it's well, really, you could start it now, but they don't really want to. And so then it never really works out. Because really, dieting doesn't really work. You kind of gotta... I don't know. I'm not a dietitian. Don't listen to me. I don't know anything about that stuff. Don't listen to me. Listen to me about this stuff. Okay. So with the King of Pentacles and the acceptance, for some of you, I am getting an energy of like a masculine guardian figure. Obviously, like, they don't have to be, doesn't matter who they are, but they definitely have a masculine energy. I definitely think that they are someone that you hold in really high regard. And I also think that there's someone that you want to earn their respect. But I think that you're realizing that you can't, this person's respect is not worth your own happiness. And that if they only respect you when you're doing what they like, then they don't really respect you in the first place, do they? Or they have a very limited mindset, and that's a shadow that they have to work on, but it's not your problem, right? So, you know, other people's shadows, I think you're recognizing how they might have impacted you and impacted your ability to be successful, or how you view being your best self, or how you view just how you view yourself in general. I think you're realizing, like, you know, I can't control what other people do. I wish I could, but I can't. And I think there's a part of you that is kind of just learning to accept the fact that you can't change certain things, and that you don't have to change who you are to make other people comfortable. And if they're not willing to accept you, that's a them problem. What you do with that is up to you. But I think one thing you're realizing is that you will never have peace if you just continue to do what makes other people happy, or if you just continue to what is this? Oh, it's a match. I got like really confused about what that was. But this is really interesting too, because I think there's also an element here where even if you don't have like a figure like that in your life, I think that you aspire to be someone that is in this King of Pentacles role, if you're not there already. You know, the King of Pentacles, obviously, he's well off. He is very stable, committed, abundant, practical. Put it in reverse, one might say frugal. But, you know, the King of Pentacles, he's got his ish together. He's got his ish very together. And I think that you have this lofty goal of, like, reaching that title. But I think what you're realizing is that, you know, you kind of have to start somewhere in order to get there. And so maybe it's been a process of learning to accept the fact that you're not going to get the gratification of being at the top immediately, but recognizing that with hard work and with a willingness to trust the universe and trust in your ability to be open to opportunities and to create opportunities, I think that you might actually get to this point a lot quicker than you realize. It's more so about just recognizing that it's going to take as long as it's going to take, and that you can only do what's in your control, and trust that the universe will help with the rest. So I definitely think that in terms of becoming your best self, a lot of what you're doing right is recognizing what in your environment is wrong for you, in the sense, or what in your environment is not contributing to your best self. You're becoming aware of the problems that are inhibiting you, which is wonderful. And I think you're also becoming aware of the influences outside of yourself that make you feel afraid to be your truest self. Now, your truest self should probably be your best self, but you might not necessarily deem your truest self as your best self. And so I think that you are also redefining what worthiness means to you and what value means to you. Because I think as well, you were probably raised with this idea that you needed to be financially successful, or that you needed to, for some of you, it's like you may feel like this pressure, like you have to take care of your parents or things like that. And I think what you're realizing is that you can't help what other people expect of you. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, don't take care of your parents. Like, I'm not going to tell you to do that. Like, family dynamics are hard and really can get really intense and really messy, and it's a lot easier said than done. But I think what is helpful that you're realizing is that you're learning to accept the fact that it's not magically going to get easy, and like the people around you that may be closed-minded, that may be less supportive of your goals, they really they think they're doing the right thing. They think. And I think that's one important thing to realize, is that it's not like they're trying to harp on you or put you down. It's more so that they love you and that they want the best for you, but they don't realize what you're capable of. And I think that they don't realize that they can't force you to live their life. And they might feel like at times that, maybe they missed out on the opportunity to follow their dreams. And so they expect you to follow their dreams. And I feel like the universe is saying, no. That's not correct. Pile 1, you are meant to follow your dreams. And anyone who tries to push their dreams onto you can address that shadow within and recognize you can literally do that. This is quintessential. But son, you're giving up your dream. And then the son goes, no, Dad, I'm giving up your dream. Like, this is you're giving up a dream that's not yours. And I am very proud of you for that. And accepting the consequences, whatever that may be, and recognizing that it's going to take work to get to where I want to be, and it's going to take time, and I'm going to have to be patient with the universe while this happens, but I trust that I can still get there no matter what delays happen, no matter what challenges happen. I know that I can keep going. I know that I can keep growing as well, and I know that the universe is on my side. I may not always see evidence of it in the physical, but I know it to be the truth in my heart, and I know that the universe will show me that when it's time. I think that you are in this process of building trust with the universe, but overall, I think a lot of what you're doing in terms of your best self is that you're taking a lot of action in terms of setting healthier boundaries with others and not giving up on your dreams just because other people are shitting on them and your own inner voice might be talking you down. I'm using the word shit a lot. I don't know why. So that could be something significant for you guys. But I think you're realizing that your best self is not the self that society conditioned you to become. Your best self is the self that makes you feel the best. So let's go ahead and see. Wait, no. We have more to do. Silly me. Okay, we're gonna pull just a few guidance cards, and then we're gonna go into your shadows. So we're just gonna get a couple messages and then a couple advice cards, and then we'll go deeper. So Spirit, what do you want to say to pile 1 about what they're doing right? Freedom. Follow your heart and nurture your soul with love and freedom to grow. Yeah. Yep, this is what, you, like, literally, you're giving yourself freedom. Part of becoming your best self is giving yourself the freedom to actually explore what that is and figure that out. We have love. Live your truth and share the love that is in your soul. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing, too. Like, because if your loved ones are the ones that want you to do something that's not authentic to yourself, you might find yourself way more successful than if you took the path that they wanted you to. Like, I mean, I think about it, I'm doing this for a living, and I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. I was totally supposed to go to grad school. Doesn't mean I will in the future, but I thought that I had to live my life a certain way, and I thought that I had to do this and I had to do that in order to be valid. And then I realized when I followed what made me happy, I didn't even really care if anyone thought I was valid or not. So I think the more you love what you do and the more you love who you're becoming, that love is going to spread, and it's going to trigger some people because they're not in a loving place and they're not in a place where they feel loved and they don't love where they're at. That's their shadow to deal with. I think a lot for you as well is recognizing that other people's shadows are not your problems, and that just because you may cast light on them unintentionally doesn't mean that you have to be the one to make things better. We're all responsible for our own shadows. And I think that we'll look into your shadows, but you definitely have been looking at them. And I think one thing that you've been aware of is the fact that you need to have better boundaries, and the fact that people were kind of like raining on your parade, and it's lame. And yeah, so I think you're realizing, like, and I feel like I want you to know too, I think you could really be surprised. Like, you might at first get negative reactions, but if you stick to what feels right, I think you could really teach the people around you something about perseverance and about following what you feel is your destiny. So I just keep hearing, don't give up. But we also have stillness. Reflect on this moment with love, kindness, and compassion. And I think when you have those times where you do just really want to give up, or you do just get really frustrated and you're just kind of over it, I think that in that stillness, that's when you give yourself the opportunity to kind of say, no, I'm not going to put up with this, or no, this is not the end for me. I'm not going to let this be the end for me, or no, I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to quit. It's like when you are frustrated, it's good to give yourself that time to slow down and reflect on maybe what's making you feel burnout or what makes you want to give up, and make that your fuel and make that all the more reason why you shouldn't give up and why it's worth it to keep going. Even if you just need to make a quick pit stop and need to slow down, take a little break, that's fine. But get up and keep going after, That's really what Spirit is saying. It's like, it's okay to take breaks, but you can't give up on your dreams, because then you're just going to be living as a shell of yourself. And too many people are already living that way. So the more people we have living a life that they love, the better we are all off as humans. So finally, we have observation. Expand your consciousness by observing the divine matrix of life. So I think actually one big thing with this observation is to pay attention, not only to, for those of you who this King of Pentacles is like, could be a parent, grandparent, family, definitely someone who was a guide to you in some sort of way. Spirit is asking you to really pay attention to them and not look at them as your parent, for example, but instead as a person and as a child. And maybe what did they experience as a child? What did their parents tell them? And it could maybe kind of help you understand how they've just inherited the same shit. There you go again, saying shit. Saying the same stuff to you that their parents were saying to them. And so I think one thing that actually, it might help you have more compassion for them and recognize that it's less personal than you realize, and more so just their conditioning and how they are used to looking at things, especially if you live in a society that's very community oriented and your reputation really matters. They might be thinking about stuff like that, and maybe you're worried about certain societal consequences. And I think your challenge is learning to accept the fact that you may not have full support for what you want to do, or you may not have full support for your dreams, but recognize that's likely because the people that you're asking to do that for you didn't have any support for theirs either. And they don't believe that there's a way to do that and that it's possible. So it's kind of up to you to prove them wrong. And that's why you can't get up. And you can't give up. Get up. I hope I didn't say get up. But I saw on the back of the deck, inner alchemy is achieved when you react to fear with love. And I think that's the thing too, is a lot of what we do is out of fear. It's not out of, really a lot of what we do is out of love as well. But I think what you are realizing is that, yeah, it might be scary to live a life that is authentic to yourself. You might have consequences, but I don't think there's anything scarier than living a life that you hate, that isn't aligned with who you are. That sucks ass. At least that's different for me saying shit. Okay. We're going to pull some more advice for these four, and then we will go into the second part of the reading. So Spirit, what guidance do you have for pile 1 when it comes to being their best self? Okay. So we have repressed and you will be supported, and that's coming out on top of destiny. So we're going to talk about those in a second. All right. What about impasse? Love can bend time, and love is not always obvious. It's interesting. Those two came out behind love. Okay, what about stillness? Okay, so we have revelation, and a situation will be brought to life. I don't know why you're getting 2 cards for each of these, but all right, one more. Finally, Spirit. All right, beautiful. So back of the deck is give birth to your idea. So whatever you're thinking about, there's your confirmation to follow it. But starting with repressed and you will be supported. The universe is acknowledging that you've been repressed and held back in following your destiny. And what you need to know is that you may not have the support of those you want, but you'll have the support from those you need. And the biggest, those that you really need is just the universe, because the universe wants you to be on your divine plan. That's why it is so painful to not follow it. They want you to follow what you were meant to follow, what you chose to do, what you wanted to do. And so with this impasse card being here, love is not always obvious and love can bend time. I'm kind of surprised this is coming out here, because I feel like this would likely come out in shadow, but maybe Spirit wants to talk about it now. Worrying about timing is an ego thing, because the universe doesn't give a shit about our calendar, about our clock, about how long something takes. And think about it like this. Let's say you have a dream to be a famous actor or actress, and you say, I'm gonna go to auditions for a full calendar year, and if I don't get one after a full calendar year, I'll give up. Well, what if after a year and a day you get the audition that gets you where you want to go? You know what I mean? Perseverance. You cannot give up until you feel like you have nothing left to gain from pursuing this path, and there's something more exciting, more compelling that is leading you down it. And you'll know what that is when it comes. But for this, love is not always obvious and love can bend time. You might feel like the universe is holding you back or slowing you down, and you might be really frustrated. And the universe is saying our love for you is not always obvious. Like, we're doing this so that you can recognize more love within you and heal aspects of yourself and behaviors that you may have that stop you from feeling more free and more full. I think that one of the things that might frustrate you is you might take these blockages as the universe slowing you down or holding you back, but love can bend time. So the universe might be creating a blockage that would in reality get you to your destination 3 times quicker than if they had you going down their original path. That's just an example. But the point of what I'm trying to say is that the timing, you're on the universe's timing, and that the more you live a life you love, and the more you embody love, and I think that's really what you're doing. That's doing right that's really wonderful is you are learning how to love your life even when you feel like you can't move forward, even when you feel like you're stuck. I think you're definitely someone who likes to keep moving forward. Your life is someone who likes to keep having progress, and I think you're someone who's deeply uncomfortable in stagnation. And so I think the universe is showing you that stagnation is okay, because it's not really stagnation. It's just hitting the pause button. And not only that, your attitude around these blockages and these delays, that changes everything. Because if you have an attitude that's very negative, it's going to distort your perception and make whatever it is you're trying to achieve seem that much more unachievable. But instead, when a blockage comes your way, I would definitely pose this as, what's the universe trying to show me in this moment? Or what is my body trying to show me this moment? What are my emotions trying to show me in this moment? What can I learn from this? Because I think that the universe is literally trying to fast track you by giving you these blockages and these opportunities. And it's like these opportunities can either become shortcuts or longer, depending on they can become shortcuts if you treat them, I don't want to say the right way, but if you treat them in a way that brings you peace and brings you clarity. But if you find them frustrating, if you feel like the universe is out to get you and it's against you and that nothing will ever be right and you'll never get what you deserve, that's definitely going to slow you down until you realize that you can and will get what your soul deserves. You will follow your destiny. So with these two, I think that this is a clear sign that you will have some sort of revelation, or a situation will be brought to light that will make you very proud of yourself for continuing to persevere even when you wanted to give up or you didn't know there was an end in sight. I do feel like whatever you've been persevering in, whatever you have been not backing down and protecting, I do think you're going to find out something important about it soon. So I think the universe is letting you know that. And finally, with don't dwell on the past, I think that the universe is really telling you, one, you're not the person that you were a year ago. You're not the person that you were 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Don't compare yourself to that. But especially if you have family members that say that discourage you, saying oh, how are you going to do this when you can't even do that? Don't let your family members discourage you from doing stuff. Our family can be our biggest supporters, but they can also be our biggest haters without even realizing it. And I think sometimes, they might just be messing with you and it may not even have much of a meaning to them. But I think for you, it cuts a lot more deeply. And so I think Spirit is saying, don't let your past actions define who you are now, and don't let your family use your past against you in that way. Because first of all, you could do the same thing if you wanted to. And I think there's something you keep wondering what if about. And I think you're wondering what if about something where you made a decision that served you and not the people around you. And it may have had negative effects with those people. But I think you did what was best for you. And I actually got a message, which is interesting, that I didn't get before. For some of you, if you were in a position where you already were the King of Pentacles, so whether you were a boss or you were in a really high position somewhere, you had your own company or something like that, it seems like for whatever reason that doesn't exist anymore, or you're not a part of that anymore. And maybe you're redefining who you are, and there might be some ego wounds around that. But I think you're having acceptance that when you were that version of yourself, you weren't fulfilled, and you didn't love life. You didn't feel good about yourself. And I think what you're realizing is acceptance, that in order to find true happiness, we have to be okay with the idea that we may step into a role our ego is uncomfortable with, which I can say from experience, super uncomfortable with this. I didn't believe in anything before this. So I will just say that. But okay, give birth to your ideas. So Spirit's saying if you have anything that you want to create, do it. Just do it. So now we are going to get messages about what you can do, what is blocking you from becoming your best self, so that we can do something about it, take some action. Okay. So, Spirit, what is pile 1 doing that is holding them back from being their best self? Okay, we have the King of Wands. What else, Spirit? We have the 9 of Pentacles. We have the Ace of Cups. And we have the 10 of Pentacles. Okay, awesome. So now, all right, I need these guys. I am going to pull one of these for each of these cards so that we can get clarifiers. And these cards, I actually highly recommend anyone who wants to learn more about their ego get this deck. It's called the Self-Forgiveness Deck, Love Your Ego Edition. I think it's the best way. It's a very like non-confrontational way to, it doesn't feel like you're being raked over hot coals. Let's just say that. Okay. Spirit, can you clarify the King of Wands, please? I forgive myself for feeling as though it is not safe for me to step out of line and be seen. I choose to believe that when I step out of what is familiar, I am able to playfully explore the different dimensions of my being so that I may discover a more authentic version of myself. What about the 9 of Pentacles? Okay, well, that's way too many. So what about the 9 of Pentacles? Okay, I guess we're getting 2. I forgive myself for shaming another's ability to effortlessly and endlessly receive from their environment. I choose to believe that when I allow myself to receive without reflexively giving back, I am replenished with the resources I need to give more freely. And I forgive myself for assuming others need me to ensure they are provided for. I choose to believe that when I trust others to actively participate in the creation of their lives, I invest in a world where we are all empowered and see the true strength that exists in being. Okay. Then what about the Ace of Cups, please? Oh my gosh, I'll tell you what, pile 1, I really am not shuffling too great today, but I hope that's okay. Don't feel like my best self, but I hope you'll forgive me. Okay, then with the Ace of Cups, we have, I forgive myself for giving my power away by valuing the opinions of others over my own. I choose to believe that I choose to believe that when I trust myself to clarify and stand by my own truth, I allow for the creation of a world I actually want to live in. Okay? And finally, can you clarify the 10 of Pentacles, please? Okay. I forgive myself for attempting to draw conclusions based on the incomplete truths available to me now. I choose to believe that when I wait patiently without drawing premature conclusions, I allow myself to be swiftly moved to what is meant for me next. Okay, so let's start with this King of Wands. This is really interesting. So there's definitely a message about fighting fire with fire and to not do that. I do think that you need to take that message however it's meant to resonate. But I think there's something here where you might feel kind of defeated because you don't really know maybe how to address certain behavior in your life, or maybe you're just like afraid to really step up and be confident about what it is that you're shooting for, what it is that you really want. I think it's really cool that we got this King of Wands and he's in a spacesuit, and then we have this card talking about feeling it's not safe for you to step out of line and be seen. And I think what's really interesting is it kind of seems like the environment that you're leaving was never going to be supportive for you. So like obviously this spaceman, he can't take his spacesuit off while he's in space. because gross things will happen that science can explain. But he doesn't need this if he's on Earth, if he's in his environment, if he's, you know, where life can be sustained. So I think what Spirit is saying is, I think the only reason why you feel like you're not confident, or why you feel like it's not safe for you to be seen, is because you've only been seen by people judging you from their own perceptions and expectations of you, rather than allowing you to show up as your authentic self, and, you know, they can make their own decisions then, you know? But I think what you need to know, though, is that when you confidently take action towards what it is that you truly want, and what it is that lights your heart on fire, and that makes you feel really passionate, and that makes you also feel very connected to Spirit, you're gonna realize that not everyone is a cruel critic, but that in fact a lot of people are really kind and really supportive, and will want to gas you up and help you continue on your journey. Not that you necessarily need the external validation, but I think part of the reason why you're afraid to be seen is because the only people that maybe you've put yourself out there to are people that didn't have your best interests at heart, or people that didn't see the value of your dreams. And just because they didn't see the value doesn't mean the value doesn't exist. And so one of the things that I think that is kind of holding you back is this fear of stepping into your power and embracing this path that you're already going down. It's like you might be going down this path in secret, but I think one of the things that are holding you back from being your best self is embracing who you are and embracing this person that you're becoming, because that's you, you know? You're gonna look weird as fuck if you walk around Earth in a spacesuit all the time, you know? Take the spacesuit off. You're not in space. You're on Earth. I am just channeling wise words today, aren't I? Okay. So going into the Nine of Pentacles, this is really interesting because we've got two here. I definitely feel like you feel like people maybe take advantage of your kindness and your resources, but at the same time, I feel like you're that type of person where it's your natural inclination to give. And also, you know, this love is not always obvious, even though this was for the past part of the reading. You might find yourself making excuses for people that you love and giving to them in ways that hold you back from maintaining this beautiful Nine of Pentacles energy. Nine of Pentacles energy is very solid, very self-sufficient, very abundant, very independent. And I think that you have maintained a degree of that, but I think that you might find that other people in your life pull you back down, either through always asking for your help or needing your help, or by you might willingly allow these people to pull you back down because you want to help them, because you love them. And so that's when it's important to remember that love isn't always obvious, and sometimes if you love someone, you have to give them some tough love. And you might find yourself getting frustrated with people that have all of these resources to themselves and all this time for themselves and all this energy to themselves, and the only reason they have that to themselves is because they're able to set boundaries with people that want to take from them. Because that's the thing. You only have so much you can give, but takers have no capacity to stop taking. So they will run you dry and then go elsewhere. So I think what you're needing to realize is that there is no, like, especially if someone says, hey, like, I'm so sorry, I promise this will be the last time I ask you this, or something. If it starts with that, no, it's not. They're lying. They'll ask you again, and they'll ask you again. So I think you're really being asked to reassess who actually needs you, because I think that you've been giving more time and energy to the people around you, which is what is making you realize that you need to follow what is your best self, and that you need to kind of cut out some of these influences because they're actively blocking you from achieving self-actualization. But I think what you're not realizing is that you also willingly give away a lot of your time, resources, and energy to these people. And that doesn't make you a bad person, and that doesn't mean you should like beat yourself up about it, but you should realize I worked hard to get what I earned. You know, I am allowed to enjoy what I have cultivated. I don't need to constantly even the playing field. And that's something, and I think anyone who maybe has felt in the past like they weren't valuable, or that they didn't deserve things, that when you start getting good things, you feel like you want to even the playing field. You feel guilty, you feel bad. You're like, oh, well, I've got this stuff and they don't have that. And then but here's the thing, they can get that on their own. It's not your job to help them. If they truly want it, they can get it for themselves. Like, seriously, it is not your job to take care of other people, and it is not your job to learn their lessons for them or to live their life for them. You can only do so much. And I think one thing that's been really holding you back is that I think you think you're setting healthy enough boundaries and that you're not giving too much of yourself. But the only reason you don't think you're not giving too much of yourself is because you don't know what actually keeping things for yourself feels like, and what keeping that feel good energy, keeping those resources, keeping all of that for yourself, and only giving when it feels authentic and right. Like this, I choose to believe that when I allow myself to receive without reflexively giving back, I am replenished with the resources I need to give more freely. So you might feel like if someone gives you anything, you have to give back, and you don't. You're allowed to receive for no reason. And I think that's actually an important lesson for you to learn, that you're just allowed to receive. Think about it. There are plenty of people that receive blessings all the time that they're not grateful for, that they criticize, hate, and don't see the value in. People receive all the time and do not bat an eye about it. So your wounds around receiving, you know, are really pointing you to an area of yourself where you feel like you're not valuable enough to earn the things that the universe is actively trying to give you. And not only that, once you do receive them, you immediately want to give them away because you're uncomfortable with it. You're uncomfortable with the idea that you deserve these things, and that you deserve, you know, your own abundance, and that you deserve to enjoy your own success. And so I think that part of your path into becoming your best self is to really step into your King of Wands energy, your fire energy. And if you don't have any fire energy, study your fire sign friends. Like, study them. I don't know. I mean, don't. I mean, do what you want. I don't care. I mean, I do care. Actually, I care a lot. But I mean, I'm just saying, you know, do what makes you happy. Anyway, I'm talking. You guys. I don't know, but if anyone from this pile gives me shit for how I'm channeling, I say shit again. Do we need a shit counter for this? For this reading? I hope someone's keeping track. But anyway, yeah, if anyone gives me crap for how choppy this channeling is, pot calling kettle. I'm just gonna say it. I don't channel like this all the time. It's your pile. Because I think that there are some uncomfortable truths that maybe you haven't spoken to yourself or spoken to others. I think you repress a lot of your communication. But anyway, where was I? We're right here. Okay, Ace of Cups. No, I didn't summarize Nine of Pentacles. So basically, Nine of Pentacles summarized. This is more so about just cultivating your own feel-good, abundant, peaceful energy, like cultivating your own vibe in your own lane, doing your thing, and not allowing other people to take from you. Because you might resent other people that don't give away as much, or that receive so much, and it's like you could receive that as well, but maybe you're not receiving it because you don't think you're worthy of it. Or if you did receive it, you just give it away. So I think there's something about like just recognizing that you are worthy of all the blessings you've already received, and you are worthy of the blessings you'll receive in the future. Do not block your blessings out of a fear that you're not worth it, because you are. But also there's a need to let go of the guilt around receiving and the guilt around achievement and success and earning things, you know? It is ridiculous to think that you should have to even out the playing field for people that haven't put in the same effort, energy, and work as you have. They have plenty of ability to cultivate their own abundance. Do not allow other people's excuses. And I just heard in my head Machiavellian nature. People like that don't. I mean, basically all I will say is that I think that a lot of your unhappiness around feeling depleted comes from the fact that you're not saying no enough. I think that you need to say no more, and no, K-N-O-W, that no and O is a complete sentence. So anyway, with this Ace of Cups here, I forgive myself for giving my power away by valuing the opinions of others over my own. I choose to believe that when I trust myself to clarify and stand by my own truth, I allow for the creation of a world I actually want to live in. So this is really important, because I think that you stop yourself from being yourself around other people out of fear that they won't love you. And if you have to change who you are in order to feel loved and accepted by the people around you, that is a big ass red flag. So here's the thing. That doesn't mean that you never need to talk to those people again, or that you need to shun them from your life. But it just means that you shouldn't value their opinions so much that you stop honoring who you are. You're putting more weight in people's opinions of you rather than putting weight into your opinion of yourself. You know, if you hold yourself in high esteem, if you feel good, if you feel like your best self, even if people don't agree, even if people want to be haters, which people like to throw rocks at things that shine, you know, that's their prerogative, and they can do that. But that's not, you don't have to adhere to that. You know, you don't have to let other people dictate your vibe. It's not right. And I think the less you conform to that desire of yours to please others and to receive love, I think you'll realize you never needed to receive their love or validation in the first place. And that in fact, your own love and learning to love yourself in the way that is best for you is going to bring you more happiness than conforming to what other people want from you ever could. And I think one thing you need to know as well is that when you are living your authentic truth, and when you are living the life that feels resonant with your being, you're going to attract people that vibrate at that same level. So you never have to worry about losing people or missing out on life because you're being yourself. Because anyone who rejects you being yourself is just a clear sign that you two don't resonate at the same frequency. And that doesn't say anything about you or them. It just says that you're not compatible, and that it's probably not good for either of you to be around each other, in the sense that, or maybe it's just not good for you to be around them. They might benefit, it might be great for them to be around you. They might benefit a lot from that, but it seems like you don't benefit much, other than, I think the only benefit you gain from doing this is not feeling the discomfort of judgment. But I think the discomfort of judgment is worth following what feels right in your heart. I'm just gonna say it. But finishing off here with this Ten of Pentacles, the reason why I was laughing is the Ten of Pentacles is often a family card. And with this, I forgive myself for attempting to draw conclusions based on the incomplete truths available to me now. I choose to believe that when I wait patiently without drawing premature conclusions, I allow myself to be swiftly moved to what is meant for me next. So I definitely think that there is something to be said here around family. And I do believe that for some of you, you know, you might be assuming that your parent figure or whoever might be hard on you, that you really respect and admire, you might be underestimating their ability to accept the choices that you make for yourself. Actually, one thing that, you know what I think part of it is, part of the reason why, especially if this is family, that if they, you know, I need to stop saying the S word, if they keep crapping on your dreams or crapping on your hopes, I forgot what I was saying because I was too worried about how much I was saying. Shit. Guys, this reading, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Anyway, I don't know, I'm just extra distracted today, I guess. But the point of what I was trying to say is that you may be underestimating, this is what I was gonna say before I got, you may be underestimating this person's ability to accept you once you have made that decision. I think part of the reason why they may be so hard on you, or why they may be pushing this this path for you so hard, is because you're not standing up for what you want. And here's the thing, I don't think they're thinking, I'm gonna force this path on pile 1 because it's what I want them to do and I don't trust them to be successful, or that I don't, or not, what was I trying to say? This person would not, I think part of the reason why they put you down is because they don't see you rising up. And I think part of them is afraid of you going out and following these dreams and then failing. But that's not your problem. It's their own fear of failure. It's their own fear of unsuccess. It's their own fears that are holding you back. And so recognizing that will help you understand that it's not that your parents hate who you are. It's not that they don't want you to be yourself. It's that they want you to be secure and okay, and there might be some selfish desires in there as well, that they want respect, that they want admiration, that they might be competing with their friends and bragging to each other about what their children are doing and using them as pawns for their own ego. That's not cool. I don't approve of that, but it happens. And I think one thing that you need to realize is that I really do think the capacity with this family member, like, I definitely think there's more forgiveness here than you realize. Like, I think that if they saw you stand up for yourself and stand up for what you want, I feel like you're too afraid to stand up to this person, and you may not need to, but I think that they just haven't seen that take charge side of you, that side of you that's more than capable of accomplishing your dreams, because this person has been more domineering in your life. This person has been a more controlling role in your life where they haven't given you the opportunity to step up, you know? It's like, how are you supposed to show your family that you can take charge when they won't give you that opportunity? You know what I mean? So I think one thing that you may not realize is that you might just have to take some risks and be okay with not knowing how the people you care about are going to react, because if they truly love you, they will be happy for you, or they will, even if they're not happy for you, even if they wish you were doing something else, they will still accept you. And if they don't accept you, I promise you, Spirit will lead you to people who will accept you and love you for who you are. The more you follow what is true to yourself. But I mean, here's the thing. If you value those connections more than your own happiness, that's also a decision. It's not right or wrong, but like, you know, we all make decisions. And I think that you're just one of those people who's maybe meant to go their own path, and I feel called to encourage you to go your own path. So I think what you need to know is what's holding, the biggest thing holding you back from being your best self is this belief that you can't do it. This belief that it's not safe to be seen. This belief that it's not safe to take charge. This belief that everything will fall apart if you don't do what you're told. Is this just not true? And if everything falls apart because you don't do what you're told, then that's a clear sign that the people that put whatever the hell it is together need to come up with a better plan and a better design, because their design shouldn't be dependent on one person doing what they want. That's not right. So let's go ahead and get some further advice now and see what else Spirit wants to say. Spirit, what messages do you have for pile 2? How can they become their best self? So oneness, you're a part of the universe and you always will be. So I think one thing that's important to note is that you're always connected to divine source. And not only that, I'm going to get a little out there for a second, but just bear with me. Because that's kind of what the crown chakra is about. Crown chakra is all about oneness. The fact that you are the universe is you. And one thing I feel like you need to know, and even in terms of your family, is that while you might be separated by flesh and by your perspectives and opinions, your hearts and souls aren't separated. And even if there is discord, or there is misunderstanding, or there is challenges or difficult things that happen as a result of you following your truth, the fact that you're one with yourself, the universe is always going to bring you exactly what you need. Because you don't even, well, I mean, it's good to ask just to speak it out there, but theoretically, you don't even need to ask for this stuff. The universe is just going to know, because you're going to be so at one with it. It's you know yourself, and the universe knows you, and because you are the universe and you're a part of the universe. And anyway, I think one thing you need to know is that you were put on this earth to follow your soul's path. You are a part of the universe, and that's the thing. That's where your ego gets tripped up. You think that you are separate from everyone else and everything else, but that's not true. Well, you may not think that. You might think that. You might not. I don't know where you're at in life, but that's a fallacy. And in fact, we're connected to everyone and everything. And, separation really is just an illusion. So I think one thing that the universe wants you to realize is that they would never lead you astray. The universe is never going to lead you astray. And the universe is always going to lead you from a place of love and from a place of truth. So if something doesn't feel loving and truthful, it's not the universe communicating to you, I promise. Because when you get signs and messages from the universe, you will know. But I think the universe has been giving you plenty of confirmation that you're ready to go down this path, that you're ready to keep moving forward, that you're ready to stand in your power and step into your power. Because the King of Wands, he is the most connected to Spirit. So I think what Spirit needs you to realize is that you're more connected than you realize. I think the biggest thing that you need to let go of is this idea that you have to know what happens, or that you have to have a plan, or that you have to have everything laid out for you before you take action. Because the thing is here, especially with this oneness, for example, and this King of Wands, sometimes you just have to do things and learn from going with the flow. And I think that in this case, the universe is saying that they need you to trust them on this one, and just start going with the flow and start taking action without thinking so much about it, because that is going to help. And I mean, obviously taking action without thinking too much about it towards things that light your heart on fire and make you feel alive. But I think you might be overthinking how difficult this actually is. Sorry, I'm burping. Gotta release that negativity. And that's what burping does. So I think that the universe is really saying, like, just trust yourself and take that chance. I promise you will be held. Okay, what about the Nine of Pentacles? We have the throat chakra, creativity. Use creativity to transform your pain into positivity. So I think one thing that you could do here, especially if, you know, some of the people that you give to are, you know, like maybe they're family members you want to support, or maybe they're friends you really care about or going through a tough spot and you want to be there for them. Maybe find creative ways that benefit the both of you to help them. You know what I mean? Like, you know, maybe instead of just lending them money, ask if they can do chores in exchange and just pay them for it, instead of saying, oh yeah, you owe me, so that they don't have a loan to pay back, for example, because some people aren't good at doing that. No shade, but you know, when people borrow money from others, borrow is usually a loose term, right? So I think Spirit is asking you to be creative about how you find solutions to the problems you're noticing, especially when it comes to giving away your resources and not feeling like it's safe to just stay in your own lane and not worry about other people. I think Spirit, even too, like, even using your creative skills just to like get your mind off of things, even if you're just feeling guilty or something like that, like maybe just writing about it, or you know, doing some fun art project might just get your mind off of it. And because you might not realize that some of your guilt and shame around receiving and giving to others might be because you've been guilt tripped and shamed into doing so. So I would like try to pay attention to maybe how other people try to make you believe that you're doing the wrong thing by putting yourself first. But I think when it comes to people that might like be very difficult with you or really push your boundaries, I think Spirit is encouraging you to be creative with them and almost, I don't know, do something that disarms them. Like I said, like change it up. I feel like you're not realizing that you have the power in this situation. Whatever it is, you have the power. So use it to your advantage. Don't give it to people that are taking advantage of it. All right, what else, Spirit? We have creation with the Ace of Cup, or we have creation. The flames of destruction will ignite a rebirth. So I definitely think that the more you follow what is right with your heart, the more opportunities will come your way that are aligned with your truth. With this sacral chakra here, even though that's what you were doing right. Well, that is what you're doing right. So that's awesome. Sorry, this is a new format for me, and I was kind of flying by the seat of my pants. And I've also been apologizing a lot in this reading, so you're probably apologizing too much. Don't apologize for being yourself and for trying different things and for making mistakes and for saying, I'm going to stop myself there because I was about to say it again. Okay. Yeah, so obviously creativity is really important here. And I think actually you're really being encouraged to channel your frustrations into whatever creative outlet you have, which I think for some of you, what you want to do or the path you're following is involved with creation in some way, whether it be content or art or whatever the heck it may be. And I think that, you know, the people around you may have not seen real examples of people being successful in that way, but you can be the first one to do that. I think what Spirit is saying, the more you get rid of what isn't authentically you, the easier it'll be to step in to your best self, because you'll actively be creating it, because your best self is going to change, and how you feel about yourself and what makes you feel your best is going to change as well. But I think the more you get comfortable with tearing away parts of yourself that no longer serve you anymore and embracing parts of yourself that feel way more authentic to the truth of yourself, I think the more you'll realize, wow, this transformation stuff isn't as grueling as I thought. It can kind of be a little fun. It's kind of cool to see who I become, and it's kind of cool to feel like I have a whole new fresh perspective. And I think as well, there might be people that initially shun you or that initially aren't happy with the decisions that you make, and that after your rebirth will be wishing that they had been nicer to you. But I feel like part of the beauty of you becoming your authentic self and not allowing the opinions of others to determine your behavior and instead just showing up as your authentic self, that is so freaking powerful, and it's gonna trigger people, like straight up, it's gonna. But you could be that catalyst to trigger people into making their own transformations. You could also be a catalyst to making people realize that they were wrong. You could be someone who reignites a relationship with someone because of who you've become and all the wisdom and growth that you've obtained through this cycle. I just really feel like the more you follow your gut and just what you desire and what you want to create and what makes you feel alive, your best self is just going to unfold naturally. It's just going to come very naturally. So I just want to see. We also have grounding. Sink your roots deep, connect them to the heart of the earth. So yeah, I think one thing as well is when it comes to family stuff and things like that, you might find yourself actually getting a little ungrounded around them because they might trigger your insecurities or trigger, that little voice in your head that tells you you can't do it or that you can't succeed. So I definitely think that Spirit is encouraging you when you're going to be around people that you know maybe aren't the best for your esteem or for your inner monologue, to really ground and reinforce positive affirmations, or just whatever you do to make yourself feel loved and at peace. Do that before you go into an environment like that so you can protect your energy. But I'm gonna pull a little bit more advice. Yes, we have new journey. What else? You're small, you're doing your best. Take a nap. I agree. And I think that's the thing too, like, you already do so much for others. Like, the fact that you have a problem with receiving or that you feel uncomfortable with receiving really needs to be something that you analyze, because you're so generous with giving. So it's definitely an imbalance within you that once you do balance, you'll realize that a lot of your frustrations came from the fact that you didn't feel like you were deserving of receiving these blessings. And so you may have been subconsciously pushing them away or giving them away, and then feeling like, what the heck, I deserve more, but I don't deserve anything. It's a very paradoxical thing, but I think you're realizing like kind of the madness in that, and the fact that you do deserve better. And also you deserve to just take a nap whenever you want, whenever you need. You're doing your best. We also have get up and try again. And finally, we have protected from all evil, and I think that is beautiful. And on the back of the deck, we have you don't need me, but I'll be there. So this is definitely a sign for me that Spirit is watching you and will be protecting you. But also, I think that this is very fitting that it came out over here. I'm not saying that your family or the people around you are evil, but anyone with nefarious intentions cannot stop you. They might be able to slow you down. They might be able to knock you over. But all you have to do is get up and try again. And that's what you've been doing with that perseverance. So I know you won't have a problem with that, and I know you'll be fine. And the biggest thing that I do need you to know is that, you are protected from people, energies, things that do not want you to succeed. And the more you affirm that, and the more you affirm that that does not have any power over you, the better off you will be. So I feel like Spirit is really trying to get you excited for this new journey and excited for who you're becoming, because you really are. You're well on your way to becoming your best self. And I think, honestly, you should be so proud of how far you've come and how much you've already learned and how much you've already grown and how much you've already evolved. I just think you deserve a big ass pat on the back. So we're going to go ahead and finish off with some final guidance. So I want to go ahead and start with this oracle card. This is from Vanessa Samina's new Wild Muse Oracle deck. If you want to get it or anything else from her shop, 10% off, you can use code ASO10, linked down below. But we have upside down. So I definitely think Spirit is saying, like, the biggest thing that you're realizing is that your world being turned upside down is what's actually creating happiness for you, because it was the world is status quo that brought you dissatisfaction, and that brought you to this point where you're like, I need to change, or I need to follow what's right for me because this doesn't make me happy. But I feel like Spirit is really confirming that these changes are inevitable. This transformation is inevitable, and to embrace it. Even if it feels weird, even if it is difficult, even if it is hard, keep going. Even if you get knocked down, get up and try again, because your world is being turned upside down so that you can see clearly for the first time. Because it's literally like you've been living here and like viewing everything as upside down. And so then everybody invalidates your experience. And I think what the universe is trying to get you to realize is that there's nothing wrong with your perspective. It's just the world has a different one, and it's taking you away from yours, and that's wrong. But they don't know that's wrong, but you know that's wrong. It's not right for you. So recognizing that, and recognizing that your way of looking at things doesn't have to be validated by other people, but it's insanity to not look at things your way, to not look at things from your perspective, and to look at it from the perspective of people that wanted to keep you small, because their perspective didn't get you anywhere in the first place. Trust all these weird shifts and changes happening. Trust where they're leading you, because I promise you're going to be really, really happy with the outcome. And I think you're going to be, well, actually, I don't want to say outcome, because I don't think there's necessarily an outcome. I think it's a journey that leads to another journey, that leads to another journey. But I think you're going to be really proud of what you achieve. And I think part of becoming your best self for you is realizing that in order to become your best self, you have to be your own best protector and your own best advocate, and not allow outside forces to make you feel like you're not worthy of following your dreams, to make you feel small, to make you feel like you're small but not doing your best, if that makes sense. But let's see. So essentially what I did is I pulled like a card for different things that you could do to make life a little better. So this is your crystal that is advised for you, and you have sunstone, which I think I actually have some over here if I can see it. Oh yeah. This is sunstone, just for reference. It looks kind of different to that, but what it is, sunstone emanates feel-good vibes of warmth and radiance. The stone's orange and red sparkling light effect is the result of copper inclusions reflecting light from within. Who needs it? Fellas looking to operate on a higher plane, you. The vitamin D deprived, me. All solar-powered human beings who do not in fact harvest life force by turning up the brightness on their smartphones. I feel called out. Where to put it? Anywhere you're looking for a boost in stamina. First thought, the gym? Sure, bro. When to use it? Whenever it's time to get busy, or when your disposition needs a little sunning up. Take back your shine, which I think is perfect, because who do we have here? The King of Wands that you're meant to embrace. So sunstone, highly recommend for you. All right. I also wanted to see what animal or what power animal might be assisting you on this journey, or might have advice for you. And so, woohoo, for you, we have the antelope spirit. Life is speeding up. So you might see antelopes in the near future as a sign from spirit that things are progressing. I feel like this is your sign. Like, if you feel like you haven't been moving forward, if you feel like you've been stagnating, I feel like you're getting close to a revelation that is going to be the breakthrough that helps life speed up again. But I do think you're being encouraged to rest as much as you can before that happens, because I think you're going to be quite busy. We also have a scent that you can use, but your scent is grounding, so I guess just go outside and smell. So your trigger statement is, I am somewhere else, and the true statement is, right here, right now, everything is perfect. Allow your energy to shift to the material plane where it is needed to help you complete what you have set out to do. Yeah, so, and I think it's so interesting that this grounding card came out twice, and it came out both times on this family card. I think that this energy, this grounding energy, is more so about you realize, like, I feel like your experience in the lower chakras, I feel like, okay, here's what I need to say. I feel like you have done the work where now you're like open to spirit. I think that you operate more in your upper chakras, but now spirit's saying like, okay, now you've learned a lot of these deeper truths. We've been doing a lot of the healing. That's great, but now we need to ground it into existence in the 3D. So you need to take what you've learned and bring it down here. Knowing is different from being. And so I think that your guides are really encouraging you to have the confidence to complete what you set out to do, and to stay grounded, and to stay motivated, or not motivated, but to stay determined to follow your goals. Obviously not at the expense of your health and well-being, because at that point you're not being your best self at that point. But I do think that your next step is learning how to balance both spirit and the material. I think you got the spirit part kind of down. I think now it's more so trusting what you're getting, trusting what your intuition is telling you, and trusting it enough to actually act on it in the 3D. But we're gonna finish off this reading with a final message from your guardian angels. And this is the 3 of Swords. Loving angels surround you to heal and comfort you. The sadness you feel will fade away in time, and then you'll be able to see how important this situation has been for your spiritual growth. Take the time you need to forgive yourself and others so that you can embrace the future with joy. I think that is very fitting, and I also think that is where I'm going to leave this reading, Pile 1. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads or just letting them play in the background. I mean, obviously don't watch them if they're like 30 minutes. I didn't realize they were like 30-minute ads, but I mean, you know, if you just like play them in the background while you eat or do something else, I really appreciate you. But I also I'll kind of apologize because I know this reading was like really sporadic. So I hope that you got the messages that you needed, and I hope that this helped. But if you enjoyed this reading and you would like to support me and the channel, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already and click that little bell notification to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my merch, which is linked below, and you can check out my social media, which is also linked below. But that's all I have for you guys, so thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Aqua Aura Quartz and the Modern Witch Tarot, this is going to be your reading on how to become your best self. So Pile 1's reading was an hour and a half, and that was not my intention, and I think it's my fault because I added too many cards, but I'm not going to stop being extra just because it takes more time, so hope you're ready for a long one. That being said, we are going to start by looking at, if I can shuffle these cards, we're going to start by looking at what you're already doing to help, that contributes to becoming your best self, so keep doing that, and then we will look at what you can do to, what you're doing that's not contributing to that, and what action you can take to change that. Yeah, these cards are not easy to shuffle. I felt like Iron Man when I did that. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and start by shuffling all of your cards for what you're doing that is contributing to your best self. So Spirit, what is pile 2 doing right? Okay, we have the High Priestess. You're coming to me. I knew it. So psychic. Such a good decision. Good for you, pile 2. Okay, we also have the Knight of Swords. You immediately commenting, Aso, shut up. We also have Queen of Pentacles. And one more. We have the 9 of Pentacles. Okay. All right, let's get some clarifiers for these. Okay, so Spirit, can you clarify the High Priestess, please? Right. And what about the Knight of Swords? Okay. And what about the Queen of Pentacles? And what about the 9 of Pentacles? Okay. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, I love this. So, the main chakras being highlighted are the sacral, the solar plexus, and the throat. So the sacral and the solar plexus are in your gut, or around your gut. Your sacral is like where your no parts are, kind of close to there. Well, no, the inside of the no part. Okay, if you want to know where they are, look it up. Anyway, starting with this High Priestess card, this is a very powerful energy because I think it's been one of the biggest things that has held you back. And I think now you're starting to realize, you're starting to see through things. Well, not starting to, you have. I'm just used to saying that because typically, well, this is in present tense, but you've already been doing this, so it's technically in the past, but bear with me. I definitely think that you are seeing through a lot of BS that people threw your way. But I honestly, some of this may not have been from other people. What I'm seeing with this guilt card is I think that you are a very giving person. And I think that you are the type of person who really is more than willing to, give the shirt off your back to someone else. Like, it's literally what that looks like. Like, just like, that's the High Priestess's coat with polka dots. Like, there it is. And I think, honestly, you are someone who is hard to read. I'm not gonna lie. Which I would not be surprised if you do this stuff yourself, or you're getting into it. You're clearly highly intuitive. And I think that part of what you have been doing in terms of becoming your best self is you've been following your intuition and also consuming resources, to confirm your intuition, which is awesome because you're not using them in a way that is problematic towards yourself. You're using them how they are intended to be used, which is to empower yourself and to help you trust your intuition and move forward. And I think one thing that you have realized that has come into your awareness is that you do a lot of things that don't bring you happiness out of guilt or obligation because you feel like you should. So I think one thing that the universe is applauding you for is recognizing that some of your behaviors are not necessarily, while sure they might be selfless, you're not doing them from a place of a desire to give. You're doing them from a place of, I'll feel bad if I don't. And that's not right. That's not fair, especially if you're not obligated to. Well, I mean, if you're obligated to, that's different. But I feel like you do things that you're not obligated to help others because you love them, but you may not realize how they take advantage of your kindness. And I think you have become aware of that. And I think you are doing a better job at setting boundaries when it comes to that. And actually, I think one thing as well that's really awesome is you are like kind of on fire when it comes to becoming your best self. Like it's really surprising. Just how fearless you are about embracing it. I love it. With this quest card being here, clarified by the Knight of Swords, which blue represents the throat chakra, and the swords is all about communication. And so I feel like one of the things that you've been doing as well is you've been just honest with people. You've been telling people the truth, and you've been honest with yourself. You are not allowing yourself to feed you any more delusions that don't serve your growth anymore. And what's interesting is with the High Priestess, I think one thing that you're doing well as well is knowing who to keep a secret from. And I don't mean that because you're being intentionally nefarious, but I think more so that maybe you're protecting your dreams and protecting your plans. I think that you are also becoming intuitive when it comes to how to respond to the people or experiences in front of you. You have an awareness now when it comes to like even though you may not know how to respond to a situation, you have the intuitive ability to somehow know in the moment. You don't need to know beforehand, but you know in the moment, and you're able to take the right action and honor what your gut tells you in the moment so that you do take the right action instead of taking the wrong action and then being like, crap, I should have listened to my intuition. Like I totally got myself into this situation. But I also think that one thing that you're doing is you're being very decisive, which I think is really good, and you're taking a lot of action. I think that you are seeing things clearly in the sense that this will, your process of transformation and evolution and becoming your best self will surely happen a lot quicker if you're honest about what's helping and what's not, and you're transparent with yourself and others about what you want and what you don't want. I think that you have almost a laser sharp focus right now on what it is that you're trying to cultivate and on what it is that you want out of life. Even if you don't have it yet, you're speaking it into existence. I feel like you are being really responsive to what life is throwing your way, and you are not backing down. Like you are just powerful, Pile 2. Oh my goodness. And I really think that one of the things that already contributes to your best self is the fact that even if you don't know what you're getting into, or you don't know what challenges lie ahead, you still rush into battle and you're ready to take on the challenge. You trust spirit and you trust your intuition that it's guiding you, and that's wonderful. That is a hard thing to do, and you're doing it. So claps for that. Queen of Pentacles, clarified by Perseverance. So for those of you that are parents, I think one of the things, now I am not a parent myself, but I am very aware of the parent shaming that exists and of the pressures that parents have, because they can just never do enough or be enough for their little precious babies who don't do anything wrong. And every parent right now is like, yeah, they don't do anything wrong. But that's how online vigilantes act. But it's okay to do wrong things. Here's the thing. It's okay to do wrong things. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to make mistakes. That's one lesson you have to teach your children. And that's one lesson you have to understand with yourself as well. As a parent, you are going to make mistakes. And I think one thing that you realize is you literally can't throw in the towel on that one. And anyone that thought, well, to that, I need you to find God. Anyway, I think that one thing that you need to know is that you're doing a great job, and that so much of what you see in media around parents, like, is unrealistic anyway, and just setting standards and expectations that I guarantee you the people talking about them aren't setting for themselves. Okay. If you want to follow someone, I do follow a parent blogger person because she's really entertaining and I like her content and I like her parenting style, and I figure if I do ever have kids one day, it'll be good to have that in the back of my mind. Her name, it's what is it? I can't remember, but there's a mommy blogger, and she does gentle parenting, and she always has different colored hair, and she's funny, and I like her, and I just think that she might make you feel better. Like she's a really nice lady who, is just very down to earth and approachable, and also has ADHD, and just not that you have ADHD, but I do. I wish I knew what her. Hang on. Okay, I found her. Her name is Mama Cusses, MOMMACUSSES on Instagram, okay? She's wonderful. I'm sure she's on TikTok too, but I'm not on TikTok. Anyway, I think you're great as well, and I think that you're very hard on yourself, but I think that you are realizing that you gotta give yourself a break because you're doing the best that you can, and like, really, like, the fact that if you are a parent, the fact that you like love your children and want the best for them and want to be a good parent is a blessing in of itself. So just know that, there is no such thing as a perfect parent. No child comes out unscathed. My parents were amazing and I still have tons of trauma. So just know it's not like we can love someone so deeply and have all the good intentions in the world and still hurt them unintentionally. But that's where conflict resolution and growth and healing comes from. That's why we have that. And I think what the universe really wants you to know is that you will get through this, and that, try not to be so hard on yourself because, first of all, if you it's just parenting is a hard job. It ain't easy. I look at it, I'm like, I don't want to do that. Like, no offense. So, I just really be kind to yourself because it is not an easy job. But for those of you who do not have kids and you're in this Queen of Pentacles energy, if you're not in this energy, I feel like this is an energy that you are aspiring towards. In fact, it might be an energy that you're aspiring towards in 2 of these cards. I feel like you're definitely trying to manifest more abundance, more financial abundance specifically. And I think you're also recognizing that there's a lot of value in your own independence and self-sufficiency. I feel like you're in this process of learning how to become your own parent or learning how to nurture yourself. And if you're learning how to do that while taking care of actual children, oh my God, you're playing on X Games mode. Like, you're doing great. And if not, it's still hard to learn how to mother ourselves. But I think one thing that you're doing well as well is you're just kind of staying in your own lane, and that's good. You're focusing on you. You're focusing on your own success, on your own abundance. And I think that you're just having gratitude for what is happening now. And I think also you're recognizing the prayers that have already been answered by the universe and expressing gratitude for them and expressing joy in having these blessings in your life, even if it's maybe not outward, but like the fact that the universe knows. And I think one thing that's just really wonderful about you becoming your best self is I think that you've realized that there's something here about you recognizing your value, especially when it comes to the world of dating and relationships. It might be quite possible that you felt like for example, if you're a single parent, that nobody will want you if you have kids, or that you're not attractive anymore or something like that, which that is a dang lie. They ain't called MILFs and DILFs for a reason. That's all I gotta say about that. But that being said, you may be working really hard on maintaining a positive attitude towards relationships that involve equal give and take. I think that you're used to being a giver and giving to people, and I think you realized that obviously that wasn't going to make you happy, and that you also deserve to have connections with people where they reciprocate the same amount. And I think as a result, you have definitely isolated yourself a little bit, where you kind of protect yourself a little bit more. Not that I think that, I mean, I think that you definitely enjoy your own company, so it's not like it's a problem to be on your own. And for some of you, if you're single and you don't want to be single, I do think that you're doing a great job of keeping a positive attitude about it and recognizing that it has nothing to do with you. Like, it has everything to do with, you know, finding someone who can stand in that light with you and that power with you. Like, you're a very powerful person. Like, I mean, you have to think about it from the perspective of, like, you're a spiritually aware person. That makes it really hard to find a satisfying partner. Not impossible, but a lot more difficult. But you can trust spirit to bring you that. And I think that's what you've been doing. I feel like you're trusting the universe to take care of you. I feel like you're trusting the universe to bring you exactly where you need. And maybe if you're not in this Queen of Pentacles role yet, you're getting there by taking action. So if you need that confirmation that what you're doing now is leading you to a state of stable abundance, yes, and you're doing a great job, and keep going. Don't give up. I think one thing that you need to know, though, is that you're already worthy the way you are now. I think you know that, but you may be realizing, like, what's truly valuable now. It's almost like for some of you, I feel like you may have prayed to, you know, receive more financial abundance, for example, and now you have it, and you're like, oh, okay, so this does make me a bit happier and feel a bit more secure, but I'm still unfulfilled. And then I think you may be kind of realizing that there's something deeper that needs to be happening here. I almost feel like for some of you, you may be realizing that you there's something you may want to do that's outside of your comfort zone, or something that's outside of something you would traditionally do. But I think it's something that your soul is making you feel called towards. And you might be praying on an answer, like, what do I do about this? But I really think that you should follow what feels right in your heart over what you think the right thing to do is, because you might be holding yourself back from a positive experience because you're afraid of looking stupid or doing poorly or something like that. And I feel like that's not a realistic fear to have. But this is still what you're doing right. So I'm gonna go ahead now and pull some more cards just to get some advice for you. But really, I think you should give yourself a huge pat on the back, because you are already doing a lot to be your best self, and you're already putting in a lot of effort. I think the best thing that you can do is just affirm that is where you're headed, and that if you can do your best every single day, there you are. You're being your best self. Okay. So, Spirit, what do you want to say about the High Priestess? You can't make this shit up, dude. Intuition. Intuition is a little tug that pulls towards your light. So, yeah, Spirit is saying, keep trusting that strong intuition of yours, Pile 2, because it's leading you towards exactly what you want, and it is leading you towards the answers you need, whatever those may be. All right. And with the Knight of Swords, we have creation. The flames of destruction will ignite a rebirth. So I think that this is very fitting, because I think that you are honestly being unapologetic about what needs to go and what needs to be cultivated. And I think that you're having a very non-sentimental approach to it, where it's like, okay, this doesn't serve me. It's like Marie Kondo, like, oh, this doesn't spark joy, bye-bye, like, I'm getting rid of it. Like, you're becoming very decisive and very clear and focusing on what you want to create and what you want to cultivate, rather than what you don't want to happen, what you don't want to be here. And I think that you're just on freaking fire, dude. Like, you're on fire, dude. Like, I swear, like, you're just doing great. You're just surfing those waves, man. Like, I don't know, but like, right on, pal, too. Like, you're doing it. You're fucking doing it. I don't know what that was, but anyway, let's go to the Queen of Pentacles. Harmony makes the song of life sweeter. This is beautiful. So it doesn't matter whether you only have you to take care of, or whether you have you and mini yous to take care of. Harmony is your goal. Balance is your goal here, where nothing has to be perfect. Nothing has to be amazing. Everything just has to be balanced. And I think for you, you know, in that case, it would be balance. Okay, how do you balance work and play? How do you balance alone time and family time? How do you, I think really what you're, in terms of mothering yourself, what you want to look at is how can you achieve balance in your everyday life, in your material world. So for example, if you are someone who struggles with all or nothing thinking, that might be a hard concept for you. And it takes practice. You might find that I still find it challenging to be truly balanced. But I think that if you're trying to get out of that energy of extremes, finding that harmonious balance, once you understand what balance feels like, you'll recognize when you're unbalanced, and it will become easier and easier to become balanced again. But if you don't know what it feels like to feel balanced and feel in harmony with life, that should be your first goal. That's what's going to help you get here if you're not here already. But if you are here already, that's what's going to make being at this point in your life feel worthwhile. Well, no, not worthwhile, but it's going to make it feel sweeter. I guess that's what I was saying, worthwhile. I don't know. That's not the right word. Okay. What about the Nine of Pentacles? We also have vulnerability. Showing vulnerability is a sign of strength. So I really love this because I think that you've been really being vulnerable with the divine. I don't think you've necessarily been vulnerable with like random people, but I can definitely see that you've been vulnerable with the divine and vulnerable about what you want and vulnerable about your fears. And I think the divine is saying, we're hearing you and we're going to support you and we're going to help you through this. But to know that already you have cultivated and created a lot of strength for yourself. You already have a really solid foundation. Even if you're not in this Queen of Pentacles, Nine of Pentacles energy yet, that's where you're going. Like, by following your intuition, you will head right there. And not only that, I think that this is stability that you don't know, like, could exist. If you're already here, you could probably confirm that. Like, but I think the biggest thing for you is just continuing to pray and be vulnerable about your fears. Don't get so hyper independent and self-sufficient that you forget that you're allowed to ask for help. You know what I mean? Ask for help from others, ask for help from the universe, whatever it may be. So, okay, let's get a couple more cards. I'm just gonna clarify, well, not clarify, but just see what comes out on top of these guys. Love can bend time. We have Venus. We have transforming. And we have get up and try again and Mars energy. I'm going to take both of those. So I definitely think that with this love convinced time is really just, what is it telling you in this case? I guess it's just not connected to this. But love can bend time is really important because you can make so much progress in such a short amount of time without even realizing it. Or things that seem like impossible or things that seem like will take forever, when it's a labor of love or when it's something that you love or you're bringing it about into the world from a place of love, like that alters reality. It changes time. Like, you know how I talk about, well, you won't if you haven't seen my videos before. I talk about divine timing not being a date on the calendar, but rather something that is created every single day by our actions and by our perceptions and by our state of being. So divine timing is something that's always being created. And so the more you live from a place of love and from a place of truth and intuition and what feels right to you, the more things can change and shift in a quick amount of time, or in a time that you just are like, how did that happen? Or wow, that flew by so fast. But I also think as well, when you're doing something that you love, for example, me with this, I can read for an hour and a half and not realize it because I'm enjoying what I'm doing. And so, you know, pay attention to anything that you do that, or anyone that you spend time with, that it just seems like time is lost and that you're like in some liminal space, because that's the stuff that really matters and is important to your soul journey and to your learning and will benefit you. We also have Venus energy, love, beauty, harmony, physical contact. So I definitely think that you are being encouraged to continue cultivating more love just in your everyday experience, but also, you know, just focusing on, I think there is an emphasis on balancing your feminine and masculine energy because we do have Mars and Venus. So I think that you are being called to look at both of those energies within yourself and see where maybe an energy is helping you or hurting you. I think a lot of self-analysis is something that you haven't done, but could benefit you. But you don't even need to do much of it because you get so much information from the decisive action that you take. That's one thing that you need to know. But I also think that I would pay attention to what your Venus and what placements your Venus and your Mars are in, because there might be guidance there in terms of helping yourself become your best self. And I think with Mars energy, get up and try again, I think that there's just a real message here of, if you do something and fail, try again, just keep going. Because that's what's going to get you to a place of stability. But I think that that's something you've already been doing. So I think Spirit is applauding you for how hard you're working and how far you are going to self-actualize and all the hard work you're putting in. I think you should be really proud of yourself. And I also think that you're for some of you, your home life situation is transforming, and that in a good way, that is going to help cultivate your best self. For some of you, maybe you're not a parent yet, but you could be having a child, or your partner could be having a child. I think that one thing Spirit needs you to know is that the transformation you're going through right now is helping you cultivate your best self, and to not be afraid of the changes. Much easier said than done. But I think it doesn't really matter whether you are with child or not. I think everybody here is within a process of transformation. And I think one thing you need to know is that you are not the person that you were when you started this journey, and that you should really applaud yourself for how far you've come and how much you've grown, because it ain't easy trying to grow and evolve. So let's go ahead now and switch gears and see what is holding you back from being your best self and what action can you take to change that. Give these one more good shuffle. Yeah. Okay. Spirit, what is holding pile 2 back from being their best self, please? Justice. Okay, a lack of balance? Could that be it? I didn't already talk about that. We have the 2 of Wands. We have Temperance. And we have the 2 of Swords. Okay, well, I love this. On the back of the deck, we have, you are a badass being full of life, love, and possibilities. Through this deck, may you find a path. Oh my, are you fucking kidding? That's, I'm creeped out. Okay, Miss Modern Witch, you're going over there. I don't like that. Okay, I'm gonna pull some clarifiers now for these cards. So, Spirit, can you clarify Justice, please? Spirit, can you clarify the 2 of Wands? Okay, that's for Temperance. And one more. Clarify the 2 of Swords, please. Okay. Well, you have a lot here about abstinence, which is kind of ironic since we've been talking about children. But I want to start with this Child card and Justice. So this Ego card says, I forgive myself for thinking others should also be excited about what I personally find to be interesting and worthwhile. I choose to believe that my preferences are a unique expression of who I am, and that I may experience a deeper fulfillment and clarity when honoring my desires independently. So this is really interesting because I don't get a vibe from you that you are the type of person to... Okay. So you're very decisive and take action when it feels safe and when it feels familiar and when it feels safe and when it feels familiar. I don't need another adjective. But it does seem like you might find yourself getting annoyed or feeling unheard when other people don't share your passions, or when other people don't reciprocate your energy with the same enthusiasm. You might start to doubt yourself and wonder if what you're doing is the wrong thing. Because obviously if you're excited about a thing, everybody should be excited about that thing because that thing is exciting. But that's when it's important to remember that that thing is exciting to you, and it may not necessarily be exciting to that person, but that doesn't mean that they're discouraging you or that they don't want you to succeed. It just might mean that they don't really care that much, or that they just don't have a whole lot of interest in something. And that doesn't mean that it's wrong for you. And that doesn't mean that, you know, they're a bad friend unless, or a bad person to talk to unless they don't allow you to talk about anything you enjoy, which in that case, I don't know why you'd be talking to them. But I think that one thing that is holding you back from being your best self is maybe at times ignoring connections in your life that are not balanced and not fair to you, in the sense that you might feel like you are you might feel like you don't get as much respect from certain people in your life as they give you. And I think one thing holding you back from being your best self is engaging in connections that make you feel like you're not good enough, or engaging in connections that make you doubt your ability to succeed, or engaging with groups or communities that make you feel unsafe or unheard, or like you can't achieve what you are set out to accomplish. I think one of the things holding you back from being your best self is finding a balance in your world when it comes to not just relationships, but I think it also comes to like how you divide your time. You might divide your time unfairly to yourself, where you're always giving to others, and when you do have free time, you might easily give it up to help someone else, or you might easily get stuck in an energy where you're unbalanced, and it might be a lot harder to move forward again, or you might feel like you're losing the motivation to move forward again. I think that it's justice is like the chariot. Well, not like the chariot, but justice is a card about balance, and the chariot is also a card about balance. And in the chariot, if it's not balanced, it is going to tip over. So I think in your case, this is not necessarily something stopping you from being your best self, but this is definitely something that takes you out of the energy of feeling like you're your best self, where you might get too, like for example, you might just party a little too hard one weekend and feel like crap for the next couple days. And so then you don't do the things that make you feel very good, which you're already not doing because you don't feel good, and then you're doing things to try to make you feel better, but then you've gotten out of the routine, and now the routine seems like so much, and it's just like, so I think Spirit is really encouraging you to just practice finding balance more, and finding what your balance is, because balance isn't necessarily 50-50, you know, it's about finding your balance. So if what works for you is, you know, 60% work, 20% play, and 20% rest, for example, that's your balance. You know, it's all about finding that and fine-tuning it when it needs adjustment as well. But the more balanced you are, the easier it'll be for you to move forward without resistance. But I think it is really, really fascinating that we have two cards that are twos, and we have two cards that represent balance or mixing of some kind. So with the Two of Wands here, I definitely think one of the things holding you back is the fact that you're good at making quick, concise decisions and taking action in the moment. But when it comes to making bigger moves that might take more time and more energy and more planning, I think those are the things that you get very overwhelmed by. And they might be the things that you kind of put off to the back burner. And so they stay ideas in your head that never come to reality. And then you're like, why didn't I do that thing? It would have been so cool. So I think one thing that will help you in terms of being balanced is learning to take on bigger projects and make them planned and not necessarily methodical, but something where you can sustain the energy needed to finish this project over a period of time. So whether that's working on this thing 2 times, twice a week, 4 times a week for whatever you want. I think really you're good at taking action that requires no forethought, but with action that requires planning, you might get really overwhelmed by the big picture and by the outcome. And so you might give up before you start. Because it's like maybe you have the intention of going after these big projects and you start out with enthusiasm, but you get tired because you were sprinting so fast towards the finish line, or you realize, oh wait, this is a lot of work and I did not prepare for that. And so I think really what Spirit is saying is that it's not that you're not capable of achieving that stuff. You just need to have better plans in place, especially when it comes to being realistic about what you can actually achieve in a period of time. It's better to underestimate rather than, I don't know. It's better to give yourself less than more and see how you do with that before you pile on more. Because if you pile on a lot and then you don't get that done, you're gonna feel like crap because you didn't finish everything. So make the bar low and raise it as you need be, but also recognize that with like creative projects and things like that, there is this illusion that we adhere to where we think we have to constantly create things or we have to get things done as quickly as possible. And I think one thing that may benefit you is not being in a rush and actually making plans towards certain things. Like part of becoming you don't have a problem with taking action, but I think taking action would be far more effective for you if you made a plan and then you took action. But you still get a lot done with taking action, so you don't necessarily have to make plans for everything. But I do think that taking action maybe just towards bigger projects that seem overwhelming and intimidating could help you learn the skill of project planning and following through on what it is that you want to achieve. But not only that, I think that part of the reason why you act so impulsively is because the more you think about what you're doing or the more you have time to look at and critique what you're doing, it might be harder to put it out, or you might get defeated, or you might just critique it or think it's not good enough and just get yourself worked up. And so I think what you need to know is that you're being way too hard on yourself. And in fact, it is safe to show the world what you're doing, to show the world what you're creating, to put yourself out there. And you do that when you know it's safe. But I would challenge you to try even when you feel uncertain, because the only reason why you take that action so confidently and feel safe in it is because you know you've done it before and you know you can do it again. So for you, it's just about showing yourself that you can do new things too. And that, which speaking of, we'll get there in a second. You can do new things, and it's just a process of learning. But not only that, I think you're fully recognizing that there are parts of yourself that are developing as you grow, and you want those parts of yourself to be seen too, and you might be afraid because you may not know what their reaction will be, or you may not know what people will think. And all you need to know is that if you feel good about who you are, if you feel like your best self, then it doesn't really matter what other people think of you. It might still hurt when people say mean things, but like, that's life, you know? Can't stop people from being haters, but that doesn't mean you have to be one. And obviously with people like that, they usually don't feel very good about themselves, and they're probably jelly that you feel like you're your best self. So keep that in mind. But I definitely think that this is just a lot about planning and a lot about having confidence in the plans that you make, and knowing that you can trust yourself to follow through with these plans, and that your work doesn't have to be perfect, that it doesn't have to be spotless, that it doesn't have to be what you create that brings you satisfaction is good enough. So with the Temperance card being here, we have, I forgive myself for avoiding the experience of that which is new and unknown. I choose to believe that when I accept life's invitation to try something I have not yet experienced, I discover an even deeper connection with the miraculous complexity of my being. So with the Temperance card here, this is really fitting because this is Sagittarius energy. And Sagittarius energy is all about opening up to the higher mind and opening up to like the high, like not necessarily, well, ninth house rules things like travel and philosophy and religions and spiritual shit like that. And I definitely think that you're feeling called to try new things that really scare you, which is okay, because like new things are scary. We're allowed to be afraid of what we don't know. But I think the only thing that you're not realizing is that you're already really brave. I mean, like, I can't believe you already, it's shocking alone to see you have fears. I mean, I know everybody does, but I think that your fear of trying something new comes from this fear that you won't be good at something, which sucking at something is the first step to being sort of good at something. So remind yourself of that. But also, I think you're, well, with temperance is all about like, I believe Sagittarius is immutable. Yes, it is mutable. And mutable energy, it kind of mixes with the energy around it. And I think part of what you may be afraid of is, for some of you, you might be feeling called to something that makes you feel uncomfortable, in the sense that there might be a social stigma around it, and like maybe you judge the people involved in it, and now that you're drawn to it, maybe there's a part of your ego where you're like, I don't necessarily want to face this part of myself, and I don't know if I can even take myself seriously if I did this. Like me when I first started reading tarot. Well, look at me now. So that's the thing, you know, you're really being encouraged to try new things and to be patient, because I think your fears are much bigger in your head than they are in reality. And I think once you actually are in those situations, you're like, oh, this isn't so bad. This is actually really fun. Or, oh, this isn't so bad, but I don't actually enjoy this very much, and I don't think I'm going to do this. It's, for you, in terms of becoming your best self, you're essentially now creating a divine mix of the old parts of yourself that you know and love, and the new parts of yourself that you have yet to discover. And you're mixing them into this beautiful amalgamation that will be the transformed pile 2 in the near future. And you'll continue to transform, but you know what I'm saying. I definitely think that you're just being encouraged to try new things, to say yes. Just say yes to different things. Like, I mean, obviously don't say yes to anything that like could harm your well-being, but or the well-being of others, but you know, within reason, say yes. Take risks. And finally, we have the Two of Swords, and it says, I forgive myself for avoiding people and situations that may make me uncomfortable. I choose to believe that each time I give myself permission to change my mind and commit to a new way of showing up in the world, I allow myself to be moved to where the possibility of deeper comfort exists. So I definitely think that there are maybe parts of yourself or certain things that you haven't healed that subconsciously hold you back from feeling your best. Like, almost like there's unresolved conflicts or unresolved tension that maybe keeps you awake, or that like just creates more clutter in your mind that you don't need. And I feel really called to say that in this case, which I should read the card first. I forgive myself for avoiding people and situations that may make me uncomfortable. Did I already read it? This is short-term memory goes burr. I'm sorry. But a lot of your ego responses are around avoidance. And it's really interesting because we were just talking about how much you face things. So I think really you face the things that you're comfortable with, but what's holding you back from being your best self is not facing the things that you're afraid of. Because it's facing those things that you're afraid of and facing those fears of change that are really going to be the catalyst for change. So I really think Spirit is encouraging you to keep up with that Knight of Swords energy and go even harder with it, to say yes to more and to go after more, and to have that attitude and energy towards all of these situations. Like, you know, really your brain is the only thing that holds you back and makes you feel like you're not confident. Like, intuitively, when you know you can do something, you're there, you're ready to do it, you just go for it. But when you're afraid, when you're unsure, it's like, oh, I can't face this. It just requires too much thinking. Like, nope, nope. You just kind of nope and shut down. And I think Spirit is really encouraging you to face these things, because you'll realize you've really been cheating yourself by missing out on cool opportunities in life and opportunities to discover yourself and to connect with new people and to connect with different parts of yourself. You're only hurting yourself by holding yourself back from life, is what I think you need to know. But I'm going to go ahead now and go deeper into advice. So, Spirit, what do you want to say about justice? Guidance. You are not alone. You are guided by the masters and teachers of the highest realms. We have reflection. See all aspects of yourself through the reflection of the one who mirrors your hidden self. So, for those of you where that card speaks for itself. Okay. Temperance. Vibration. Your vibration is being raised to higher levels. You are connected to cosmic intelligence. And I think you might be afraid of the information you're hearing. And I think you're being encouraged to not be afraid of it. Just because it's different than what you were taught doesn't mean that it's going to be bad. It might actually liberate you, and it might actually give you a deep sense of freedom that you didn't have before. You never know, but you'll only know when you explore. Okay, so we actually have 2 for this last one. We have dreams, the universe. Oh no, we have 3 because this one wants to come out as well. We have dreams, the universe speaks to you through your dreams. We have starseed, raise the vibration of the planet through your radiant love and light. And we have vision, trust in your ability to create the vision in your soul. So this is really interesting because the 2 of Swords, there's usually a blindfold on the person's face. And that's because they deep down, they know the right answer. They just think they can't see it. And I think that for you, I think you know what to do. You're just abstaining from taking action because you're afraid of what might happen. But I think you're meant to trust whatever you're feeling intuitively. But not only that, like your dreams might be giving you messages. And for those of you who wanted starseed confirmation, there you go. So I'm going to pull a couple more cards, and then we are going to finish off with some final advice. But what's interesting is Gaia just came out. So connect with the pulse of Mother Earth. She will guide you through this time of change. So it's like you're definitely being encouraged to find balance by connecting to both types of energies. So spirit energy and earth energy, you know? And back of the deck, we have release. Release anything that keeps you from your path of authenticity. So I'm going to pull a couple more of these cute little Sailor Moon cards, and then we will finish off with some final advice. So Spirit, what advice do you have? I create my reality. Yep. Tell yourself that all the time, and be mindful of your words. Jupiter. Luck, fortune, wealth, spirituality. Well, okay, so Jupiter rules Sagittarius. Yes, it does. And I think that you are really being encouraged to commit to some of these bigger long-term goals that you have, because that is what will lead you to a lot of luck, fortune, wealth, and spirituality. Like, I think you will be really surprised at what you can cultivate for yourself. But I would also look at where your Jupiter placement is within your chart and see what it could tell you about what information it has for you about self-improvement. I mean, literally your birth chart is basically a map on how to heal, how to grow, how to recognize your own BS. We also have shoot for the moon. If you fail, you'll be among the stars. So yeah, I think Spirit they love that you take action and that you're unafraid to just, you know, not even think, just go straight into like action mode. But it's either you take action or you don't at all because you're afraid. And so I think Spirit is saying, take action and don't be afraid of it, because even if you quote unquote fail, you'll be among the stars. And then finally, we have magical girl in training, but you don't have to, you can change the noun as you see fit. And on the back of the deck, we have give birth to your idea. So whatever you've been wanting to cultivate, I think Spirit is really encouraging you to do that. So we're going to go ahead now and finish off with some final advice. I'm going to start the advice with Vanessa Samida's new Oracle deck, the Wild Muse Oracle. If you'd like to get this for 10% off, or anything else from her site, Bow Life, for 10% off, use code ASO10, which will be linked down below. Okay, so to start, we have number 51, rehabilitation. So number 15 is actually the Devil card, and I definitely think that you're being encouraged to look at what coping mechanisms you have that don't really serve you, and what blockages you have that stop you from feeling safe enough to take these risks and to not, because here's what I think it's easier for you to avoid certain things because I think your coping mechanism, or no, not your coping, you have coping mechanisms centered around avoidance. And so I think when anything triggers those feelings of needing to avoid, you may use substances or distractions or really anything, and maybe in an unhealthy way, in order to feel better. And I think that Spirit is really telling you that part of becoming your best self is committing to that in all ways. You can't be truly balanced if, you know, you have something really out of balance. So, well, duh, but like, what I kind of meant by that is, like, for example, if you have a huge problem where you are so addicted to ice cream, like you'll attack anyone named Ben or Jerry, I don't know. Let's just say you're so addicted to ice cream and that you won't, no attacking. And while it makes you feel better in the moment, it makes you feel worse later. And you're like, oh, I gotta stop eating so much ice cream. And you tell yourself you're gonna stop eating ice cream. And then something stresses you out and you're like, oh, I would really like some ice cream right now. And so the cycle continues. You're like, oh, and then, well, then you do it. And then you're like, oh, I knew I couldn't stay away from it. Like, you have more power over your coping mechanisms than you realize. I think it's just that you haven't tried new strategies of coping. And that might be your ticket to freedom in terms of finally getting rid of some of your maybe more stubborn maladaptive coping mechanisms that you've had trouble getting rid of. I think that you are reaching a point where you very well may be able to finally get out of those cycles for good and find healthier ways to deal with the energies that occur within you. But I also see you being encouraged to ask for help wherever needed. So if you can't do that on your own, definitely ask for help, and don't feel shame in asking for help. Honestly, doing it alone is way harder than asking for help. Like, you have a higher chance of failure if you just put it on yourself. I mean, you can still succeed, and even if you fail, you should try again. But my point is that it's okay to ask for help, and in fact, receiving help can actually, make the process go a lot smoother and less. It may make things go smoother and help you as well, obviously, because you will be more balanced and feel more empowered to have positive coping mechanisms that make you aware of the fact that you are not bound to your addictions or maladaptive coping mechanisms. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to heal from whatever maladaptive coping mechanisms we have. So patience is required. But I want to go ahead and see a crystal that you can use to help you on your journey. So we have opal. What it is, opals are well hydrated amorphous mineraloids. Precious opals are lusted after for their rainbow sparkle, aka diffraction. Common opals form a range of colors and can deliver sensations that are anything but common. Who needs it? The all-black wardrobe set can benefit from black precious opal's bold pop of color and spiritual protection. Not so prolific artists can ride fire opal's burn. Where to put it? General rule, white and blue vibe with the head, pink vibes with the heart, and black vibes with the lower abdomen. And when to use it? When you have something that needs to get moving, a project, a relationship, an energetic block. Feel all your feels. Yes, that is perfect. And then I want to see an animal that is helping you on this journey, a power animal that you can call upon, or this animal may be used by spirit as a sign to let you know that you're doing a good job or that you're on the right path. And for you, we have the hawk spirit. Let spirit be your guide. So I think the biggest thing that is changing, especially with this 32 reduces to 5 in numerology, 5 is all about change. And I think that the only thing that really needs to change here is trusting spirit to fully guide you, because I think that you trust the guidance that spirit gives you that you know is safe. But when you get new guidance that requires you to do something outside of your comfort zone, I think that's when you might get in a bit of trouble, because that's when you abstain because you don't know what might happen and you're afraid to get hurt. But I think if you can trust spirit to tell you to take action and you take it and things succeed, you can trust spirit to tell you to take action towards things you haven't experienced before. And you can trust yourself that if you don't succeed, you will learn from it and be more successful next time. And the only other alternative is that you succeed. So I think that's a win-win. But we also have a scent that could be helpful as well, since these are essential oil cards. And yours is Cassia? I don't know. But shout out to the Cassies out there. Anyway, with the trigger statement, we have, I can't do that. The true statement is, I am a light. Step forward and be the bright light that you are. Serve your purpose in the world by sharing your amazing gifts. Absolutely. I think that's the thing, especially with solar plexus being here again. You really should have more confidence in yourself, because you're a really powerful person. And like, if I hadn't had these shadow cards, or like these cards that are holding you back, like if I didn't see those, I would have assumed that like you were like a superstar. Like no one can hold pile 2 back. So you're the only person that holds yourself back. Isn't that frustrating? You really should have a talk with yourself. Okay, anyway, to finish off, we have a message from your guardian angels, which is a 4 of emotion. There are wonderful people who wish to help you. Opportunities are being offered to you, but you aren't noticing or trusting the gifts heaven is bestowing upon you. Look around you. Daydreaming or going within is a healthy way to get clarity, as long as you act upon your dreams. So you've been doing this with this 2 of swords. You've been trying to go in and get clarity. Problem is I think you've gotten clarity. You know what to do, but you're afraid of doing it. Or maybe you forgot what it was you were supposed to do, so now you gotta go in again and remember it. But spirit will still tell you. Spirit wouldn't be cruel and say, no, because you didn't remember it the first time, I'm not gonna tell you. Like, no, spirit has nothing to gain from that. And spirit has everything to gain. Humanity has everything to gain from you following your soul's path, what your heart truly wants, and not allowing your fear to hold you back from the life that you deserve to live and from being your best self. So pile 2, I am going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. Or just like leaving them on in the background. You don't have to actually watch them. But I mean, if they're like 30 minutes, you don't have to do that. That's ridiculous. But thank you for anyone who does, because it like really helps me a lot, and I just greatly appreciate it. And with readings like this, you know, I'm giving a lot. So I'm grateful for anything that can be received. But if you would like to support me and my channel in any other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my merch and my social media, which both are linked below. Though do beware, I do not offer personal readings, and there are scammers pretending to be me on Instagram and probably other websites, claiming that they are me. They are not. I do not offer personal readings, and if someone slides in your DMs, which first of all I won't do, saying they're me and that they want to consider you for a personal reading, that's not me. That is a scammer. So pile 2, thank you guys so much for watching and for being here and for letting me read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. If you guys chose the Smoky Quartz and the Sasuraibito Tarot, this is going to be your reading on how to become your best self. Welcome to your reading, and thank you for being here. So we're going to go ahead and start by looking at what you're already doing to contribute to your best self. If this part resonates, then you found your pile. But if it doesn't resonate, then I would check out a different one. I want y'all to be aware that this is definitely going to be a longer reading. I wasn't intending on it being such, but this is an important topic and I'm not going to skimp out on giving you the necessary information. So I hope you're ready for that. But I also just quickly wanted to say, you know, thank you to everyone who clicks like and who subscribes and comments. It helps me more than you realize. So, you know, if you're not subscribed and you watch me a lot, you know, I would appreciate it if you came and joined over here. It doesn't mean you have to watch all my readings, but, you know, any sort of support, I just wanted to thank you guys for, and just point out that it helps me more than you realize, and it's a simple way to express your gratitude for what I do. But you don't have to, but I just say thank you to everyone who does. So let's go ahead and see now, Spirit. What is pile 3 doing already that is contributing to their best self? Please. Okay, we have the Page of Swords. What else? We have the Ace of Pentacles. We have the Empress, and one more, Spirit. We have the Queen of Wands. Okay. So now I'm going to get some oracles to clarify. I'm actually just going to start with one oracle to clarify, and then we'll go deeper. But all right. Spirit, can you clarify the Page of Swords for me, please? All right, we have recovery. About the Ace of Pentacles. We have growth. Love to see it. What about the Empress? We have dissipating. And finally, what about the Queen of Wands? Okay. Interesting. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with this. Starting with the Page of Swords, one of the things that you're doing that's greatly contributing to your best self and your success right now is the fact that you're not letting your mindset override the progress that you're making. It seems like you are kind of prone to self-sabotage, and I think you know that. And I think one of the things that you've been doing is recognizing that there are ways in which to, oh my God, I don't want to get demonetized. Sorry, Miss Empress. Shoot, I lost my train of thought. You know, that's what happens, man. Titties, they just distract you. Anyway, I definitely think that you have been working hard to change your mindset in a more positive way, and recognizing that your mindset is a direct reflection of your experiences here. And I think that you're realizing that a lot of your mindset is not your fault necessarily, but it's just something that you naturally learned through your experiences and through what your outer world showed you. But I think you're realizing that there are other ways of talking to yourself and looking at things and perceiving things that are kinder and more productive towards yourself and towards your growth, and that are more productive towards your attitude and help you look at things from a place of curiosity and open-mindedness. What I really like about this Page of Swords as well is that I think that you are making a lot of strides in your perception of things and how you allow your perception to affect you. I think there's just a real awareness that you are not your thoughts, and recognizing that you can, over time, change the direction of your inner monologue, and it can be something that you consistently work at. And I think that you're starting to realize, oh wow, I can have relief from my own brain. Who would have thought? And I think that's really awesome. I just want to make sure the crystal is in the pile. But as for the Ace of Pentacles, this is a really awesome energy, because I definitely think that you are in the process of creating something really substantial that is going to bring you a lot of stability, a lot of satisfaction, and also be something that grows steadily and helpfully, which is interesting. So I feel like with this Ace of Pentacles, it's not just something that you're building. Well, what you're building might not be a thing. It might just be yourself. Like, you might already be consciously in this process of transformation, of becoming your best self. And I feel like this is a sign that you are, in fact, doing really well in your own growth. And in fact, your heart space is one of the places that is starting to open more. And you might be noticing that because we have 2 heart chakra cards here. And one thing that I'm seeing is you're not seeing your growth. That's so funny. I swear I just had a like just a weird pause in my brain, like I was like restarting, or I was frozen. And you might feel like that. You might feel like at times you're not doing enough, or you haven't progressed enough, or that you haven't gone far enough. But I think what you're not realizing is that you're growing far more than you realize. Like, I'm seeing right now, Spirit's showing me an image of those videos that are like time-lapse videos of like flowers, for example, blooming. And, you know, obviously they take a picture every day for a long period of time, and then you get to see the amount of growth in a much shorter period. So you're not necessarily seeing how much growth you've already achieved and obtained, but I think that the universe and your spirit guides especially really want to commend you on how hard you've been working on improving yourself, how hard you've been working on improving yourself in healthy ways, in ways that are aligned with you, you know? For example, you're not holding yourself to toxic standards or egoic standards. I shouldn't say toxic. I hate that word. Egoic standards. You're instead looking at things from a more aligned place, where instead of, for example, like if you have fitness goals that you're working towards, you're not working towards having a 6-pack, you're working towards feeling good and feeling better from movement. It's like your mindset around why you are making better choices for yourself, why you want to improve yourself, are all coming from a place of love for yourself and compassion for yourself. And that is a huge accomplishment, because there's a huge difference between wanting to improve yourself from a place of hatred and thinking you're not enough, and wanting to improve yourself from a place of recognizing that you're already valid and worthy of being loved, and you are love, and that you have no reason to shame yourself for where you're at now, but you actively realize that you could take more steps in your everyday life to become a person and to take action that reflects the love that is growing within you for yourself. Because I think that this is a huge process of you've been in this process of self-love, and I think that one encouraging message that your guides really want to give you is that you are doing an excellent job with this, and that you are planting the seeds right now to make very stable and consistent routines and habits for yourself that will not only serve your growth, but will help you feel more balanced. And one thing I feel called to tell you as well, if you see bees, that might be a sign of your spirit guides around, because there's bees in this card. And sometimes I think of bees as spirit guides, not all the time, but in this case, I really am. I feel like your guides just really want to commend you on all the hard work you've been doing. Even if you feel like you haven't been doing much, you've been doing a lot more than you realize. And not only that, I think you are having patience with the fact that your growth is going to take time and that your evolution is going to take time. So you're learning to be patient and have peace with the fact that you know, it just takes, I'm hearing The Middle right now by Jimmy Eat World. It just takes some time, but everything will be just fine. Everything will be all right. Now, speaking of the Empress, this is a really awesome energy as well, because I definitely feel like you are not neglecting yourself anymore. And it doesn't matter what your gender is, but you definitely are mastering divine feminine energy in a way where you're recognizing that the divine feminine is just as important as the divine masculine. And what I mean by that is masculine energy shows itself in light. It's yang, you know, it's the sun rather than the moon. And you might have had some discomfort around loving yourself or finding yourself valuable or finding yourself worthy, or just recognizing that you're worthy of receiving blessings, of receiving abundance. The Empress is all about abundance. And I think one of the beautiful things that you're realizing is you're taking accountability for what is created by your own action, and also what cannot be achieved if you don't put the effort to do it. I think there's just you're learning the difference between procrastinating and resting, in the sense that, or not even procrastinating, but like, I guess it could be procrastinating, avoidance versus resting and waiting. I think one thing that you're doing really well is that you're learning to flow with the cycles that are occurring in your body, in your energy, in your outside world, and you're not allowing what happens in these shifts to affect your own state of being. Or if they do affect your state of being, you're consciously aware of it and you take steps to assess that and get yourself back to a place of inner peace, or just inner zen, where you wouldn't have before, or where before you may have used that as an excuse to engage in maladaptive coping mechanisms that didn't truly serve you. I think you're realizing that there's a necessary balance when it comes to work and rest that I don't think you had awareness of before. I feel like you had this energy of, if I don't do it, it won't happen. And I think you're learning that you can trust the universe to guide you in the directions that you need to head when the time is right. Like I'm seeing surfers like in an ocean, and you know how they have to wait for a wave to kind of come in so that they can ride it. I think what you're realizing is that there's a difference between sitting out in the ocean and avoiding all the waves and not riding any of them, and sitting out in the ocean and waiting for the right wave and riding it to shore. It's like you're using your time wisely and recognizing when it is best to take action and when it is best to retreat and rest. And I think that Spirit is really proud of you for making this connection and having this awareness, because before, I think this was actually one of your biggest patterns that was slowing you down. You might have believed you were not worthy, and you might have gotten stuck in cycles of fear and disillusionment. And as a result, those negative feelings may have led you to engaging in maladaptive coping mechanisms or avoidance behaviors that didn't really serve you, but that made things okay in the moment. It's like how you dealt with your triggers, essentially. And I think you're realizing that your triggers are there to help you grow and to help you overcome the reactive self versus the, I guess transcendence is the best way I could word it, is you're learning to transcend being just reactive. You're looking at things from a higher perspective and recognizing that there's cycles and that there's flows to things, and that you're gonna have highs and lows, and that things are always gonna shift, and there kind of needs to be a surrender to that. But I think you're finally realizing, like, I can't keep putting my dreams on hold. I need to start putting my energy towards creation, towards following what nourishes me internally and hopefully externally. But I think that overall you're just recognizing that, you know, you don't have to be 100% productive all the time. Rest is just as important as work. And if you rest in the right way, you will always be ready for work when it's time. I think you're learning to trust your inner cycles and the cycles of flow that happen around you, rather than trying to control them and getting upset when you wanted to accomplish something one day, but you just weren't feeling up to it, or you were too exhausted or something like that. I think you're realizing that these setbacks or these triggers aren't things that are trying to tear you down, but they're things that are trying to make you aware of what will take you out of that place of peace, what will take you out of that place of positivity, of forward movement, of awareness. Now, this Queen of Wands is really interesting, and I think I'm actually gonna get a clarifier for that. I was like, where did I put the tarot deck? Which is interesting. I put this tarot deck on this, which is something that one of my friends made me, and it's a 90 Day Fiancé reference that says, who is against the queen will die. And I wanted to ask about the queen. So I think this is really interesting because we also have the grief card here. So I need to get a clarifier for the Queen of Wands. I can't even read this card in the book because it makes me cry. But I'm going to tell you guys about it because it does have an important message. But essentially, you know, the girl in this image, she's holding her dog who just passed away, and obviously it's really sad. Like, I want to cry just thinking about that. Like, I don't watch animal movies for a reason. Like, I'm too soft. But, you know, obviously it's really sad, like, when we lose things that we love, and it's really sad that we have to let go of things that can't come with us in the future. But it's all about honoring what was and honoring the love that was shared. Like, for example, in this card between her and her dog, you know, the love that they had for one another and the experiences that they had. But I think one thing that you're realizing is that grief is not something that's meant to keep you away from experiences of love. Grief is supposed to be something that shows you why your love mattered, and why grief is evidence that love existed. And grief is evidence that something was really important to you and that something really mattered to you. And I think one thing that Spirit is trying to get you to realize is that those losses will always be painful, but not having love in your life and not experiencing those energies at all is stopping you from living your fullest life, one, and two, stopping you from actively living. Like, if you're not fully living if you're not living from a place of love, you're not living. Okay, no, that's not how I was trying to say it. Let me just clarify this card, and then I'll say more. Okay. Interesting. So we have the Tower, the Queen of Wands, and grief. So for some of you, this Queen of Wands might be a person. They could have a more feminine energy or be a fire sign, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, but they don't have to be. But this Queen of Wands could also represent you. So take it as it resonates. But what I see happening here is you're realizing that you can't keep holding yourself back from life out of fear of losing things and out of fear. What the? Okay, I don't know what this is. I mean, I kind of do, but this might actually be about someone that you know. I don't know. I'm just gonna talk about this. But so for some of you, this could be a situation where maybe there's an important connection in your life, Maybe you two have the same sun sign or something like that, or the same element in your sun sign or something like that, or you both could be fire signs. Because the sun underneath there is like maybe you both have the same sun. But what I'm seeing here is that I think that you are learning to have compassion for yourself towards painful past situations, and also recognizing that there is value in these difficult states like grief. I think that you've been through a grieving process, maybe related to this person, or maybe related to because here's the thing too. See, I was about to show you this and it fell off anyway. So for some of you, maybe you are recognizing that this King of Wands, if you see that as someone else, or if you're the Queen of Wands and you see a King of Wands, that they could make you really happy. But maybe in order to make that happen, you know, there would have to be huge change, and that change might be very scary. Not only that, put the King of Wands back, if there was an ending with you two in the past, you might be still grieving over what happened. There might be guilt. There might be, you might be having a hard time forgiving yourself for what happened, and this person maybe as well. You know, maybe, or two, this could be grief around what has to leave your life in order to integrate with this person, with each other, if that's the case. If not, I think that this is more so around recognizing that endings happen, chaos and upheaval does happen, but that doesn't mean it should stop you from moving forward with confidence. You know, the infinity symbol here is like, life is truly infinite, and you are going to go through flows and cycles. There are going to be times when you're up on high up here, and you're gonna have those highs and lows. And I think what you're realizing is that grief is evidence of love, like I said earlier. And also with who is against the queen will die, I really think that this is a message saying that, one, I think that you're being protected, or whoever this Queen of Wands is, if you're not seeing it as yourself, I think that they are being protected. And it's quite possible that if you got into an argument, if this Queen of Wands isn't you, and you got into an argument with them that created some sort of tower moment, or that created chaos, arguments, some sort of ending, you may have realized, like, you kind of died with that ending. And maybe it was only through your grief that you realized how deeply they meant to you, and how happy they made you. But for some of you, I feel like this could be a forward moving thing where maybe things are getting better, like there's an opportunity for happiness here, but you or both of you might be still grieving over the past. It seems like you're trying not to, like, because this is what you're doing right. So I would say that it's likely that you are learning to let go of these painful endings in your past. And I also think that you're recognizing especially if you're the queen, like, what isn't serving you will end at some point. And I think that is one thing that you need to know as well, is like, one thing that you may be realizing that you're doing really well is just you're having acceptance for the fact that the universe is going to take things or people away if they're not serving you. But also at the same time, the universe might lead you towards something that seems really scary and overwhelming that could serve you far more than you realize, but maybe you're not ready to let go of your present reality. But maybe you realize that it's either gonna happen anyways, or that you can't deny it anymore, and that you need to follow it. But it's like you need this time first to grieve over what was, like your life before, and what you're letting go of. But I do think that this is an interesting situation. So take that one as it resonates. And if you get any messages that resonate to you that I didn't say, take those as well. Like, you don't need me to confirm what you're feeling intuitively, if that makes sense. That's why I say take what resonates. But we're going to go ahead and get a bit deeper now into the guidance before we move on to what you can do to help become your best self. I don't know why I'm having so many brain farts today. Spirit, can you talk about the Page of Swords? Fruition. Rest assured, your dreams and visions will come to fruition. And this is so beautiful for this to come out here, because I feel like this is your awareness of like, just because my reality isn't reflecting what I'm trying to achieve right now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. And the best thing I could do for myself is remain positive and trust that I am at the right point at the right time, and that there's always something for me to learn in the present moment. There's always something for me to be aware of. And I think that you might also be having visions about something that you're starting to gear up for and starting to be open-minded about taking action towards. And I think that your guides are really encouraging you down this path and saying that you can trust the visions and dreams you're having. But what about the Ace of Pentacles? We have release. Release anything that keeps you from your path of authenticity. And I think that's what you're realizing. Like, you're letting go of the weeds. You're weeding out what isn't working. And what's interesting is I really think that you're realizing that you may have kept people in your life because you loved them and because you wanted the best for them, and maybe you got a lot out of taking care of them. But I think you're realizing now that showing love to them was a betrayal of yourself, and that was an example of you not showing love to yourself. And I think you're realizing like it's actually more loving to release the things and the people that they're no longer serving me, even if it's just temporary, and even if it's just to take a break, rather than, or it, like what's no longer serving you could be thoughts, it could be routines, whatever it is, what's not aligning with your authentic self, and anything that makes you feel small or makes you feel like you have to hide who you are. I think you're realizing that none of that stuff is meant to deter you from following your path, but it's meant to make you aware of what might block you from your path, or what might slow you down, or what might not be the most loving towards yourself. What about the Empress, Spirit? We have blue flame. Connect to the blue flame, which is the light of pure love within you. I've never heard of that's weird. That's weird. Because like when I think of blue flames, I think of like Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender. So it says it's the light of pure love within you. So I guess if you want to embody even more Empress energy, connect to the blue flame. But also the violet flame I want to talk about. That one I do know about. Ascended Master Saint Germain. He is a cool guy and helps with that, I believe. But I think you can call upon the violet flame at any time to cleanse and protect yourself. I think it's more for I don't know. Just do what feels right. Okay, what about the Queen of Wands? All right. So we have abundance. When your heart's intention is to serve humanity, the doors of abundance naturally open. And we have transcendence. Transcend your mind's limitations and allow your soul's light to truly shine, which I was talking about transcendence earlier, so not to say I told you so, but oh, and on the back of the deck, we have love. Live your truth and share the love that is in your soul. So I think that is one of the things that you are doing really well, is that you are learning to lead with love and live with love and to make decisions from love. And maybe one thing you're grieving right now is the realization that the things that you thought you loved, or that you did love, that brought you happiness, maybe don't anymore. Or maybe you've just transcended certain types of conditional love that you realize isn't serving you. I think it's different for everyone, but I'm gonna go ahead and pull a couple more cards here. Shoot for the moon. If you fail, you'll be among the stars. So that's definitely Spirit continuing to encourage you to keep going and to keep taking risks. Give birth to your idea. So yeah, for those of you who are thinking about doing this idea, but maybe you need to release something first, take that as confirmation. But I also feel called to say, for some of you, you might need to gradually release this. Like, for example, if you're starting like a new career endeavor, you might like want to gradually reduce your hours until your side hustle is like becoming your main, you know, is like giving you more than whatever your main source of income is, for example. But you're being asked to trust that things will grow. Here's the thing about abundance. When your heart's intention is to serve humanity, the doors of abundance naturally open. So when you serve from a place of love and a place of serving humanity, which the universe does give us gifts, every single one of us, that we can use to serve humanity in our own way. And I think that whatever way in which you want to serve, whether that's through creating, whether that's through being in business, whether that's through whatever your passions are with tech, whatever your heart lies in, trust that there's a reason why you're drawn to it and why you're pursuing it. Okay, what else do we have? It's coming very soon. Interesting. What's coming very soon? I create my reality. So I think this is Spirit saying, first of all, the more you read, I don't know if these are carnations or roses, but those might be significant flowers. Anyway, I think a lot of upgrades are coming soon. Like, I think because we have Mercury in the middle of this wand, and with the Page of Swords there, I think that you have that awareness that you can create your reality. And so I think that Spirit is saying that the reality that you're currently creating, the reality that you're manifesting, like the process that you are going through right now, it's going to be showing up in your physical world much sooner than you realize. And it's going to, I think some of these things that you're working towards may happen much more easily than you anticipated. And so it's almost like you need to let go and trust, especially if there are steps that you don't know what the next step to take is. I feel like there's a need to wait until you feel confident in what that next step is, rather than taking a decision out of uncertainty and fear. All right, what about... Okay, so a situation will be brought to light and Mercury. So I definitely think that you may be aware of how your mindset might be affecting the situation, whatever the situation is for you. But I also think that there is an awareness that maybe if this situation involves another person, I do think that you both will communicate about things. I do think that you both will talk about things, but what will be brought to light, I'm not sure. But I think it's important to be honest with yourself about whatever your situation is and whatever your truth is, especially if this opportunity is something that you want, but you're pushing away out of fear. I mean, if this is something that your heart truly wants, you might realize that it's not necessarily worth, you might realize that the grief of losing this thing is not worth what your ego wants, for example. Like, you might be realizing that your ego has an attitude around this situation where you might be feeling like feeling things in your heart space for this situation or this person. You might feel like you're really dumb for, or something like that. But I think that this person, if they do serve your growth in some way, will be helpful in terms of you not only improving your communication skills, but maybe your business skills or something as well. But if this just relates to yourself, I think that you might be getting communication about an opportunity, or you might get a realization about what's been holding you back from being in your heart space more, or transcending grief around opening your heart or something like that. So what's on the back of the deck? Okay, on the back of the deck, we have the storm is coming. What's underneath it? My power speaks for itself. So I don't think that this is a storm that is affecting you in a bad way. I think that this is a storm affecting you in a good way, where you might see a lot of chaos and change in your future, but and I love that it's green, because you're going to be you're going to continue to be making decisions from a place of love, and it might create a bit of a storm, but it's going to be a storm that, first of all, storms always end, and it's going to be something that settles things and resets things. This is not a storm in a bad way. This is a storm in a good way, where the universe might help assist you on your journey by knocking over blockages that stop you from fully embracing this. So really embrace whatever chaos is coming your way, because it's chaos meant to serve your growth, and chaos meant to help you ascend even further and to just glow up even more. And look at that, we have abundance is your birthright just sitting right there. So I feel like one thing you need to know is that you've got lots of abundance coming your way. And I don't think that this is abundance just financially. I think this is abundance in love, and not just romantic love, but platonic love, familial love. I also think this abundance applies to just feeling held, feeling like you have enough, and also knowing that you can cultivate and bring about whatever you want, and that you don't need to know the steps, that you can just trust spirit to guide you through the process and guide you on what action you need to take in order to make that happen. So let's go ahead and see what you can do now. Or let's see what's stopping you from becoming your best self, and what you can do, what action you can take to correct that. Okay. Okay, so Spirit, what is holding pile 3 back from being their best self, please? Okay, we have the 4 of Cups. What is holding? We have the 3 of Pentacles. We have the Devil. And we have the 6 of Cups. Okay. So to clarify these, I'm going to use this Oracle deck, which this is a really great deck to get. I believe it's on Etsy. If you want to work on becoming aware of your ego responses and how they stop you from living your truth. Also, like, becoming aware of our ego can be kind of brutal sometimes. So I just think that this deck is really kind about pointing out ego responses, because our ego is here to protect us. Like, it's not something, and every human has an ego. Like, it's not something that you should hate, or I don't know. Let's just clarify cards. All right. Clarify the 4 of Cups, please. All right. We have the Fool. All right. What about the 3 of Pentacles? We have the Rebel. Clarifying the Devil, we have the Caregiver. And finally, with the 6 of Cups, okay, we have 2. We have the Conformist, and we have the Genius. Okay. So, I want to start with the 4 of Cups here. So the card clarifying the 4 of Cups says, I forgive myself for feeling as though I must see it before it is safe to believe it. I choose to believe that what I choose to believe is a powerful driver of my experience, and it is safe to explore a perspective that is more aligned with the reality I seek. Okay, this is good, because you're already in the process of doing this. You're already aware of this. You're already aware that your mindset does hold you back at times from opening up to opportunities. But one thing that I'm hearing here is that there may be opportunities that you're not aware of, or that maybe you've been literally ignoring because you're afraid of exploring them, or you're afraid of what's happening, or maybe because this opportunity is different from what you've experienced in the past, you might be like, oh, I'm not going to take that because I don't know what will happen, and that's scary. And it's almost like, here's what you need to know. I think that you might find yourself repeating similar toxic habits towards yourself because you almost feel safer and more drawn to making those decisions, not because you're actively thinking like, yes, I want to make bad decisions for myself. It's just that you might perceive certain energies as comforting and familiarity because you've seen them in your past, but you might just have this idea of like, oh, I'm sure they're different, or I'm sure it won't turn out that way, or I'm sure that, okay, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And I think that you've kind of been stuck in this pattern which I mean, Devil highlights that too, where you've kind of felt chained to what's holding you back. And Spirit wants to highlight the fact that you are making a lot of progress and a lot of growth. But I think that there are many opportunities that the universe is trying to give you that you're afraid of, because I think that, one, you either believe you're not worthy of them and that you will F it up. But two, I also think that you might have this belief that if something doesn't feel familiar and you feel fear about it, then that's dangerous, and I'm better just being in the dark about it and not knowing what would happen if I followed it. I mean, I think it's really interesting for feeling as though I must see it before it is safe to believe it. And like, this girl's all tied up in her braid, you know, she's looking the other direction. She is not looking at those cups. So I definitely think that Spirit is saying the experiences that are going to bring you closer to the light and more spiritual light and more truth within yourself are the things that are new, the things that are not things you can control. Because the devil is also about control. And I think that's one thing where you're changing your perception and it's really helping you, but that I don't think that you've necessarily integrated the idea of surrender, where you recognize that you may not know what's going to happen if you follow an opportunity or something, but you can trust that whatever happens, you're capable of handling it, and that there might be surprises beyond your wildest dreams. There's, you know, you might be looking at opportunities and thinking about all the bad things that could happen, but you're not thinking about all the good things that can happen. I'll use myself as an example, because this is literally something that I do and have to work through, is even though the majority of response to what I create is positive and kind and loving, which thank you very much, by the way, for everyone who is kind and loving towards me and towards themselves and each other in the comments. It like warms my heart to see you guys supporting each other. But sometimes I don't want to make something, even though I feel in my heart that I really want to make it, because I don't want to deal with the little bit of flack that I'm going to get from the people that don't like it, which is really, really silly. But it's an illogical fallacy that my brain created, because our brains are naturally predisposed to be focused on the negatives and not the positives. And so there's really a retraining idea. Like, honestly, statistics help me in this case, where I'm just like, you know, those are a few people and you're blowing it out of proportion and you don't even know what the response is actually going to be. You're just afraid to create it and afraid to have a certain response happen. And so I actively hold myself back because I'm trying to control a situation that I can't control anyway. And I'm stopping my creative abilities or my creative freedom and my creative fun because I'm afraid of backlash or what the response will be from a much smaller group of people than the people that will most likely be supportive and enjoy it. So it's just silly. It's just your brain being silly and making you think that you can't do something, or that you're safer if you just stay in the dark and don't put yourself out there. But I feel like what you need to know is that you can handle not knowing what's going to happen when you move forward with something, or that you need to know what's going to happen before you take action. You can take action and trust that everything will be okay, and especially if you feel stagnant right now, because I think the universe has been sending you ample opportunities to get out of that stagnation and you keep ignoring them. So or you may not be ignoring them, You may want to take them, but you're too afraid, so you're stuck in some sort of analysis paralysis where you just stand there and then you get so tired, you just give up, go to bed, and think, oh, I'll worry about it the next day, and then the next day there's new problems, and then you can't even really think about it, and then that opportunity falls by the wayside. So Spirit is really saying, take some risks, and don't take yourself too seriously, because we'll get there. So let's go to the Three of Pentacles now. I think another thing that is holding you back from being your best self is collaborating with others and asking for help, because we have here the Rebel, and it says, I forgive myself for considering opinions which oppose mine as a threat to my self-expression. I choose to believe that I may show loyalty to myself despite the existence of opposing ideas, as only I can fully appreciate the experiences that truly nourish me. So I think one thing that you might that might be holding you back is this belief that you need to do everything by yourself, or that the people around you need to always be supportive of what you're doing, or that you need, in order to collaborate with people, you need to have they need to be like you need to have a similar perspective. Because I think that Spirit is actually trying to get you to realize that people with different opinions could actually help you and broaden your mindset and just make you think and learn more, rather than be an attack on your character. But it might be that you get triggered by people disagreeing with you, or by people critiquing you. And I feel like Spirit is saying that's not a threat to your existence, even though it might feel that way. And it's important to remember that when we work with people, they just want to make things better, hopefully. I mean, you don't want to work with someone that wants to make things worse, which you should have the intuitive awareness to know the difference. But, and if not immediately, you'll figure it out. But I think that you may be holding yourself back from maybe getting help with this project, or asking for help around certain situations, or collaborating with other people, because you might be afraid of being rejected, or you might be afraid of sharing your ideas, or it might even be a control thing as well, where you may not. Well, because I literally said this earlier. You have this thing where you feel like if you don't do it, it won't happen. So let's talk about the Devil. I forgive myself for feeling as though if I don't do it, no one will. I choose to believe that when I allow others to prioritize tasks as they see fit, I allow them to clarify what is important so that they may pursue a life more resonant with their truest selves. So I think one of the biggest things that holds you back is something that you do out of love. But it's important, we were talking about this earlier actually, the fact that you do things out of love for others that you may not realize is a betrayal to self. Because here's the thing, serving others is a wonderful thing, and it's not something that you shouldn't do. But when you serve others at the expense of your own well-being, that isn't helpful to you. And so an ideal situation is that you serve yourself first so that you can serve others with what you have overflowing. And it's important to note that the Devil is number 15, which does reduce to 6 in numerology. And the other major arcana card that has a 6 is the Lover's card. And the Devil and the Lovers both talk about love. And I think that this is a shadow that you have around love, where you may feel like your worth or your value depends on caring for others. And I think that you may not realize how deeply ingrained this is within you. I feel like this could have been something that you've been doing since childhood. Like, this is a role that you've taken since childhood, especially if you're an older sibling, or if you have a lot of younger siblings or younger cousins or something like that. You might have been that person who just, work's got to get done, it's got to happen, and you may feel like, It's almost like you're the type of person who saves people from their own mistakes so they never learn, and you get more and more frustrated because you're doing all you can to help someone and doing it from a place of love, and they're either not appreciating it or they're not even expressing gratitude or something like that for it. But I think what you need to realize is that everybody, Everybody is capable, within reason, of solving. Let me say this. Sometimes people need to make mistakes. Sometimes we need to make mistakes in order to learn. And you might actually be enabling the people around you to continue abusing your kindness, or to continue taking advantage of your kindness. Let's not say abusing, taking advantage of your kindness. And so you might actually be doing you both a disservice, where you're being distracted from what you're supposed to be focusing on, from your life, from your goals, from what you're working on, because you are clearly working on a lot, and instead focusing your energy on someone else who's not really interested in fixing their own problems or fixing their own mistakes. They might want to, they might gripe about it, but they might do that because they know that you'll fix it if they tell you about it, if they whine about it. It's like a cycle that maybe you just don't realize that you're in. And I think it's not something that's very easy, because it's not like you're coming from a place of love and wanting to help others, but sometimes we enable people to stay in their devil energy and hold them back, rather than letting go of our role and enabling them and allowing them to fall and not giving them a safety net. You know, sometimes it's like take eagles, for example. The little ones, the little eagle guys, when they're babies, obviously they're chilling in the nest until one day Mama Eagle pushes them all out, and then they have to start flying. And I feel like that's what Spirit is trying to get you to understand. It's like, especially if there are people that live either like in the same building as you, that rely on you, or people that live in your same household, you might be taking on the brunt of a lot of work because that's normal to you. That's what makes your ego feels good. Because here's what you want to remember as well. You play a role in this where it feels good to you and it makes you feel validated when you care for others. But what you're not realizing is that caring for others is a wonderful thing, but caring for others at the expense of their own growth and at the expense of your growth is not helping either of you. That's just wasting both of your times. So I think in your case, one of the biggest things that is holding you back from this growth is not allowing people to make their own mistakes, not allowing people to be in charge of their own solutions. And I mean, here's the thing, it's not like you can't be there for support and for advice and, tell them like, I trust that you'll get through this, or if I was in this situation, here's what I would do, or something like that. But it's all about finding a balance. You can still help people without sacrificing your time and energy, because it's clear that there's some deep resistance here, or tension with these people or these situations, and it might be on both ends, where you feel like, I'm trying to do everything to help you, why won't you just do it? And then the person on the other side might be like, well, why do you keep trying to fix me? Why do you stop trying to fix me? Stop trying to make my life, like, I don't know. It's a complicated situation, and I want to affirm that it is a complicated situation, and that these things are a lot easier said than done. And that's why the Devil card is here. It's a major arcana card. This is the biggest thing that is holding you back from being your best self. This is your big boy shadow. This is the big one. And actually, that's what's interesting as well, because it's coming out on top of the Empress, the other major arcana card that you had. And I think that the beautiful thing about the Empress is that she is abundant and she provides. But she does not provide at the extent of losing her self-worth or losing what's important to her. She gives with what she has extra. And I think that's your biggest thing, is you have so much on your plate already. And it might make it a lot harder to face what you have on your plate because you're worrying and carrying other people's burdens and situations that are not your job or problem to carry. No matter how much you may love them, sometimes the best thing you can do for someone is trust that they can work through their own issues and enforce that boundary when you recognize that they're taking advantage of your kindness or you've been helping them and it's clearly not serving you to do that. Helping others when it serves, like for example, you know, if you're helping a sibling with a project, you know, and it's not taking time out of your day and you're happy to do it and you both get to spend time together and enjoy it, that's a win-win collaboration. But if your sibling wants you to do their project for them because you're better at this anyway, you already know what it is, why can't you just do it? Like, I did this for you, that, like, if it's that, that's not serving you. So service should be kind of a win-win situation where it serves you to serve and it serves others as well. So you're not meant to be you're not meant to be a slave to the desires of others. You're meant to serve yourself and trust that others will learn that they can serve themselves as well. And in situations where they can't serve themselves, they have the capacity to ask for help, and they have the capacity to ask for help from the right sources. And the right sources is very important. And an example of this would be, you know, someone who is going through a lot, you know, where, you know, we're all going through a lot, right? But say you're going through a lot and you have a friend that has a lot of problems and they start trauma dumping on you. Instead of like healthy venting, there's a difference between healthy venting and trauma dumping. Trauma dumping is usually like it's draining, there's no solution, there's no desire to fix problems, it's just more so complaining, whereas like healthy venting is, you know, talking about the problem, being aware of maybe how you contribute to it or what happened, being realistic, maybe asking for advice if you want it, or just asking for a listening ear, and then, you know, once the topic is over, you move on. Whereas like trauma dumping, it might be like, this is wrong, and then that is wrong, and it goes into a deeper spiral. And I'm not trying to villainize anyone like that, because like we can only do the best we can with what we know, you know? And then once we learn later that, and sometimes it's up to us to communicate that stuff and say, hey, you know, I'm happy to be a listening ear, but I'm going through a lot too. And, you know, I only have so much time to talk today, or whatever that is. But also to remember that you don't have to be someone else's, you're not your friend's therapist. You're not your family's bitch slave. Like, I don't know why that word came out, but you might feel like that and feel like that's your role and hold on to that, but that's not your role. You are meant to serve, but you're serving in a way that does both you and the people around you a disservice. So instead of looking at things as, oh, well, I should just be selfish and just focus on myself only, that's impossible. We're social creatures. We always have people around us. Instead, it's seeing, how can I serve myself and this person? And will it serve this person more for me to withdraw my help and trust that they can figure it out, especially if I've already given them solutions, if I've already helped them with this situation before, then, you know, just repeating that same cycle. But I think this is your biggest cycle. This is your 100% your biggest cycle that is stopping you from being your best self. And I think once this cycle is broken, it is literally, you're gonna, like, chains will be broken, you'll realize, like, I did not realize how much stress I was carrying. I did not realize how much this was holding me back. And that's the thing about the devil, like, devil's in the details, and the devil is not some pointy green man. Green man? Red man. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter how you vision the devil, but the devil is not, the devil lies and anything that holds us back from feeling like ourselves, from feeling authentic, that makes us feel like we're not doing enough, that makes us feel like we're not being enough, or I don't know, I don't need to go into all that, but essentially there may be devils in your life that you think are actually just that are normalized, and that when you look at them with this new perception, you might realize, oh wow, I'm contributing to this double energy between me and this person, or me and this group. Like, I am enabling this behavior. I am enabling other people to continue not taking responsibility for themselves, because that is an ego response too, allowing others to take control and not, so that you don't have to be responsible for what happens to you, or you don't have to blame yourself. Like, that's an ego response too. So it's important to remember that especially if someone guilt trips you for not helping them, like, that is a clear sign that they're not wanting help from a place of true need, but they're wanting help from a place of not wanting to do the work themselves and knowing that they can get it elsewhere. So let's move on to the Six of Cups now. So I definitely think this is related to childhood and related to your inner child, but let's talk about your ego cards first. So we have, I forgive myself for allowing others to dictate who I should be and how I should express myself. I choose to believe that the unique expression of my truest self in each moment makes possible for the expansion into all aspects of who I am becoming. And we also have, I forgive myself for taking myself more seriously than is helpful to me. I choose to believe that when I allow myself to lighten up, my entire being becomes illuminated with the intuitive wisdom that aligns me with my highest potential. So one of the most important things about this is that your inner child is so fit to help you make decisions and lead. And in fact, your inner child, I think, is kind of screaming to be acknowledged. It's quite possible that you may have been raised in a family where you had certain expectations and it was a lot safer to conform to those expectations than to be your authentic self. Or maybe you called out certain patterns in conformity. Maybe you were like a truth teller and the people around you were like, you might have gotten abuse for being honest about something that everyone else was allowing or saw differently. I think that you're realizing that your child self felt a lot more free to be weird. And I think that weirdness is in your DNA. And like, there's nothing wrong with being weird. Being weird's awesome. I'm weird. Like, shout out to the weirds, man. Like, the weirds are great. we're awesome. And I think that you kind of shove down your weirdness and shove down the parts of yourself that are different from others because, you know, obviously it's a lot easier to conform. And you may not realize how you judge yourself for your weirdness, how you judge yourself for your differentness. And so it's not even that you feel, your inner child, I think, is feeling really neglected by you and feeling like you might find that there are patterns and wounds that root back to childhood that you may not be aware of that are connected. And I think one thing that you need to know is that a lot of our personality is developed through feeling safe in life. So it seems like in childhood, in order for you to feel safe, you had to conform to what the standards and expectations were. And I think that has been something where subconsciously, even if you didn't care about the environment you're in or the community of people you were with, your natural inclination is to want to conform to what's around you, or at the very least, for some of you, I feel like you may have the ability to command a room and like really like change the energy. But I think what you may not realize is that you change your energy as well based upon the room that you enter. Instead of entering a room as your authentic self, you enter a room and assess what version of yourself or what energy you need to express that is going to get you the most positive results. And so that's not being authentic to yourself, that's conforming. And even though you might think that you have the power in that situation, you're actually disempowering yourself. It would be far more powerful if you just showed up as your authentic self and allowed your light to radiate and allow the reactions of others to show you who they are. Because it might be that you find yourself allowing people into your life that you think are going to be a good fit with you, or that you're going to vibe with. But I think what you may not realize is that the more you grow into yourself, the more these people that you had in your life through conformity, through establishing an energy with others that made them feel comfortable, you were betraying yourself that entire time. And the more that you become yourself and the more that you step into yourself, the less you're going to align with those types of people, because you weren't really aligned in the first place. You were just aligning to their frequency, their energy, so that you could feel comfortable and accepted, because it's far more uncomfortable to show up with your own energy, with your own authenticity, and then experience energy coming at you either positively or negatively based upon who's around you and how they perceive your truest self, which you can't help. But see, that's the thing as well, is that you may be afraid to let go and be silly or be weird sometimes because you might be afraid that you look stupid. I forgive myself for taking myself more seriously than is helpful to me. I choose to believe that when I allow myself to lighten up, my entire being comes illuminated with the intuitive wisdom that aligns me with my highest potential. So your inner child actually has a lot of wisdom to communicate to you. And I think the beautiful thing about children is that they're so loving and they're so simple. And that simplicity is something that I think we lose once we have our critical thinking skills developed. There's this Albert Einstein quote that says something about like the intuitive mind being the actual leader and the logical mind being the servant, but we live in a society that upholds the servant and ignores the actually valuable intuitive mind. Well, no, not that logic isn't valuable. Let me not say that. Actually, let me get the quote. I'll be right back. Okay, so this is the book that it comes from. If you guys are interested in getting this oracle deck, it's pretty good. But I actually wanted to start with this Bob Marley quote because I thought it was relevant to you as well. The greatness of a man is not in how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively. So that last part, the ability to affect those around him positively, that is your intention. But I think that in reality, you might be affecting people in negative ways. Not always, but when you enable people to cling on to the cycles that they need to learn to outgrow, and you enable them to stay in that comfort zone instead of allowing them to solve their own problems in the universe as well, you rob yourself and them of the opportunity to affect yourselves positively, because you're affecting yourselves both negatively. But where is that Albert Einstein quote? It is somewhere. Here it is. The intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a faithful servant. We have created a society that honors the servant and has forgotten the gift. So yeah, this is like the most important quote ever to me. Like when I heard that and knowing that Albert Einstein said it, I was like, that's gas. But anyway, I definitely think that a lot of things that you feel intuitively, or a lot of the things that make you feel like yourself, feel wildly uncomfortable to experience and feel like wildly upsetting when you do experience them, because that's your ego saying, this is unsafe, someone might react negatively, someone might make fun of us, someone might be mean to us, you know. And I think what you're realizing is that or what you need to realize are you're meant to bloom, you're meant to evolve, you're meant to transform. And part of your transformation is not, I think what you have done really well, I must say, is that you've been working through a lot of things within yourself that you know have been holding you back, especially your mindset. But one of the things that is stopping you from this part is the belief that the person that you were when you were a child, and I mean like a young child, not like 9, 10. That's kind of start when the ego starts to develop, but like think like 5, 6, 7. That was a time when you likely felt more comfortable to be your real authentic self and to be silly and to be free. You know, children don't have the same, their brains aren't developed enough yet to question things the way we do. And in that way, they actually have an advantage because they see things in much more simple ways. And obviously, they're at a disadvantage when they can't communicate to adults what they're experiencing. But I think adults often dismiss what children experience or dismiss what children say or think because they're like, oh, well, you don't get it. Like you'll understand when you're older. But you know, how many kids movies are about not losing the magic when you get older and becoming an adult that is just jaded by the world? I think one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle that you're missing is reintegrating your childhood self and realizing that there was nothing wrong with you to begin with. It's just that you were born into an environment that did not accept your authenticity. And when you're a child, you can't control that. And so we learn these mechanisms to cope with feeling safe in our environment. And I think now you're at a point where you can free yourself from that bondage and be in and exist in a way where you can honor your childhood self and still feel safe enough, like still know that you're worthy and that it's not a bad thing to embrace who you were when you were young. Because for example, me, I was built for this. I literally, I won't go into tangents, but I was built for this. And the only thing in me that was valued by the people around me and that was nurtured was my intellectual abilities. So I'm not saying like I'm smart, but I just mean like, you know, school. Like I actually wasn't very well. Photographic memory. I didn't try very hard in school, but got by. And you know, so I thought that was the only thing that was valuable to me. So when I went to college and was thinking about my future, I was like, well, I need to get my PhD. Like I need to do this because that's going to validate me. That's going to show that I'm successful. That's going to show that I'm worthy. And I'm really glad that I didn't follow that. And I followed what my heart led me to, which was tarot, because now I'm here and I'm hell of a lot more happier than I ever was in school. And it's been a process for me where I've had to like completely unlearn all of the things that I was taught, you know, in school from ages, I started preschool at 3. So 3 to 22, I've been in conditioning. So it takes a really long time to decondition that. And that's one thing I want you to know is that it is going to take time to decondition this stuff. You're going to get re-triggered by this stuff, and that's okay. You're going to fall into old patterns, and that's okay. But it's about how you see it, and that's where your perception is really important. Because instead of beating yourself up about it and being like, I knew I couldn't change, or I always do this, like, and just getting defeatist about it, recognizing, okay, so why did I fall back into this pattern again? Was it something that I'm aware of or something that I'm not? What solutions did I implement? Did I implement 0 solutions? Okay, well then maybe I should address that situation next time. Or just acknowledging that you can do better next time. And also when you do make the wrong decision, at least in your mind or towards what is going to be best for you, pay attention to how you feel when you make that decision afterwards. Not just immediately, but far after as well, you know? Because often these maladaptive coping mechanisms or these habits that we develop do give us relief temporarily. It's just when it wears off and then we have to face reality again that it really feels shitty. And then we want to go back to the thing that is continuing our pain and keeping us trapped. So I think one thing that you need to know is that it's really important to be patient with yourself through this process, and also that your truest self is going to be the parts of yourself that you have accumulated as you've grown and learned and matured, and integrating them with the parts of you that have always existed that you just forgot were there or detached from or have known are always within you, but you haven't felt safe enough to express. And it might be that you just start by only expressing that side of yourself to you when you're alone and seeing how that feels, or only expressing that side of yourself to people that you feel genuinely safe with, to people that make you feel like a child, that make you feel childlike, that you know aren't going to judge you, that aren't open-minded, that are open-minded, not open-minded. You want open-minded people, but that is kind of what I'm seeing there. So we're going to go deeper into guidance now. Let's see what else Spirit wants to say. So, Spirit, can you clarify the Four of Cups? We have safety. In the hurricane of life, a strong foundation will keep you safe. So, yeah, I think that's the process of what you're building right now with this Ace of Pentacles. You're already doing that. This is wonderful. So, what you need to know is that you can trust that what you're already doing to benefit yourself and to help you become stronger and more stable, that is what will help keep you grounded and aligned in your truth when you face situations that are new and uncertain. And I feel like Spirit is wanting you to know that you are safe in this process, that you are okay, and that you are being held. And at any time where you are really afraid and feeling like there are things outside of your control, which there are many, 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 many things outside of our control, grounding to the earth and recognizing that you're exactly where you need to be at that moment in time, and trying to find that inner peace again and rebalance and trust that you can work through any challenges you have, I think will really help you. But what else, Spirit? What about this Three of Pentacles? We have creativity. Use creativity to transform your pain into positivity. So I think as well, what I like about this is that I think Spirit is also encouraging you to be creative about how you, for example, collaborate with people, or how you work with people, or be creative about where you ask for help, or be creative about collaborations with others. Like, you know, maybe the things that you're truly passionate about, you kind of keep a more solitary project, and maybe something that you feel like is a bit beyond your own scope, beyond your own ability to do alone, like that's when you maybe want to include people and then get those lessons with collaborating. But I also think as well, Spirit is just encouraging you to speak your truth, and it may not be to anyone, but just speaking your truth in your writing, or in talking out loud to yourself, or in creating something. I think that it might be helpful for you to create from a place of not showing this to anyone, but just pure catharsis, because you might find that there are answers within you that you have been neglecting or ignoring because you just haven't been aware that they were there, or they just haven't gotten your attention enough. But let's see what else we have. So we also have oneness. You are part of the universe and you always will be. And we have compassion. Resolve your conflicts with compassion. So this is awesome because this is a twofold message. And I love that I was talking about love, and then for this column, we have the crown and the heart chakra. So oneness, you are part of the universe and always will be, and compassion, resolve your conflicts with passion. This is Spirit saying that you are not truly separate from others, and that sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do is let people learn their own mistakes or learn from their lessons, because that's what's going to truly serve them. And that's actually the more compassionate response. So I actually want to talk about this in an example. Divine intervention. The divine always serves us with compassion. We might not view it that way, but the divine, that's their prerogative. And so what I mean by that is, if the universe is trying to get your attention, if you're someone who's already pretty sensitive, for example, they're not gonna shake you awake and say, hey, they're not gonna yell at you and give you some really jolting wake-up call that you better change or things are gonna get really bad. You'll probably get a gentle nudge or a gentle sign, hey, maybe this needs to change, or something might happen that like maybe plans fall through that you were going to go on, and then you find out that somebody there was not good, or, you know, something, whatever the case may be, the universe is not going to use a megaphone to yell at someone when they can hear a whisper. The universe is going to use a megaphone when that is all they have to communicate. That's their only way to get through. So that's compassionate as well. Because if the universe was like, well, we've been sending you signs and you didn't hear them, that would be kind of a dick move, right? Like, it's like, well, I mean, how am I supposed to receive signs that I'm not even aware are there? So the universe is going to use that megaphone, stir shit up, and be really aggressive about it, not because they want to punish you, but because that's the only way to get you to see what they're trying to show you. So while we may not perceive it as compassionate, and while our egos and our bodies, our emotional bodies, might have a hard time struggling with what happened and perceiving it, the divine does always do things with compassion. But it's important to remember that we cannot confuse divine intervention with just human behavior. We cannot blame certain things as the divine, as being the divine's role versus just humans being humans. For example, when people are like, well, if God is real, then why does war exist? Because humans suck at conflict resolution. We have this deep-rooted fear of survival. We believe sources are incredibly scarce, and we have we're not healthy people, and we're trying very hard, but like, that's not a God thing. That's a human thing. Like, war exists because people have not come together and figured out better ways to work through their problems. Like, and that's the thing. Like, you have to understand that even though you are one with God and with the universe, your ego will make you believe you are separate. Your fear will make you believe you are separate. And a lot of things in our environment around us contribute to that belief of separateness. Like war, you know, like two people fighting against each other. I guarantee you both sides think they're the good guys. Like, and it's a destructive thing that really, you know what I'm saying? So the point of what I'm trying to say is that the divine always knows what is best for someone, even when we don't, or even when we don't agree with the divine. Usually, always, we're wrong. And sometimes we have to wait time, or we have to look back and reflect to realize what the true intention or the true purpose of the divine doing something was. But in your case, I think that there is a true need for you to look at the fact that the ways in which you serve others may actually not be compassionate and may not actually be from a place of love, but instead keeping you in that role of caregiver and keeping you in that comfort zone of being there, even though it brings frustration and tension and resistance and conflict with the people around you. And so that's what the universe is trying to get you to understand, is that this other people's burdens were never your problem to carry. And that the most compassionate thing you can do is recognize that we are served with the challenges at the time that we have them because we are capable of getting through them. You know, sometimes we do need help, but it's up to them to ask for help. My point of what I'm saying here is obviously, like, you know, people who are literally incapable of carrying themselves, that is different from people who are able to. So obviously having that awareness of like who is able to care for themselves, who is not. Like, for example, you can't expect a 5-year-old to be fully self-sufficient. Like, they need parents, they need care. But, you know, a 25-year-old that, you know, maybe is struggling with some mental health issues may need help and assistance from someone who is qualified to help them, who can address those things. But if that person doesn't want help, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. And sometimes we just have to let people live their own experiences long enough to where they realize that they're tired of living life that way and they actually take action to do something. So I think for you, one of the best things that you can realize is that the universe not only has your back, but it has the back of your loved ones as well. And that it will address your loved ones' problems with compassion. Whatever compassion it needs to use, it will. And that sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do towards your loved ones is let them learn on their own. Let them figure it out. And that is an excellent example of where, like, you know, if you're 5 and you don't understand the consequences of burning a hot stove, yeah, you might want to intervene. That's kind of super important. But like, this is about enabling people who are capable of solving problems themselves, that bring you frustration, that bring you tension, that bring you down, and then that bring conflict between you and this person, which is really sad because it's clear that you both love each other and it's clear that you both value each other's connection, but I think you both are stuck in a pattern where you're not seeing how you both are doing each other a disservice. So yeah, that's that. All right, 6 of Cups. All right, we have signs. There will always be signs to guide you on your true path. So I would definitely say trust the signs that you receive, especially signs that remind you of childhood. But I would also say as well, if there's anything nostalgic from your childhood that you've been meaning to get back into or rewatch or replay, like if it's a game or whatever it is, I think the universe is encouraging you to do that, because not only will it help you get in touch with your inner child, but there might be messages there and signs for you that that might freak you out, but also excite you and help you feel encouraged. Like, okay, I can really do this. I can face this. I can grow. So what else, Spirit? Storm is coming. Abundance is your birthright. So yeah, Spirit is definitely, I feel like one thing that you need to know is that the more you can surrender to the shifts happening, the better, which you're already doing, because Spirit is going to start shifting things. And the more you resist, the more stress you're going to cause yourself. You have to trust that these changes that are happening internally and externally are for the highest good of not just you, but all beings. We also have revelation. So I also think that it may be with collaborating with others or being open to others that you might get a revelation about something that you were only thinking about in a different way. But also, if you don't feel called to collaborate with others yet, if you don't feel called to include others yet, wait until you do. You'll know when it's time, and you'll know what it is that you need to do. It'll be something that you feel confident in and know that, okay, I can delegate this, or I can ask for help about that. Like, you'll know when you know it. Because if you don't know, you don't know. Because when you know, you'll know. I know that sounds simple, but like, if you're like, but how will I know? If you're asking that, you don't know. You will know when you know, because there will be this certainty of, that's the answer, light bulb moment. But if you're thinking, what if I don't figure it out? What if well, you're not, now you're just stressing yourself out. You're not serving anything. But also, we have transforming, and you're small, you're doing your best, take a nap. So that's the thing as well. I feel like one thing that you need to know is that whoever these connections are with that you may be struggling with, know that they are transforming, and they will transform as you transform. And that I think your own transformations will help instigate and inspire transformations within your loved ones that you've been trying to have happen for the first place. But also I think Spirit is saying, you're not meant to carry the problems of the world on your back. That is a very, very, very unrealistic undertaking. And I think that you just need to give yourself a break and stop feeling like you need to be responsible for everything. Like, there are things that are not your business. There are things that are not your problems and not your burdens to carry. And so sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do for yourself is say, you know what? I've done my best with this situation. I'm going to take a nap. And be kind to yourself. So what else, Spirit? Get up and try again. So yeah, I think Spirit is saying, you know, it might be hard at times and you might feel discouraged, and there might be times where you're embracing your inner child and someone rejects you, or someone makes fun of you, or someone doesn't like what you have to say. And I think Spirit is saying, like, not everyone is going to see things that way, and that's just a sign that someone's not in alignment with, that you're not in alignment with each other. Sorry, I was burping. Which burps are a sign of releasing negativity. But I think that you may take yourself so seriously sometimes that when you fail or you perceive that you have failed, it's a lot harder for you to keep going, and it keeps you stuck in this defeated energy that stops your momentum and slows you down and gets you stuck in this stagnation that gets you in a cycle of overthinking, and it's not helpful. So I think what you need to know is that, you know, you just got to keep going. Like Dory, you just got to keep swimming, just got to keep swimming. So with that being said, we're going to keep it swimming because this is already long enough. So we're going to finish off with some final advice. And I'm going to start with Vanessa Samina's new Oracle deck. If you would like to get it or anything else on her website, BowLife, for 10% off, use code ASO10. You help me and you. But also, thank you, BowLife, for this beautiful deck. But anyway, for you, we have Endless Serendipity, which I love because guess what number it is? It is number 15. So one thing I want to talk about is the fact that when we're used to being in pain and when we're used to suffering, experiencing joy can be incredibly painful and triggering. And while one side of the devil is restriction and, you know, things like that, add some synonyms, another aspect of the devil is also embracing, you know, the things you enjoy, you know, playing hard and in addition to working hard. But I think one thing that the universe is trying to get you to know is that it is not only is abundance your birthright, but endless serendipity is your birthright. And that's where the universe is trying to get literally every human on this planet, because that literally benefits everyone. But anyway, in your case, you are not meant to feel guilty about feeling good. You are not meant to feel guilty or bad about following the things that make you happy. It is not your job to provide for other people's happiness. It is only your job to provide for your own and trust that other people will follow their bliss as well. And if they don't, that's not your job to solve, and that's not your burden to carry. Spirit is really saying the biggest thing that could help you feel free is embracing experiences that you enjoy. So being around people that make you feel uplifted, doing things that are fun, doing things that are fun instead of doing things that will just give you a monetary benefit or something like that. The universe is saying that they are aligning you with the experiences of endless joy, and they want that to be something you embrace and follow and recognize that you're worthy and deserving of. Obviously, we all have highs and lows, but I think that you feel guilty when you feel good sometimes, and I think you need to know that you're allowed to feel good, and that is a huge accomplishment, especially when you spend a lot of your life feeling bad. And that's not something that we need to shame ourselves for. That is an old program running in your brain that is not serving you in the slightest. And that's part of transcendence, the ability to look at our thought patterns and how our brain is creating our reality and telling us what is true and what is not, even though it may not be objectively true. So Spirit is really saying, let go of the guilt and shame around enjoying things, and let go of the guilt and let go of the idea that you need to make sure that everyone is taken care of before you can experience your own joy. Because when you put your joy first, not only will it be easy to take care of other people, but also you'll recognize what was not your job to take care of in the first place, and you'll realize that you're empowering the people that you were enabling before to follow their joy and follow what will bring them joy as well. Now it's up to them to do that, and you can't allow their decision to influence or cause you to regress in that way. You get what I'm saying? Okay. So I also wanted to get a crystal that could help you on your journey. So yours is green calcite, and I have some over here. Ain't she a beaut? And it says, green calcite is the emo, honest to a fault, believes in storybook endings, tree hugger of the calcite family. I bet this is who you were as a child, and I bet that you've been jaded by that, and you feel like, you know, and you've had experiences that did not reflect that. And I think as a result, now you believe that anything that could spark this or bring this energy about, you believe is not for you, because all you've seen is things go wrong or things go badly. And so that's this ego response, the Fool. So that's where you say, I choose to believe that what I choose to believe is a powerful driver of my experience, and it is safe to explore a perspective that is more aligned with the reality I seek. And so you're entering a reality, we even saw it here with your heart chakra cards, that you are entering a more heart-centered reality in a way that's not disserving yourself, but serving yourself and others. So who needs it? Anyone who finds themselves lost in the forest without a map, and Libras. I love this because sometimes they'll just be saying who needs it, and then they'll put a sign, and it's just like, so it's like a passive aggressive drag. But also where to put it, align against your chest when making important decisions regarding how you want to spend the finite precious time you have on earth. Because that's the thing as well. You're missing out on opportunities to just have fun and feel free and make memories that truly matter, because the universe does not want you to spend your life serving others. Like you actively hold yourself back and everyone else back when you do that. Like when you serve others, but your heart, actually, let me just finish this. When to use it. When your heart is asking for something, but you aren't listening. The heart wants what it wants. The mind wants what it thinks the heart should want. Call on the energy of green calcite to nudge that push and pull in the heart's favor. Live out your heart's desires. And that's where you're going. And I think you're realizing one of the things you thought was your heart's desire was serving others. And you're not wrong in that. That is part of your desire. And the divine loves that. But the divine's trying to get you aware of what service isn't actually serving, but instead is doing the opposite of what you're trying to do. So I also wanted to get a power animal to see what energy of an animal might be supporting you on this journey, and this animal might be a sign for you in the future that you're on the right path and that you are growing and improving. So for you guys, we have the wombat spirit, be at home. And I think that this is important. This isn't just talking about an environment. This is talking about true home. And true home is something that is kind of unmistakable. You can feel it with people, you can feel it in certain places, but you also deserve to make yourself and your body your home, and to recognize that you can be safe within yourself. And I think right now, one of the biggest inhibitors to you feeling safe enough to go within is allowing stillness, because that stillness might bring about unhelpful brain patterns that you've had for a long time, so like negative self-talk, that makes it uncomfortable to be at home. And so that's why it is so good that you are working on your perception and your mindset and how you talk to yourself, because that's what's going to make it feel so much safer to be within yourself and to be yourself and to embrace who you are. You know, it's super normal that we would feel unsafe to be ourselves if our external homes or the place that we call our residence is telling us that we're not safe if we're ourselves, or we're not valid humans if we're ourselves. And I think what the universe is trying to get you to realize is that you're not meant to conform to what society has already established as okay to feel at home in, but instead you're meant to find and seek out what feels like home to you, not only within yourself, but in the people around you and in the world at large, and embrace that and be where you feel at home, be where you feel safe, because everybody deserves to feel safe. Like that is like the second bottom tier on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's like survival and then security. And I think you've got the survival down, but now it's about security. Now it's about, getting up on that pyramid and self-actualizing. But we also have a scent to help you as well, and yours is lime. And the trigger statement is, I am overwhelmed, and the true statement is, I am moving. The time for planning is complete. Take action, no matter how small, beginning today. So yeah, Spirit is really saying, take action, keep going. Yeah, that. I'm starting to break down. Okay, so, and then I wanted to finish off with a message from your guardian angels. So for you, oh yes, we have the High Priestess, which says, go within. You are a very intuitive person, and there are many wonderful insights that lie waiting inside of you. Take the time to be quiet and reflect upon the desires of your heart through meditation or prayer. There is no need to take action right now. Be patient with yourself. So that's so funny, because that's very contradictory, and that's how the divine is. The divine does that all the time. But I think the difference is knowing when to take action and knowing when to go within. I think there are things that you'll know the difference, but this is very important, because I think that there are things that you're being told intuitively that your logical brain is dismissing, that you're starting to become aware of, but you still don't trust because you've never seen what you're being told happen before, so you don't know what could happen, and the only thing you have for reference is your past experiences. And so the more negative your past experiences have been, the more logical it's going to be that you're going to assume that things are going to end poorly. But that's where you want to surrender your servant rational mind and trust your intuitive mind, because your intuitive mind is trying to lead you towards what's going to make you happier than you ever thought was possible. And it might really humble you in a way where you're like, I can't believe I allowed my brain to continue keeping me in this madness that's not true to myself. But I think what your guides are really saying is you need to trust your intuition. And listen, anxiety screams, intuition whispers. Your intuition is often going to give you messages that are simple, quiet, and they just feel right. They just sit right. And the problem is that your logical brain is like, that doesn't make sense to them. They're like, it doesn't make sense to our rational minds. And so then we try to push it away or not value it. And that's where you're really missing out, because you are stopping yourself from following what truly makes you happy out of fear and out of this belief that you have to know what's going to happen in order to know that it's going to be okay. And that's where surrendering that fear and trusting that the universe would not lead you astray, and that your heart especially will not lead you astray. I think that at your core, you're just a loving person. And I think that when you, like, your child self was just a big ball of love and a big ball of silliness. And I think the universe is trying to get you to integrate with this cool person that you've become, and with that sweet little version of you that you believe is not okay. It's actually more than okay. And it will give you freedom beyond your wildest dreams. But pile 3, I think that is where I'm going to leave your reading. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads or just letting them play in the background. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me and my channel and express gratitude for what I'm doing. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. I will say those little things help me so much, so thank you. Also, you can check out my merch, which is linked below, and my social media, which is linked below, though do be aware there are tons of scammers pretending to be me. So just know that I do not offer personal readings, and if someone is claiming to be me offering personal readings, they are a liar. So I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it's that you're watching this video. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you all will come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Citrine Dodecahedron, this is going to be your reading on how to become your best self. So as you can probably tell by the length of the video, these readings have been very long. That wasn't my intention, but it just happened that way. So I hope you'll bear with me through this. But essentially what we're gonna do is I'm gonna start by looking at what you're already doing well that is contributing to your best self, and we'll go in depth there. And if that doesn't resonate, then I would say that this is not your pile. If it does, you found the right pile. I'm very unhappy by that shuffle. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say, except for if you appreciate what I do and would like to exchange energy with me in any way, leaving a little like if you enjoy it, subscribing if you watch me regularly, or if you want to. It's not like you have to watch every reading. You can see it when I upload it and save it for a rainy day. But yeah, just little things help me more than you realize. And I quickly just wanted to thank everyone who is kind and supportive to me and one another in the comments. You guys are great. Thank you so much for sharing and spreading love. So let's go ahead and get into this. All right, so I'm just gonna pull 4 cards and we're gonna see, Spirit, what is pile 4 doing right that is helping contribute to their best self? What things are they already doing to contribute? I feel like this card, I'm gonna push it back in. So that might drive some of you crazy if you wanted me to grab it, but if it's meant to come out, it will. You don't even know what it is, so let it go. So for the first part, we have Temperance. We have the Unknown. We have the 9 of Cups. And we have the Lovers. Okay, wow. I will say this is the pile with the most major arcana so far. My goodness. Like, I think pretty much in every single pile there's only been one. Not that that's a good or bad thing. It's just different, you know? It's just different. Okay, so I'm going to use this deck now to pull some clarifiers for each of these. So can we clarify Temperance, please, Spirit? Okay, we have Acceptance. Can we clarify the Unknown? We have Rejection. Can you clarify the 9 of Cups? Okay, we have Discovery. And finally, the Lovers, please. Can you clarify the Lovers? Okay, we have Instinct and Workaholic. Interesting. Okay. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and start with Temperance here. Sagittarius energy is being highlighted, but I can definitely see just right off the bat, the first thing that you really need to congratulate yourself for and pat yourself on the back is the recognition that you need to have patience with yourself and with the universe, and have patience with your transformation. With this Temperance card being here, I definitely get the vibe that you may be a person who is predisposed to have all or nothing thinking. And I think that you've put a lot of effort and work into trying to have a balanced mindset and a balanced perspective so that you can have a balanced external environment as well. Because I feel like one of the things that has held you back in the past, especially when it comes to making progress in the physical world, is getting too excited about something too quickly and then getting overwhelmed about it and then giving up, or feeling really passionate about it. That's kind of the same example. Or wanting to do something but knowing that it's going to take tons of time, so it's probably not worth it, and then you just let go of it and give up. I think you're realizing that to make true, meaningful, lasting change, that process takes time. It takes alchemy. It takes patience. It takes an ability to find your own balance and find what's going to work for you. And I think one of the biggest things that you've learned to accept is your patience with this process, and the acceptance that you're not going to wake up one day and magically be a different person. That if you want to grow, if you want to evolve, if you want to ascend, the process of doing that is going to require you to face what is holding you back and find solutions to overcome those certain blockages. But not only that, sometimes we might be doing everything right, but the universe might need time to catch up with what we're doing. And so having this acceptance of I'm at where I am right now for a reason, and I'm gonna trust that. I feel like just in general, you're a much more balanced individual. And I think as well, and I would definitely say, like, this is not something that you have been doing naturally. This is something that you've put effort into. And so you need to know that, like, the balance you've created and cultivated for yourself is one of the hardest skills to learn. And the fact that you're learning that is just badass as fuck. Like, we gotta clap. It's awesome. I'm so happy for you guys. But I definitely think that, you know, you're just learning to let go of needing to know what's gonna happen next when, needing to know what this transformation is for. I feel like you're just realizing, like, okay, I know that I want to change, but it's going to take time, and I'm going to need to be patient, and I'm going to have to be open to new perspectives, and I'm going to have to be willing to look at myself, and I'm going to have to accept my past and accept what I've done up to now, and I'm going to have to find the balance between the new and the old. It's like you're literally reconfiguring everything in your life and doing it from the perspective of what's most balanced and aligned with you. And that is a very difficult thing to do, especially when it may not benefit others in a people-pleasing way, not in a just like general service way, but you know, people from your past, like you might have to deal with, or this might be something that you're dealing with, is negative repercussions from people that you stopped enabling, or from or there could be like things that have happened as a result of habits you're engaging in, and you're having acceptance for that and saying, okay, I can't change what I did in the past, but I can work to improve it and get to a place that I'm happier with. And I think that now you are realizing, like, acceptance brings the peace that resistance and frustration don't. And I think that you've been far enough along on your journey to recognize that you can trust the divine to lead you through uncertainty and through this process, even when you don't know what the outcome will be, or if you know it's going to be worth it. I think you're learning to trust and accept how things are, rather than getting really worked up and overwhelmed and, you know, just wearing yourself out over how you think things should be. Do you guys hear footsteps? I really hope there's no one on my balcony. Okay. Anyway, with the unknown card being here, this is really cool because this rejection card is linked to the crown chakra, and the unknown is a major arcana card only in this deck. So the unknown represents just that, what we haven't experienced, what we don't know, what isn't conceivable yet, what isn't known. And I think that you are learning to face the unknown even when you are afraid. Because let's be clear, fear doesn't necessarily go away. I mean, it doesn't. Fear doesn't go away, like in a lot of situations. We just learn to have the courage to face it anyway, and trust that we'll be able to handle whatever the outcome is as we face it. And I think one thing that you've been realizing is that you've been holding yourself back a lot out of fear of being told no, out of fear of being told you're wrong, out of fear of being rejected. And I think you're realizing that you're rejecting yourself when you don't even give yourself the opportunity to at least try, you know? So I think you're realizing, okay, I may not know what the unknown has for me, but I can trust that rejection is divine protection and that anything meant for me will not pass me by. And I think that that is really the energy that the universe is trying to keep you in, because it's keeping you open to opportunities and open to finding what makes you happy. But also it's making you realize that trying new things, while it might be scary, has rewards that are well worth the risk. And I think you're realizing it's far more rewarding to go outside of your comfort zone than it is to remain in this place of comfort and safety when it only brings stagnation and kind of the same thing. You know what I mean? I think you're learning that there's value in not knowing, and there's value in just going for it without overthinking it too much or needing to know what's going to happen. You're learning to have faith in what your intuition is telling you and what you're feeling guided towards, because you know that no matter where you're led to or what happens, everything will happen in accordance with the highest good of all beings, including yourself, and that the universe wants you to have that most aligned outcome. So as long as you trust, you know, what your heart is telling you and where you're feeling truly guided, and acknowledge that you might be feeling fearful, and acknowledge that trying new things is scary, but having the courage to do it anyway, man, that makes you really powerful. So the fact that you're doing that is really impressive. And this is something that many people cannot do. Well, cannot do yet. Let's hope that everyone can. But yeah, definitely you should be really proud of that. But moving over to the Nine of Cups, what I really like about this energy and discovery is that you are taking your own satisfaction into your own hands, and you are, you're co-creating with the universe. You are listening to your own internal guidance. You're paying attention to what fills you up, what satisfies you, and you are following the universe to figure out what is going to make you happiest. With this discovery, I think one of the things that you are holding as a deep-seated truth now is that your satisfaction and your happiness is worthy too, and that you're not going to be able to find it unless you take risks, unless you discover what it is you yearn for internally, unless it's you try new things and see what you enjoy in the outside world. It's this new process where I feel like instead of looking at life from a place of fear, from a place of lack, from a place of undeservingness, I think you've discovered for yourself, you've discovered the love the divine has for you, and the realization that you're just doing yourself and the entire world a disservice by hating yourself too, and by putting yourself down too. And I think that you've had some sort of heart awakening around your worthiness on this planet, on your worthiness to take up space and to be here, that you were born for a reason and that you're here for a reason. Even if you don't know what that is, you deserve to discover it, and you deserve to follow the path that spirit is guiding you towards, because you trust that they're leading you towards your happiness. And the fact that we have the Nine of Cups here, I feel like you've already done an excellent job up until now of doing what will satisfy you and doing this. But I feel like what spirit wants you to know is that all you need is an Ace of Cups to reach a Ten of Cups. Like, true fulfillment is not far away. So I'm really excited to see what's holding you back, because it might actually be small things that you need in order to become your quote-unquote best self. I talked in the intro a little bit about that if you want to know what I mean by that. But I definitely think that you are recognizing what you truly desire, rather than making decisions on what you want based on what you think will get you the most prestige or what will get you the most acceptance or the most money. You're realizing that your emotional satisfaction and your satisfaction with what you do is far more important than keeping up appearances or keeping up some sort of keeping up with the Kardashians. If you're trying to keep up with them, you might be ignoring the inner callings of your soul. Gotta be careful. Not that there's anything, I'm not sending any hate to anyone. I'm just being silly. Okay, I do want to clarify the Lover's card, because I want to know what spirit is talking about there. Because these clarifiers didn't do it for me. Okay. Spirit, can you clarify the Lover's card, please? What is this Lover's card referencing? Okay, well, we got the Ace of Pentacles, and I just want you to see how this landed on my arm like this, the Knight of Cups. So this is definitely somebody who I definitely think that, I don't think that this is, actually, you know what, this could be two things. Okay. So for some of you, this involves another person. For others of you, these are two aspects within yourself. So for those of you where this is an aspect within yourself, one of the things that you have been doing is merging the part of you that takes action from a place of emotional fulfillment, love, and compassion. So for example, you know, if you have a free day and you're asking yourself, what do I want to do? You're the type of person who will be like, I have been loving this game recently, or I have just been having so much fun making art recently. Like, I'm going to do that today. Like you are naturally predisposed to make decisions based on how you're feeling, which can be beneficial and detrimental depending on what emotions you're in, for example. So I think one thing that you've realized is that this Knight of Cups energy is a wonderful guide to help lead you towards what it is that will satisfy you and what it is that you enjoy. But it's not enough to keep you grounded and consistent in what you're doing if you lose the passion for it or the emotion for it, which can happen when the novelty of a big project or the novelty of something that we're doing wears off. And so I think one thing that you've been doing really well is been merging this natural intuitive instinct to follow what makes you happy, and you're backing it up with this energy of grounding it in realistic ways that allow you to build more abundance, that allow you to really go a lot further with this energy than you would if you just relied on this Knight of Cups energy alone. And not only that, I think the universe as well, I mean, you're meant to follow your guidance this way with this Knight of Cups energy, but I think also the way that you follow it allows you to let's say this, the way that when you follow what makes you happy, this horse that you're riding, it leads you straight to the opportunities the universe is wanting to provide for you. And with the workaholic and instinct clarifying it, you are learning how to differentiate what instinctual responses are helpful versus what instinctual responses hold you back and stop you from accomplishing things. And I also think you're realizing that you have to be balanced with how you do work and how you do create and how you manage your passions and what you enjoy. Because I think one thing as well is that when you struggle with all or nothing thinking, you know, you might put your whole energy into a project, get a little bit of a ways there, realize you're in over your head and give up. Whereas I feel like now you're being realistic on top of being passionate and excited and seeing what's to come. I think that you're grounding things in a way where you recognize that it takes time for things to build. It takes time for big projects to come to fruition. And I think you're realizing that you can't tether yourself to this and just make it your whole life. You still need to do things that you enjoy. So I feel like you've just found this really wonderful balance where you're making good decisions for yourself and also making practical decisions for yourself that allow you to find a good balance between practicality and passion, practicality and purpose. Now, for those of you that this also includes a separate person, I would say, which, speaking of, even if you resonate with another person, if you resonate with the first interpretation, take it, because that can all, you can resonate with both. There's no saying you have to resonate with only one. But in this case, I think that your attitude around relationships in general or around a connection with a specific person has shifted. And I would say if you are already in a relationship with someone, I don't think that this applies to you. Because I think that if you had these issues, you've likely already worked through them with this specific person. Because this vibe to me gives me like divine counterpart energy that is either in separation or just not, which separation is an illusion, by the way. But also it's just something where you may be drawn to them and pulled away from them at the same time. I feel like your attitude around love in general, and this goes for all of you as well, may have shifted, where you're fully recognizing that you deserve love as well. You deserve to receive love, and that you deserve to have reciprocal feelings or mutual feelings for whoever you are involved with, and that you deserve commitment. You deserve someone that's going to be stable and grounded with you. And I think you're also realizing as well that you play a role in this, that you might hold yourself back or close yourself off. For those of you where there's a counterpart here, I think that your attitude around this counterpart has changed, where you may have felt like you were the one that had to do all the work, and it might have, maybe that's like an instinctual thing for you, where you naturally want to serve, you naturally want to give, you naturally want to help people. And I think you're realizing that natural impulse might actually hurt people, in the sense that not intentionally or literally, but it might stop them from empowering themselves to make decisions. And you might actually make a problem worse than better by trying to intervene or trying to fix everything yourself. I think you're kind of surrendering any illusions and fantasies, and I think that you are embracing this idea that you will choose what uplifts you and what feels stable and solid for you, what feels right for you. And you're realizing that you can't push away good opportunities just because what? Just because you feel like you're not worthy or deserving of them. But I'm holding these like this because the Lovers often talks about a choice, and it's a dual energy. But I do think for those of you where this is a counterpart in separation, I do think that maybe there is some expectation around them giving you an offer. And I think you've realized that you can't take action based upon this hope of a perceived offer at some point in the future. That instead you need to trust that the inner work you're doing and that the work you're doing for the universe is going to serve you well and lead you exactly where you need to be, that you're attracting exactly what you need. And when you choose love and choose what's good for you, that is also going to encourage your counterpart to do the same. And that is also going to help free you both from a cycle of disempowering yourselves and believing that you're not, that you are separate and that you are different. And that I think you're realizing that, especially if you have a counterpart, I think that you've realized that a lot of the shadows that you view within them, you have within yourself, just maybe in different ways. And I think that you've been taking steps to correct that, and also having compassion for yourself and compassion for your counterpart about, that as well. And I think that has led you to this energy of learning to lead with love and having this balanced perspective. I mean, we have 2 cards that represent balance. The only thing that's slightly unbalanced is this 9 of Cups card. But even then, you're taking steps in your environment to get that ace so you can make it a 10. You know what I mean? The 10 of Cups is true fulfillment. It's just, that's all it is. And I think that because you are choosing yourself, because you are choosing love, whether you have a counterpart or not, it really doesn't matter. The more you choose to take action out of love, choose to take action out of what is going to be best for you, for your loved ones, for humanity. Because also, sometimes when we choose what's best for ourselves, no, that's an unnecessary tangent, never mind. But I do think that you are realizing that love is not enough if there's not something substantial with it for you. Take that as that resonates. I feel kind of sus about that message, but there's just this energy within you where you're finally realizing that you can trust spirit to guide you, and that when you don't know what to do, you're probably just being guided to be, and that you're not in this journey alone, that the universe is guiding you, and it guides you through helping you follow what fulfills you emotionally and what you feel passionate about. And that is an instinctual thing for you. So you can trust that if you're supposed to be doing something or taking action towards this connection or towards yourself, you will know. Like, especially if you're trying to manifest something like this, if you're trying to manifest a soul partner or want them, manifest them back into your life, if you know who they are, I feel like Spirit is saying all you need to do is follow what makes you happy. Like, the universe will take care of the rest. Like, and I'm not making any promises here, but what I'm saying is that when you follow what makes you happy, when you follow what is aligned with you and what is best for you and what you feel happy, content, and safe in, that is putting yourself first. So even if there is something disappointing or there is something that doesn't turn out the way you hoped it would, at least you can say you were doing all you could. And the universe is always going to align you with people and experiences that you're aligned with. And so the more that you work on yourself, even if, for example, let's say a counterpart doesn't work with you, doesn't want to ascend, doesn't want to go on that journey, the universe will still provide you with the love and the compassion and the blessings that you deserve. They might come in a different package, but what you need to know is that you are always going to be given what you deserve. And sometimes what we think we want is different from what could truly make us happy. And sometimes what we think we want needs to transform, and so do we, before we can have that happiness that we intuitively feel could be there. So I'm gonna go a bit deeper now, and I'm just gonna put the Lovers. Actually, no, I'm gonna put these back in just in case if there's anything that Spirit wants to talk about in the shadow part. I mean, there's like a, 2 in 74 chance that, well, there's more than 74 cards, so the likelihood of them coming out is very little. But if they do, then we'll know. Okay. But this is not the deck that I meant to be shuffling. I meant to be shuffling this one. Okay. So, Spirit, can you talk a little bit more about Temperance? What do you want to say about that? Freedom. Follow your heart and nurture your soul with love and freedom to grow. That's exactly what you're doing with this Temperance card. And it's so cool because this Freedom card has come out for multiple piles, but it's all been in different contexts. I love that. We also have Free Spirit. To be a free spirit is to float without walls, to fly without judgment, and to love without conditions. And that's the thing, like, that's what you're in the process of doing. Because, for example, the ego response of needing to know, that keeps us out of the energy of feeling free, because we can't feel free to take whatever action we feel because we're afraid of what the result will be. And to be a free spirit is to float without walls. So, for example, when you have walls up, and you're guarding yourself, then you hold yourself back. And I think you're in this process of becoming a free spirit and realizing that a lot of the chains that hold you back, I think, are primarily mental and primarily around your perception of yourself and the perception of yourself that you learned. But I think you're realizing the only thing you're chained to are your limiting beliefs. Even if you have like a counterpart or anything like that, like, you're not chained to them. Like, you don't have to engage in that at all. Like, that's a like, you have free will, and so does your person. So that's why it's important to note that, like, if someone is not wanting to step up and move forward, the universe is not going to keep you stuck in a situation that isn't serving you. The universe is going to, in the meantime, give you something that is more aligned with you so that you can continue to grow and have experiences. And I think you recognize that and know that, because we're talking about what you're doing well. But I feel like you just need that reassurance that it's okay to not know, and it's also okay to let go, but not like feel like things, let go for the time being, and just saying, okay, well, the reality of a situation is that it's not serving me right now, so I'm gonna let go and follow what does serve me, what does uplift me, and trust that Spirit will guide me and the rest of humanity in the ways in which we're supposed to go. But what about the Nine of Cups? Okay, so we have stillness. Reflect on this moment with kindness. with love, kindness, and compassion, and we have wisdom. See your adversaries as opportunities to expand your spiritual light. So I definitely think that you also, as well, are getting better at listening to yourself. And I also think that you are grounding what you've learned from spirit, and it's allowing you to make better decisions for yourself that lead to more satisfaction. And I think the universe is just wanting to applaud you and acknowledge like your ability to take guidance and to ground that guidance into the 3Ds. That's what like true spiritual alchemy is, and you kind of have to get a hold of both parts before you can really integrate both. And I think that's what you've done with this Temperance card. So you are forging a connection with the material world just as much as you are with the spiritual world. You're learning lessons in both, and you're integrating the wisdom that you're learning to become a more balanced person and to head forward in life with this beautiful perspective of heavenly spirit above and the beautiful earth below, and just this magical cosmic sauce of goodness. I don't know how else to describe it, but you're doing good things. Okay, and what about the Lovers, Spirit? Is there anything else you want to say? What about the Lovers? We have courage. Live your life fearlessly with courage, strength, and determination. And I think that's one thing as well. Like, well, I was talking about courage a lot earlier, but I also think that you're realizing that sometimes we have to be courageous enough to be honest, or choose what scares us, or choose what we're uncertain about, because it's what we intuitively feel is right. But on the back of the deck, we have signs. The universe has been gently nudging you forward by revealing to you signs and synchronicities. It's this one. Ah, truth. I feel like you were meant to see that. See your light, know your power, have the courage to walk your truth. That's what loving yourself is, walking your truth, choosing to walk your truth instead of ignoring who you are. That's weird. I touched this fortune that I have. Oh, are you? Stop. I'm rage quitting. That's okay. So I have actually, like, I wish I could show you. I'm not going to show you my desk because it's messy. But, like, I have little, like, for example, there's one over here. Like, I have little fortune cookies everywhere because I always tell myself I'm going to put them in my charm box, and then I don't because I forget. And when I was grabbing this deck, I touched this one. So I was like, ooh, maybe this message is for you guys. And it says, courage comes through suffering. So your theme is courage and freedom. And let's see what your lucky numbers are. 8, 21, 53, 35, 48, and 40. So there you go. At least my love of Chinese food gets some sort of benefit. I love fortune cookies. I actually think they're good too, and I like the fortunes as well. So, okay. All right, we're gonna pull some more cards now. I stand here on my full power. Oh, yes, this is the shit, pile 4. I fucking love this. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, like, this is Temperance. This is saying, okay, I'm gonna stand in my full power, and part of your full power is recognizing what is in your control and what isn't. Being patient when you're manipulating the outer world with your internal experience, but accepting that when you do what is in your power to do and release what isn't, that's when you're in your full power. That's when you're truly, like, aligned and dangerous in a good way. What else, Spirit? Get up and try again. That's the thing too, is you might be hypersensitive to rejection, which is completely understandable. Like, for example, if you're neurodivergent, like me, I got ADHD, so rejection sensitive dysphoria is a thing. But it doesn't have to be a thing that stops you from taking risks and taking chances. Because honestly, I mean, I guess I wouldn't say the more you get rejected, the less it hurts. I don't know. I think it differs based on who the person is and how seriously they take themselves and how hard they take it. It depends on everyone, right? But I think Spirit is asking you not to give up and letting you know, reminding you that rejection is divine protection. Rejection is not a merit of your worthiness or your ability to succeed. And And actually what I love about this, I love that Sailor Moon's in both of these, because in this one, she's standing in her full power and she has acceptance of what she can control and what she can't. And she recognizes that she has the freedom to grow. Whereas in this one, you know, she's knocked down, and it's hard to be a free spirit when we're wounded. We want to protect ourselves. We find ourselves, it's very easy to judge others, especially when there are parts. Oftentimes we judge others about the things that we don't like about ourselves internally that we're not even aware of. So I feel like what Spirit is really saying is that any negative or perceived negative experiences, like being rejected or things like that, are not a merit of your worth, but are just a sign that you need to get up and keep going. Sometimes we learn from rejection. Sometimes we need a rejection to lead us in the direction that we're truly meant to go. Sometimes we need to have grit and endurance and face that rejection until we get that sweet success. It's different for everyone, but Spirit is saying, don't give up. Like, I think part of you is a little bit afraid still of facing the unknown. And I think part of the reason why you've been embracing facing the unknown is because it's had positive results so far. But I do worry that if you had a negative result one time, that it might force you back into this place of fear and isolation where you're afraid to face the unknown again. And I feel like Spirit is saying you will face rejection in life. Everybody does, but you can get up and go again. It's not a merit of your worth at all. It's just a part of life, you know? And so I think what Spirit is saying is when you're okay and you accept that sometimes you might get rejected or sometimes you might not get what you want, but at least recognizing that you're definitely not going to get it if you don't at least try, that attitude is going to carry you very, very far in life, and it will help you succeed in ways that other people can't, because they're still too blinded by their own fear to allow themselves to be open to rejection. But let's see what else, Spirit. We have abundance is your birthright and repressed. Okay, this is amazing. I love this, because I think what you have repressed is this idea that you're valuable, that you're worthy, that you deserve what you wish for. I think you're rediscovering the universe's love for you and having it for yourself. And I think you're realizing how much other people have held you back from experiencing abundance, because I think in the past you were too focused on making other people happy rather than yourself. And I think that you've discovered, oh wait, I matter too, and my heart matters too, and I'm also human and I deserve these things as well. And I think Spirit is saying abundance is your birthright, especially because you're naturally predisposed to serve others. When you serve others, the abundant universe provides. When you serve the earth will provide for you. And I think what you're realizing is that you may have realized that you were creating a blockage in your ability to manifest abundance because you thought you weren't worthy of it. And not just abundance in the form of money, abundance in the form of feeling love from others, receiving blessings from the universe, receiving kind words from others. Like, you are repressing your ability to experience good things and experience abundance in its fruitful form. And I think you're discovering that there's no value in that. And I think that's really awesome that you're taking steps towards making you happy, which, let's put abundance as your birthright because it came out first anyway. But what else, Spirit? Okay. All right. So we have not your path, love isn't always obvious, and a situation will be brought to light. Okay. So this is a hefty message. So there's nothing that is specifically saying not your path. But instead, I think you might be worried that a path that you're going down is not your path, but you will know when something is not your path. If you're uncertain, keep going, because what is brought to light will tell you what is your path or not. With this storm is coming card, I definitely feel like there are things happening in your external world. So this is not something that you are creating. This is not a punishment in any way, but I think that you might realize that something that you thought wasn't your path a truth may be brought to light that maybe you were writing something off because you thought it wasn't real, or maybe you were pushing something away, saying it wasn't your path because you experienced some sort of rejection in the past that made you afraid to try again. And I feel like Spirit is saying you will see the truth in this situation. And whatever the truth in this situation is, it's going to differ for all of you, but it's going to be a truth that you hear, that you realize with love. Like, it's going to be, what's brought to light will satisfy you and recognize that the universe has been looking out for you even when you thought it wasn't. With this storm is coming, I do think that the universe is creating chaos in the lives around you that may be involved in this path, because it may be what brings this to light, and it may be what helps you realize that love is not always obvious, and that the ways in which the universe shows you love is not always obvious. So for example, like, let's use divine counterparts in separation, because I said separation is an illusion. But for example, you might feel like a storm happened that made you both realize, oh, this wasn't your path. But maybe it just wasn't your path for now, because you both need to bring in more light, bring truth to light, and realize that in order for this situation to come to fruition, you had to go through your own journey first. But this doesn't have to be exclusive to counterparts or anything like that. What I really feel is that you are being taught to not take things at face value, and to not take things at just your perception. And that, especially when it comes from the universe and you may not understand why, things that you may feel like are rejection you'll realize are in fact divine protection when things are brought to light and you realize the universe was doing something out of love and compassion for you because they wanted what was for your highest good, rather than putting you in a situation that would ultimately fail. Especially when it comes to like counterpart stuff, like that's why, there's those quote unquote separation phases where you're not seeing them in the physical world. You're still doing work with them, it's just energetic. But it doesn't feel that way because we operate in a material reality. But what Spirit is essentially trying to say here is that, have the courage to follow what is your path, and have the courage to say no to what isn't your path. Have the courage to reject what isn't right with you. You might have a really deep rejection wound that makes you very afraid to say no to people, that makes you very afraid to reject people, or things that are not for you, if you feel like other people would be happy if you took that path. And I think Spirit is saying you will always find tower moments and blockages when you're on a path that's not meant to be yours. But then again, you can also experience tower moments on a path that is meant to be yours. It just might be that you need a new foundation to continue going, to continue to keep going. But that's the thing, after a storm always comes light. And I think what Spirit is trying to get you to realize is that sometimes the best way to redirect you, or sometimes the best way to get what you truly want, is not in the most straightforward form. And I also think you're being asked to remember that we all express love in different ways, and sometimes you might perceive something as a rejection that someone else it's not even on their radar. I feel like the quote, if they wanted to, they would, is not applicable in your situation. Think about how often you want to do things that you don't. Like, you think about a friend and you're like, oh, I should text them. I really want to text them. And then you don't. Or, oh, I really want to go do that thing, but then you don't. Like, we do tons of things that we don't end up acting on all the time. And when we're afraid to do something, it takes courage to overcome that. But I think what you're realizing is that what Spirit wants you to know is that it takes courage to recognize what is not for you, and to bear the storm, and to go through it, and to trust that the light will come, even when you don't know the reasons behind why the universe is doing things this way, or the reason why someone is treating you in a certain way. Oftentimes, someone's treatment of you is much more a reflection of themselves than you. So that's important to remember as well. But also to know that there are expressions of love and the ability to receive love and understand why the universe and shit like that, just the universe, makes decisions for our highest good out of love. Sometimes we don't understand and we think something's not meant for us, but we realize it's just not meant for us at that time. It needs to be transformed and transmutated and transcended until before it can be aligned with you, you know? I hope that makes sense, because we're gonna move on. So I'm gonna move these over here. And now we are going to look at what is holding you back from being your best self. Okay, so Spirit, what is holding back pile 4 from being their best self? What are they doing that is stopping them from becoming their best self? Okay, we have the 10 of Wands. What are they doing? We have the 10 of Cups. That is interesting. Okay. We have the Hanged Man. And one more, Spirit. We have the Queen of Pentacles. I haven't been looking at the back of the deck energies, but I think it's really interesting that the King of Pentacles came on the back of the deck. So for some of you, that might be confirmation for something. But I'm going to go ahead and clarify these cards with these ego cards. So if you've been wanting to work on recognizing ego responses and transcending them, this is an excellent deck to use. And it also makes looking at your ego less painful. Because looking at that sometimes is... it's not pretty. But let's see. Spirit, can we clarify the 10 of Wands, please? Eesh. Okay, so we have the Martyr. What about the 10 of Cups? Can you clarify the 10 of Cups, please? Okay, so we have 2. We have the Addict and the Genius. We'll look at those in a second. What about the Hanged Man? Can you clarify that for me, please? We have the Fool. And one more. Can you clarify the Queen of Pentacles, please? We have the Martyr again. Okay, so to start with the 10 of Wands here, we have a Martyr card that says, I forgive myself for thinking I must look or act a certain way in order to be enough. I choose to believe that I am innately worthy, and when I allow every aspect of my being to be expressed without discrimination, I realize the extent of my brilliance. So I'm really thinking of the Wizard of Oz right now, and the fact that, you know, at the end of the movie, which if you come for me for spoilers about a movie from 1939, find God, okay? Or find something better to do with your time. Watch the damn movie. Anyway, in the movie, when Dorothy reaches the end of her journey and the wizard flies off in his little balloon, and Glenda comes back, the queen that she is, and she's like, oh, by the way, you always had the power to go home. You just wouldn't have believed me. And she's like, what? And she's like, yeah, you needed to go on this journey so that you could believe me. And I think that in this case, for those of you who have a divine counterpart that you are aware of, I think you may have this perception that you need to do or achieve X, Y, Z, or that you need to reach this point, or that you need to be better or do better. I think actually one of the things that keeps you and this person separate is this belief that you have to do X, Y, Z in order to be enough for one another. And I think that's actually part of the secret. You both were worthy of one another when you first met, but you both weren't ready to be in one another's energy because you were triggering the shit out of one another, and you both needed to grow, and you shit like that. You get it. So the point of what I'm saying is that I think that you place unrealistic expectations on yourself, and you hold yourself to unrealistic standards that no one could possibly follow. And not only that, you carry the burdens of other people's projections onto you. I just displayed that for you literally 10 seconds ago, where I was like, if you're gonna give me shit for a movie from 1939, suck my dick, essentially. And you see that's a defensive response from me, because obviously as a creator online, I get attacked, and that is something that distracts me from the point of what I'm doing, which is channeling for you, which is serving you. So it's bullshit that I'm even thinking about some stupid shit in the comments, but I know that I'm gonna get stuff like that, because what is humanity full of? Bullshit. Anyway, it's not your bullshit to carry, and it's not my bullshit to carry, and that's the thing. We can't help how other people respond to us. Sure, I can do what I intuitively feel is right in order to defend myself before I'm being attacked, but if someone's attacking me, I don't necessarily need to defend myself. Just ignore it. It's just the internet. It's just a random stranger, projecting their own pain onto me. So it's a thing within my own ego that I have to continue to surrender and let go of, and remind myself that it's not a merit of my worth. But it is very hard it's a hard thing to do. It's not something that you just do naturally. When you are especially sensitive to rejection, which I can definitely tell you are, and I am too. I have ADHD, I have rejection sensitive dysphoria, so it's an extra challenge, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. And I will say, my ability, I see negative comments now and I laugh. It's just something that is just okay, yeah, it's just, I accepted it. It's it's part of the internet. And why would I let that small portion distract me from all of the wonderful, beautiful people that I get to connect with, and that are so kind to me, so kind to each other. I was already talking about that. But the point of what I'm trying to say is that when you carry the burdens of how other people believe you should be, or you carry the projections that people force onto you, and the belief that you must do things a certain way, or in a way that you think the people around you expect you to, or when people place expectations on you that are not aligned with who you truly are, but make you feel pressured and make you feel like you have to, that's gonna slow you down. You're not being your best self when you're sacrificing who you are and what's authentic to you in order to care for how other people want you to be. I think you're carrying this giant burden that you have no reason to hold on to. And in fact, the cycle of the element cards, so cups, wands, swords, that stuff, 1 through 10, it's a cycle. So after 10 comes 1. And so if you've been trying to get that Ace of Wands energy back, which is all about passion, drive, a zest for life, creative inspiration, creative energy, inspired action, this is what's stopping you, because you're not taking inspired action from a place of authenticity. You're taking action from a place of how you think you should be and what you know is safe to show up as. You're sacrificing your true, beautiful spirit and who you truly are in order to make other people happy. And that's a burden that you have to release, and know that you're still going to get flack for being who you are. In fact, you might get more flack when you stop upholding what people want you to do. But the beauty of that is the people that stay are the ones that actually support you and that are aligned with you. The people that you allow to tell you who you are and how to be, those are not people that you're meant to be aligned with. Those are people holding you back from being your true self. And they may not realize that, and they may not have any ill intentions with it, but it's just their own ignorance from their own perception and their belief that you have to operate in the way that they see the world. That's their problem, not yours. And what I think you need to realize is that you have been holding yourself back and wearing yourself out and wearing yourself down because you believe that you are not good enough, because you haven't seen yourself expressed in the outside world. But the problem is that you're meant to express yourself in the outside world. That's what I did, and I still get flack for it, but it doesn't stop me. And I cannot even count on so many people that are like, oh, you remind me so much of me. So I know I'm not the only one. It's just we have to be brave enough to be ourselves. And the ones that are meant to be aligned with us will be drawn to that and will love that. And the ones that don't can get fucked. Like, not our problem. Like, peace and love about it, but seriously, like, they clearly are unaware of this saying, if you don't have anything nice to say, maybe don't say anything. But you know what? They serve a purpose too. And that's the thing. You can't let what negative things people say to you or what projections they put on you, as you can't take that as truth. You are only slowing yourself down and creating more burdens by carrying their own disillusioned reality as truth. And I'm not saying that they're disillusioned and you're not. I'm saying we're all disillusioned and we're all in this process of awakening to the truth of what our reality is and who we are. We are constantly disillusioned, trying to seek truth. It's just a fact. So, or well, not necessarily a fact, that the idea of me saying that it's a fact is an illusion, because yeah, I'm gonna get to I don't want to give anyone an existential crisis right now, so I'm just gonna keep going. This energy here is just like, it's just unnecessary. Like, if you're feeling stagnant and burnt out, let go of the fear around being yourself and let go of what you have been doing in the past that's not serving you anymore, especially if you work from home or you're someone who has a lot of creative freedom. Like, when creative freedom is a blessing and a curse, in the sense that it can be a great thing to have the freedom of creativity, but the freedom of creativity can suck when you're not feeling creative. So just know that a lot of what's holding you back is nothing you were ever meant to carry. It's just things that your brain has absorbed that are highlighting wounds within you that make you feel like you need to conform and sacrifice who you are in order to satisfy and appease others. That's just not true. But let's move on to the 10 of Cups. So we have, I forgive myself for attempting to escape the way I feel about what is happening. I choose to believe that every emotion serves a loving purpose, and when I flow through each in deep surrender, I will arrive at an experience I prefer. And we also have, I forgive myself for thinking I need to know exactly where it is I am going before taking a step. I choose to believe that the path before me will be illuminated the moment I garner the courage, we love that word, to trust myself to make the first move. So this is kind of a twofold thing. There's an element of escapism here and an element of, okay, so essentially, I'm glad this 10 of Cups came out, because we were talking about the 10 of Cups, and that's a goal that you are shooting towards. That is not a bad thing to be shooting towards. Everyone should be shooting towards emotional fulfillment. It's a really wonderful thing, and everybody deserves to feel that. But your perception of what fulfillment is for you is distorted. And part of that is because of your maladaptive coping mechanisms, especially if you use a substance as a crutch. That is going to alter your brain chemistry and your body, and it is going to shift how you see fulfillment and how you see happiness. So I think that when you feel things, when you feel uncomfortable emotions, for example, you might try to escape from them rather than see what they're trying to tell you, because they might be exactly what you need to get to your 10 of Cups. And oh my God, I have something I want to show you. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry for randomly disappearing, but I was literally reading this earlier and I was like, oh my gosh, this would actually help. This would help pile 4. So Alana Fairchild, she's just amazing. And I love her books. And I was reading this chapter today about Merlin, and it talks about light bodies. And I feel like this chapter, some of it might be confusing. Don't worry about the topic of Merlin or things like that, unless that's a synchronicity for you and something you might want to explore. In fact, this book might be really helpful for you. It's about Ascended Masters. If you want to know what Ascended Masters are, they're just an expression of higher consciousness through one personality. So anyway, let me start with where I think is important. The flow of spiritual light is enabled by a fit receiver, the light body. So everyone has a light body, right? Spiritual energy has its own intelligence, and it builds each step as it goes. You could say that the divine is a master builder. Spiritual energy enters in enough frequency to cause the energy body to adapt and become capable of higher and higher transmissions of light to be received and digested and integrated into the physical vehicle, where divine alchemy or transmutation takes place. Bit by bit, the light body is strengthened and developed, channels cleared and opened, and more light flows. Eventually, something of a chrysalis of light is formed, and the golden body that we discuss in another chapter. So that's something else. But listen to this. So it can be easy to want to run and hide during such a transformation because we are likely going to feel utterly confused, swirling in pain with old issues arising at times. Yet that is happening because we are taking in more divine consciousness to grow, and the old stuff needs to be refined to tolerate us becoming a higher frequency being. So in this chapter, it's talking about the Ascended Master Merlin. So that's why it's talking about Merlin. So you might want to look into that. Get this book if you feel drawn to it. She's fantastic. Any of her books, any of her decks. Anyway, so we think Merlin helps us realize that the light and dark dance together inside of us, even more so when we are growing. So when we think that being upset or uncomfortable can mean something is wrong, Merlin can help us realize that this is a temporary symptom of something being right. It is our spiritual growth taking place. So take Merlin out of it, because he'd be totally cool with that as well. Pretty mysterious, but this is more so about recognizing that your negative feelings sometimes are not regression. It's not you failing. It's not you doing the wrong thing. It's just growth taking place and just getting old wounds out, getting old energy out that doesn't serve you anymore. And so with the Genius card, with control being here, I choose to believe that the path, or thinking I need to know exactly where it is I'm going before I take a step forward. It's like, I think that you're afraid of taking, it's interesting because you are taking steps into the unknown, but when you experience something that's, or actually no, I'm not channeling this right. The way I'm trying to say it is how you perceive the Ten of Cups, this emotional satisfaction. When you are not feeling great, you might beat yourself up and be like, I'm certainly not getting to it now. I'm just making things worse. And you might be really hard on yourself when in fact you're not doing anything wrong. You're just in the process of spiritual transformation, and you have to feel things and move things around in order to fully release them. So healing is not linear, and there are many things that we think that we've let go of that come back up and resurface to be healed and transmuted and transcended again, and that's okay. It's not a merit of your worth or a merit of how much you've healed. It's not telling you you're a failure. It's just saying, oh, this thing is coming up, and that's not, you don't have to place a judgment on that. You don't have to place it as a negative thing, as something that is, it is your mentality that is saying that you are holding yourself back or that you're doing something wrong. And so it might get you in this mode where you're feeling really self-destructive, and then you might turn to things that aren't aligned with your highest good in order to escape from those negative feelings, which then prevents you from releasing them and prevents you from working through that energy. And so then you kind of start running from it, and then you're not able to face it and grow from it, and it keeps you stagnant. But another thing that keeps you stagnant in this energy is you're afraid to walk into the unknown, because you have this attitude of, all right, well, I have my 9 cups. I'm just waiting for that ace. So, and I know what will bring me there. I know what will get me there. But Spirit's saying you don't. That's why you have to be open to opportunities. And what your fulfillment is may change. And I think that you are waiting for the cup that you think is going to bring you the happiness, rather than just taking the opportunities that come. If you feel called to them, don't take opportunities you don't want to do. That doesn't make any sense. But recognizing that you might be pushing fulfillment away because you're uncertain of what's being offered, or you're afraid that, or in your perception, what is being offered is not going to bring the outcome you were hoping for, or whatever is being presented in your rational mind, you might have a hard time seeing how that's going to bring you towards what you want. But your intuitive mind is far more intelligent than your rational mind. Your rational mind is meant to serve your intuitive mind, but that's a thing for another story. I talk about it in pile 3, but you're probably not going to want to go look through all that. So anyway, what you need to know is that you can trust yourself to have the courage to make the first move when you intuitively feel it's right to do so, and that feeling negative feelings or feeling difficult things is not a sign that you're holding yourself back or you're doing something wrong, but it's often a sign that you're growing and evolving, and you've got to get this stuff out and shift it so that you can get closer to where you're going on your path. So now we have the Hanged Man, and I forgive myself for mistaking the awareness of not knowing as weakness. I choose to believe that it is through loving acknowledgement of what I do not yet know that the deepest understanding can be found and integrated. So I definitely think that you have a hard time surrendering sometimes with the Hanged Man here. But I also think that you might actually do the right thing sometimes in a situation and mentally feel like it's the wrong thing. So with the Hanged Man here, I feel like sometimes when you don't know what to do, you might just kind of surrender it and leave it at that. The universe is saying that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it can be difficult to learn and grow from it if you are unwilling to look at what it's trying to show you, or you're unwilling to be open to what guidance the universe might receive for you, might have for you. And I don't think you struggle with being open. I think that you just beat yourself up for not knowing. Like, you think you should always know what the next step is, and you think you should always know how to address things and how to respond to things. And I think that the universe is highlighting that it's not your job to always know, and that it's not your job to always make sure everything's happening. And you might feel like you're unworthy or that you're not doing enough because you don't know what to do, and you might like look at that as like, oh, I'm a failure, or I'm not doing enough, I'm stagnating. But when in reality, it's just the universe showing you that there's something to learn here, and that you're gonna have to have the courage and loving acknowledgement of what you do not yet know, to know that the deepest understanding can be found and integrated in those areas. So I think that the universe is asking you to surrender this disempowered attitude you have towards yourself, that when you're surrendering towards what you don't know and kind of just letting go of things when you're uncertain, that's not necessarily a bad thing. And instead, it gives you the opportunity to take inspired action when you understand what's actually going on. When you've integrated that awareness, you'll know what feels right to you because you'll feel it intuitively. It will just feel right. But with the Queen of Pentacles here, we have another Martyr card. So, and it says, I forgive myself for feeling as though I may somehow mess everything up should I choose to trust myself. I choose to believe that every time I allow myself to gently follow my instinct, I strengthen my intuitive muscle and set myself up for future success. So for some of you, it's quite possible that you could have had this belief that this may be something that your parents instilled on you, but I don't think it was intentional on their part. I think it's just that they didn't give you many opportunities to make mistakes on your own, or to try things on your own. You might have been quite sheltered or had very high expectations. So the thought of messing up or the thought of doing something wrong is just too much for you. But I think what you're learning to realize is that, or what Spirit wants you to realize, is that you can trust yourself to make the decisions that are best for you. You can be your own best parent. And sometimes our parents don't know what's best for us, okay? That's an important thing too. Sometimes we might sacrifice what we truly want in order to satisfy your parents, because if we don't know what we want, or if we think that we won't be successful in following what feels true to us, it's really easy to sacrifice our dreams for something someone else is giving us. I think that you also are, I think that you are still learning how to be comfortable on the material plane. And I think that you are still learning to find security in yourself and security in your own decisions. But I think one of the things holding you back is recognizing that you kind of have to be your own parent sometimes and learn how to parent yourself and mother yourself. And I think that one of the things that could really benefit you is realizing that even though, for example, looking back from childhood, like the expectations your family had for you, for example, or what they wanted you to do, while they may have had the best intentions and have only just wanted to do what they think is right for you, sometimes they might be unintentionally hurting you or doing the wrong thing by convincing you of that. But if you have low self-esteem and you don't believe in yourself, then it's going to be a lot easier to follow what someone else is telling you to do, because the fear of messing up and it's far too scary to have courage and take risks when you don't believe that you'll be able to take care of yourself and have compassion for yourself and nurture yourself and have forgiveness for yourself should you make a choice and have an outcome that you weren't hoping for, that you're not happy with. That's how we grow. That's how we learn. I smell weed. I don't know what that's about. But I mean, if they're here, like, never mind. Like, it's not here. I think I'm just smelling something. But I do think that because I'm smelling that, there's no way that it's definitely not from here. So I'm either having brain malfunctions or it's a message from the universe. And I think in that case, it's like, I think too, if you've never learned helplessness, I would look that up. Not saying that you haven't, but like, it's really easy to fall in a pattern of that. And I think what you may not realize is that you're so much more well equipped for what you want to do than you realize. And I think also with this Queen of Pentacles here, you're in a much better position than you realize. Like, I think you're actually in a much more secure position than you think you are. But I think it's probably survival fears and things like that, and the lack of trust in yourself. Like, especially if you have gotten to a point on your own where you are secure and self-sufficient and abundant and able to take care of yourself, and like, you gotta give yourself like it is insane what you've been able to accomplish while still not trusting yourself to accomplish things. So that should be evidence enough that your belief that you can't do something or the belief that you can't succeed is outright wrong, because look at how far you've come. Look at where you're at now. You've already been this far. You can continue to trust yourself. It's okay. And I think that that's something you just really need more of a reminder of. I don't think it's something that you need, like, I don't think it's something you're unaware of. I think it's something that you just have to continually remember, is that you might be naturally predisposed to give away your power or ask people what to do because you're afraid to trust yourself, when the most powerful thing you can do is trust your intuition and trust your own guidance when it comes to making decisions and solutions. So we're going to go ahead and go a bit deeper into guidance now. So Spirit, can you clarify the 10 of Wands, please? We have passion. Turn your fear of change into excitement for change. And I think that this is great as well with this sacral energy, because Tiger's Eye too is a stone of confidence. And I think that Spirit is asking for you to go in the direction of what makes you feel so passionate that even if people judge you for it, you can accept that. Like, get excited. Follow what makes you feel excited and follow what feels what's true to yourself. It might feel really weird, but you'll realize how much lighter you feel, and that is where your energy is best put. It's not, your energy is not best put in satisfying what other people want you to do. We also have intuition. Intuition is the little tug that pulls you towards the light. And so this is really important because you might not hear your intuition sometimes. Remember, intuition screams and anxiety whisper. No. Anxiety screams, intuition whispers. I do that a lot. Anxiety screams, intuition whispers. And you might not hear your intuition sometimes because you might either go into some sort of coping mechanism to escape what you're feeling, so you can't intuitively know why you're feeling the thing, or you can't listen to your intuition because you're trying to understand what's happening, or you're over-intellectualizing what you're doing or what you're experiencing, or you're placing judgments on what you're experiencing, and so you don't open up to the intuitive guidance. You're not listening to it. So definitely Spirit is saying if you can't hear your intuition, you need to quiet your mind or find some stillness or find a way that's going to work for you to listen to it, whether it's automatic writing, whether it's getting card decks, whether it's whatever it is for you. Like, if you can't do it on your own, find a tool or a solution that's going to work for you until you can, or for forever, whatever works for you. All that matters is that it works for you. But what else, Spirit? We have listening. If you want to be heard, learn to listen. So I think what Spirit really wants you to understand is that when you don't know something, you might get really like hard on yourself or self-destructive and be like, of course, like I don't know how I'm gonna get through this. You might get really defeated. And I think Spirit is saying you're doing the right thing by surrendering, but you're doing the wrong thing by surrendering and then believing that it's all your fault and putting all this pressure on yourself, when really we just want you to kind of surrender and then be open to what guidance we might give you to move forward. It's okay to not know. It's what the universe is trying to get you to understand is that it is an insane, unrealistic expectation for you to just know everything off the top of your head. It's literally not possible. Our brains are designed to make us think that way, because if we were aware of how much we didn't know, we would just self-destruct constantly. Like, there is so much that we don't know. It's insane. So it is in the brain's best interest to not think about that. So for you, I think what Spirit is trying to get you to realize is that they're not expecting you to know what to do. They're asking you to let go and be open to receiving. You're not always going to know exactly what to do. And this is a skill that you have to build and learn. And the more that you do it, the easier it is going to be to know when to not act and wait for guidance, and when to act and what inspired action looks like, and what action from a place of deep inner truth, even if you don't know exactly what you're supposed to do or how you're meant to make things happen, but just trusting that it will all work out and you'll get it figured out. But what about the Queen of Pentacles, please? We have meditation. To see more clearly, close your eyes. And on the back of the deck, we have compassion. Resolve your conflicts with compassion. And I think that's really important too, because you might get triggered by people's responses towards you, where if you look at things with compassion or speak with compassion, you might find out like why they're doing something, or they might feel safe enough to talk about that in a way that they normally don't. So it could actually be really beneficial to the both of you. But with this meditation here, I think that honestly, the only thing that's holding you back is, I think that you're just too focused on the external world still. And in a way in which, not that you shouldn't be, like we live in a material world, like we are social creatures, like it is in our best interest to socialize and interact with the collective, but not to your own detriment, to the point where you don't know what's right for you. So with the Queen of Pentacles here, I think that you may have started out being more intuitive and more spiritual, and then you may have grounded some of that into reality, and now you might have gotten so comfortable in your material reality that you're forgetting that you still have to go within. And you know it's got to be a balance. So I think that when you are struggling to see clearly and struggling to know what the right thing to do is, the best thing you can do is to go into some form of meditation, whatever that is for you. Not all meditation has to be still. You can go on walks, you can dance, you can listen to like sound healing. There's so many different ways that you can look at things differently. But honestly, I think one of the most beneficial things is closing your eyes when you do those sorts of things, because I don't know, when we primarily rely on our sight to do things, and that's a huge reason why we have such a hard time trusting what we feel or trusting what our emotions are telling us, because so much of how we operate is the phrase that we have, I'll believe it when I see it. Well, you can't see carbon monoxide, but that shit'll kill you. better have a detector in your house, you know? It's like there's so many things that we can't see that still exist, but our brains make this assumption that because we don't have evidence of it, that it doesn't exist, when we're forgetting that while science is incredibly important, and the scientific method is as well, the scientific method is based around observational things that can be replicated and studied, and deep spiritual things are typically a subjective experience. And now I'm getting on a tangent, so I'm gonna pull some more cards. But essentially, you're being asked to go within more and trust the guidance that you receive, because the guidance that you receive is better than the guidance that you're trying to seek. And I think you know that deep down, but I think that you're afraid to trust yourself. And I'm not saying that the guidance you're seeking is bad, but it's clearly not satisfying you or giving you the answers that you want. And so Spirit's saying you're looking in the wrong place if you're looking outside of yourself for answers. But we also have give birth to your idea. So definitely this is your sign to create anything that you've been thinking about and feeling passionate about. We also have you don't need me, but I'll be there. And I think that this is a sign of your guides and telling you, like, we will be here to help you. We are here to assist you, but you don't need me. Like, you can do this on your own, but we'll be here and we'll support you. And I love this little lotus here, because I think you are just awakening and ascending, and you're doing a great job. You really need to know that. And yeah, see, Spirit agrees with me. You're small, you're doing your best, take a nap. And that's the thing too. Sometimes we can listen in our dreams as well. And that's one thing I will say. If you are the type of person to imbibe on the ganj, I will not say the devil's lettuce, because the devil's lettuce is arugula and you're not allowed to disagree with me. Anyway, Spirit is really saying here that, you know, chill out. You're small, you're doing your best, take a nap, because 1, you can get messages in your dreams, and 2, it is unrealistic to expect yourself to have all the knowledge naturally, or to know exactly what to do when. Like, you're just putting too much pressure on yourself. That's not right. And okay, that's too many. So clearly Spirit was like, reshuffle, girl. So what do you want to finish off with for pile 4, Spirit? Okay, we have revelation and stay flexible. On the back of the deck is Mercury. So you might get communication, or you might get channeled messages. Take that as it resonates. If you can see it, I hope you can see it. It says feelings change, but they don't disappear. So be aware of that. But also stay flexible and revelation. I think that there is some truth coming that will come to you in either in meditation or in a dream or somewhere. You're going to receive communication from Spirit that's going to require you to be open-minded, but you're going to recognize that there's deep truth there, and you're going to trust this guidance. But Spirit is saying stay open and trust the guidance that you receive, but be discerning about it. If it doesn't feel right when you receive it, then it's probably not the right guidance. If you receive guidance and it feels right, and then you start to doubt it, that is you not acknowledging your intuition. That is you out of fear, trying to keep yourself safe because you're being guided to do something that has an unknown outcome. So be aware of that. But we are going to go ahead and finally finish off with some advice. So we're going to go ahead and start with Vanessa Samaina's new Oracle deck, the Wild Muse Oracle. If you would like to get it for 10% off, or anything else off her shop for 10% off, you can use code ASO10 and help you and me. So be aware of that. But I am really liking this deck so far. This is a great deck, honestly, if you want to work on self-love and things like that. But we have no strings attached. So I feel like Spirit is really encouraging you to explore things without conditions or expectations. I think that you're really just being encouraged. You know how we had freedom and free so much? I think that the universe is just asking you to recognize that you're not tethered to anything, especially if you do have a divine counterpart. You know, sometimes it can be really easy to get caught up in that stuff and get caught up in them and what they're doing and their energy and forget all about you. And it's hard too, especially when you're trying to be present and engage in life. Sometimes we would rather escape and feel like we can't explore anything because we're tethered to something else, but that's an illusion. You are never tethered to anything. Well, I mean, okay, if you have a twin in the wee-woo sort of way, yeah, you're kind of energetically tethered to them, but you don't have to allow them into your energy if you don't want to. You can set those sort of boundaries. But also, that is a great, excellent example of a connection that placing expectations on can make things get messy really fast. But I think you're learning to recognize that you don't need to humor connections where you're dependent on showing up in some certain way or something like that. I feel like you're encouraged to only engage in connections with people. And I'm not just talking about romantic connections, I'm talking about platonic. Familial is a bit different, but you are entitled to however you feel and whatever do whatever is right for you. But when it comes to this no strings attached energy, I feel like you're just really being encouraged to have this expectation of yourself that you're allowed to explore and that you're allowed to make mistakes, and that you don't have to be engaged in any connections that are requiring conditions from you. Like, for example, you have to show up in a certain way, like you have to conform to what this group thinks in order to feel safe there. Like, those are strings attached, and those are things that you would want to cut. And I think that Spirit is saying you deserve to feel free to engage with people that make you feel free to be yourself and happy to be yourself. And you also deserve to have people in your life that feel safe enough to tell you, their needs and what's going on with them, that don't have resentment and don't communicate with you because they're having their own issues or their own insecurities that they're dealing with that they're projecting onto you. I think Spirit is just saying be discerning about what uplifts you and what drains you, especially when it comes to your connections with others, because sometimes you might find that, you might need to let go of people for a bit of time so that you can grow and evolve. And that doesn't mean that they won't, if you love something, let it go, because if it's meant for you, it will come back, 100%. But I think Spirit is really saying, living from this place of love and operating from this understanding that you don't have to have strings attached could be really beneficial to you. But I also wanted to get an animal that is going to be, first I want to do a crystal. So the crystal that is going to be helping you on your journey is jasper. What is jasper describes a huge variety of opaque quartz stones, from Picasso jasper to mookaite jasper to red jasper. These earthy babies help align us with our core powers. Who needs it? Air signs and city folk. Where to put it? Wherever you are when you'd rather be barefoot pulling vibes from the earth. Think white sand, green grass, yoga mat. And when you want to do it, when to use it, when you want to get back into your body after a stressful work week, a long flight, or a lit meditation session. So that's great. It says strengthen your foundation. So I grabbed a few jaspers. There's a lot of varieties of jaspers. So this is mookaite jasper. She comes in many shades of yellow, red, brown, and orange. I have two forms of ocean jasper here. I love ocean jasper. It comes in so many varieties. It's a great stone. I also, another type of jasper, we have polychrome jasper. I think this is probably, I don't know, I like jaspers, but polychrome jasper I really like. I just think it's fun and a lighthearted energy. We also have Dalmatian jasper, which I'm a big Dalmatian jasper guy. I have a lot of it in jewelry. And I have Kambaba jasper. So if you were drawn to any of those types of jaspers, I would look into those and maybe get some. But there's also plenty of other jaspers that I did not show, and some of them that I have, I just, like Bumblebee, they're right here, so let me just grab them. I've got Kiwi jasper, and I've got Bumblebee jasper. Yeah, so this is Kiwi jasper, and this is Bumblebee jasper. So lots of different jaspers, and there's even more than that, but that's that. If you're feeling drawn to those, check them out. But let's look at an animal that is supporting you on your path. So we have the bat. A rebirth is assured. So I definitely think that this is not just about you. This is about situations in your life as well that you feel like aren't over. I definitely think that there is change coming and that our rebirth is assured. This is really making me think of the bat card in the Kim Kranz deck, because it's all about releasing negativity and releasing things that don't serve us. And full moons are about release as well. So the next full moon might be significant. And if you're watching on a full moon, or there's a full moon coming up, I would look into maybe setting intentions to release things that night, or having a releasing ritual, or looking at a reading on what you need to release or something like that. It might be helpful in helping you change and having a rebirth. So we also have a scent to check out. So your scent is something I can't pronounce, but I'm gonna say it's marjoram. And the trigger statement says, people cannot be trusted. And the true statement is, I trust my heart. Your big, beautiful heart is ready to open. Trust that you will be able to discern who is best to walk with you. And so this is what is so important, especially if you are a person who has a divine counterpart, because sometimes what is right for us is not necessarily what we want, and that can change and evolve. But sometimes we have to be honest with ourselves when we desire something, but it's just not good for us right now. It's just not serving us right now. And that doesn't mean it won't in the future, but it may not be the best place to put our heart, because we might be setting ourselves up for heartbreak. So being discerning about, even if you love someone, knowing that I don't think I can place my heart in this person's trust, honoring that and recognizing that you don't have to conform to your past, or you don't have to necessarily make it a decision. Make a decision out of love for yourself, not love for another person, is the point I'm trying to say. When it comes to trusting yourself with others, because you might actually know what to do, but you might ignore it because you're afraid that you're wrong, or you don't trust your own intuition. And I think a lot of what you're realizing is that the more you trust yourself, the more powerful you'll be. No wonder people have been spending no wonder the most of your life has been people telling you you're wrong and dissuading you from your purpose. You clearly have a very powerful light and soul, and people will do that without realizing. People throw rocks at things that shine. But we're going to go ahead and finish off with a message from your guardian angels. So this is the Emperor, and it says, organization. Your plans are on target, and everything will flow more smoothly if you add a little organization and discipline to your methods. The key to success is allow your creativity to be gently guided by logic. Be open to asking for help from someone very intellectual, or seek out a mentor. So I am going to leave that there. Pile 4, I think that's where I'm going to leave your reading. Holy moly, I haven't done a big boy like this in a while, but I feel accomplished. I'm trying to get my endurance back up, as I'm kind of, yeah. Okay, so thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me and exchange energy with me, so thank you so much to everyone who does that. But I also want to give a big thank you to everyone who likes and subscribes and comments down below, and lets me know how it resonates. That helps me more than you would believe. And if you want to be part of the notification squad, click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. I most often reply to comments when I'm first uploading, so that's that. I also have merch linked below if you want to check that out, and I have social media. Though do be aware I have tons of scammers pretending to be me, and it's really not cool, but there's nothing I can do about it. So just know that I do not offer personal readings, and I will not slide in your DMs offering you a personal reading, because I can barely text my friends back. And like I just said, I don't offer personal readings, as it says on my profile and pretty much everywhere I exist on the internet. So that is where I'm going to leave things, Pile 4. Thank you guys so much for watching and for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night, whatever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!